Hello, everybody. Welcome to the MinnMax Awards from MinnMax, a place about games, friends, and getting better. My name is Ben Hansen. Thank you for joining us on this big episode, perhaps the biggest of the year. I'm joined by Janet Garcia.
Hello.
Joined by Jacob Geller.
It's the biggest of the year.
Jacob, I am so excited for this. I was reading through all my notes last night and just thinking I cannot wait to record this episode. This is a lot to unpack for 2023. We're joined by Jeff Marchiafava.
That's me.
Kelsey Lewin.
Ready to take the oath.
Oh my God, Kyle Hilliard.
Present.
Haley McLean.
Hello.
Haley, for the first time, welcome.
My first one. Thank you.
Sarah Podzorski.
Ben's not letting us pee.
That's not true. Anybody can take a break whenever they want. Also, you might have noticed Leo Vader is not present on this episode due to a family emergency, so thank you to everybody for respecting that. This episode of the MinnMax Show is all about the MinnMax Awards. We have categories to go through celebrating the finest of gaming in 2023. These categories are Best Thing, good and ambiguous, Dumbest Thing, Biggest News, the game we all agree is probably good, but we didn't play. It's a contentious category. Best Character, Best Moment, and the greatest work of art of all time for 2023. That is what we're tackling in this episode. Thanks to you and your support, we're able to build up this whole independent operation. So thank you so much, everybody, for subscribing to our YouTube channel. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can always subscribe to the podcast version of the MinnMax Show. It's not a Patreon exclusive. This is available in your favorite podcast app. Thank you for giving us a great year here. We're still slowly growing, and that allows us to bring on people like Haley McLean to join us for the first time. So thanks so much. Also, heads up, some categories like Best Character, Best Moment, they do have some spoilers in them, but here's our solemn oath to you. We have timestamps for all of the spoilers. We are putting gates around any of the spoilery discussions in this episode, so you can check out the timestamps if you want to skip spoilers for any specific thing, all for your convenience. So thank you so much for supporting this whole operation here. The next 2 weeks of the MinnMax Show podcast are going to be all about the 210s, where we're ranking truly the best games of the year. Some would say it's a top 20. Other people say clearly 210s. So that's going to be coming up the next 2 weeks of the MinnMax Show in this main podcast feed. But we're not skipping a single week over this whole holiday break. So we're excited to jump in. Now, you might have remembered that last year we took an oath.
To become Southern?
To become a little bit Southern and stumble over our words. Since Haley McLean is a video game IP lawyer, we thought this year it'd be more appropriate if we all had to click I agree on an end user license agreement, which is her specialty. So shout out to Haley for cooking up this license agreement. It's on the screen right now
really?
for YouTube viewers if you want to check it out. I'll skim the basic idea, acknowledgement, the parties hereby acknowledge and agree. The parties are participating in the 210s and all surrounding discussions for the sole purpose of celebrating games. Any opinion given by a party during the 210s is valid. Everybody's opinions are weighed equally. This is not an exact science. We're just trying to measure everybody's passion. You will disagree with things on this list, and we all agree that it's okay to disagree with each other, and it's okay to disagree with people on the internet. We all agree that governing law, this agreement shall be deemed to have made and performed, and all should be construed pursuant to the laws of the province of Nova Scotia, including entire agreement's severability.
Nova Scotia?
The party shall accept the terms of this.
Am I allowed to sign something for Nova Scotia?
I don't know if I can sign
I've never
Yeah, I
been
think
to
it's null and void.
I think, okay, I'm just going to sign it on behalf of everybody. Do I have an I agree for everybody for this Nova
I
Scotia
don't know if I'm
contract?
beholden to Canadian
Objection.
law.
Objection.
Also, you're beholden.
Okay, I'm clicking I agree. Click, click. All right, we're
I don't
locked
think this
in.
is legally binding.
Yeah, I just have to say I felt way more bound by the oath than I did by this EULA.
Yeah.
Haley, that was
just
full of
rolled the bottom
legalese.
in.
Do you see what you've done to them?
There's not even that much legalese.
Oh, there's plenty of legalese.
Haley, that was great.
It was great. It was great, Haley.
It was great, and we love it. And so that's why I'm putting it down on the list for best thing.
Put it under best
is
thing.
Haley's contract. All right, let's start lobbing stuff out. I'll type it in here in this Google Doc. If you're listening to the audio version, the video version does have a big list so you can see exactly what's happening here overall. But best thing in 2023, this can be it's a broad category. Can be a specific mechanic, can be an overall concept. What tickled your all's fancy? Don't be shy, please jump right in.
Ascend in The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah,
I had that one on my list too.
I think that is a great
Ultra
choice.
Hand in The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom.
I'm sensing a theme.
Interesting. Okay, look, we'll put Ultra Hand. You know what?
I was going to say, yeah, don't not write it.
Here's why I wasn't writing it.
Too good.
No,
Yeah.
I like
Greatest thing of all time as opposed to just 2023. I get you.
I am leaning towards like, is it part of it? Because I just love the idea that they actually called it Ultra Hand. That Nintendo is leaning to its own history from, what, the 60s, Kelsey?
68.
68, and calling back to that toy like that. Maybe that's part of the overall love of Ultra Hand for best thing, but it's just such a cool mechanic.
Almost as cool as being able to build anything you want.
Honestly, in my mind, those are equal. That type of
Just kidding,
celebrating history.
66. A terrible historian.
Whoa, fake ass
Glad I
gamer
didn't
girl
post, don't worry
much?
about it.
Sorry.
All right, what do y'all like? What else is best thing?
And can we attach to Ultra Hand the giant flaming penis man that was made in like the first day of Tears of the Kingdom's existence?
Yeah, maybe just Ultra Hand creations online.
No,
I think do what Jacob wrote.
You're right.
I was
Yeah.
specific.
Okay,
Yeah.
dong hand.
He did not stutter. I
No,
think
giant
you can say
flaming
you
penis
think you
man.
can say penis.
Okay,
It's medically
penis. Hand or man?
Man.
Man. Okay. That could be from any game. Okay, perfect.
But it was from Tears of the
It
Kingdom.
was from Tears
Could
of
have
the
been
Kingdom.
from anywhere, but
It was from here.
it was here.
Is it too broad to say shadow drops? Because we got like the best shadow drops. Hi-Fi Rush, like
Yeah.
DLC shadow drops. Maybe just Hi-Fi Rush shadow drop if I had to pick one.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Psych Odyssey was also a shadow drop, but I like zooming it in a little bit. Hi-Fi Rush, shadow drop. Yeah, that was
speaking
wonderful.
of that, just Psych Odyssey. I'm surprised you haven't said that yet, Ben.
Wow, that's for
I might be saving that for a different category.
That's fair.
I mean,
I
we
think I
can't-
know what you mean, actually.
Yeah,
It's,
dumbest thing.
Is best moment versus best thing is the distinguishing factor, like we're thinking moment in a game? Mm-hmm. Or okay.
I think that's a
I would
cleaner way to
say
go about it.
the Alan Wake performance at the TGAs.
Interesting.
Oh, at the TGA specifically.
Yeah.
Specifically the TGAs. Because one's going into greatest work of art of all
You
time.
already know.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wait, the TGAs?
The Game Awards.
Yeah, I know you're
the
right.
Game
The
Awards.
ATM machine.
ATM
Yeah.
machine.
We need to be very specific and particular. I would throw in this category Piano Vision VR, which is the greatest piece of software available for VR headsets, where it actually turns your real life piano into a Guitar Hero track and notes come down through
they
mixed
sponsor
reality.
us?
No, it's just that good.
In Humanity, when you jump into the crowd and like climb up all of the people.
Okay.
I just played it for the first time recently, but it's sticking with me. It's good.
It is really good.
In Final Fantasy 16, there is a specific counter you get from Titan, from the rock
Yes,
guy. That's
yes.
like one of the best feeling counters I've ever used in a game.
Especially, and I would not understand this, but especially if you're a big old baby and you put like that special ring on that just like auto counters it, and it's just the most satisfying, simple game of all time. Okay, Titan counter, I love it.
How about fast travel in Spider-Man 2?
Yes.
The fact that you can pick like the intersection and then it just loads it in instantly
Yep, I had that one as well.
with you in midair. It's perfect.
it is perfect.
Gliding in Spider-Man 2 while we're on Spider-Man.
Oh,
themes.
true.
Web wings, that's what that's called, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Web wings and it is Marvel's Spider-Man 2, but we're gonna stick it to the
you.
man by not typing it in there.
I've got a real freak one.
Yeah.
The gore in Dead Island 2.
What about it?
I think might be the only time that game shows up on this discussion at all, but like the gore system in that game is remarkable.
Okay. I love it. Let's see. What about this is a little bit of just like the game itself, but what about just like the basic mechanic in Viewfinder? putting a photo and then walking into it. Like
I
that
was just gonna say that, but
Yeah.
like when you
Yeah.
perfectly line it up perfectly, like you get it all lined up and then you drop it down and it's wonderful.
yeah. I mean, I'm just
Basic mechanic in viewfinder.
I mean, that's kind of what it is, and we'll talk about it probably when we talk about Viewfinder
Viewfinder,
overall.
the
but-
game.
Yeah.
Super long Mario in Mario Wonder. I think it's in the first castle when the Wonder Seed makes you just extremely long and jumping feels really stupid and fun.
Yep.
Should there also be the Piranha Plant chorus
I was gonna say
in Mario
singing
Wonder?
Piranha Plants.
Is that a moment?
I think that's a moment.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It feels more momenty. Is momentous. I think we all agree. This is a really. Please, Jeff, please.
How about launching off of a tree in Chia?
Yes, specifically rocking it and then launching.
Yep.
Rocking
And
and then
the
launching.
physics feel a little wonky, and like I tighten up every time, and then you always launch like way farther than you probably should with the mechanisms at play. But it's always very satisfying.
The way Ada Wong fights in Resident Evil 4 DLC
With the grappling
and how much
hook?
better she is.
Yeah.
grappling hook?
Leon.
Ada Wong's grapple and combat in RE4. Yeah, like that El Gigante fight with Ada is just so awesome.
So
it's
fun.
a mini Spider-Man campaign happening.
Can you just
RE4.
put Leon Kennedy's shoulders underneath that, please?
Shoulders?
I agree.
Yeah,
I
can
agree.
you
I
put
agree.
Leon Kennedy's shoulders? Thank you.
Yes.
Shoulders?
Shoulders.
Oh,
They're
I'm.
hot
Do you not know what a
You
woman
are
wants,
too?
Ben?
Shoulders
Yeah.
is what women
Character,
want?
actually,
That
just
wasn't in Mel
hair.
Gibson's movie once. All right. Hey, who am I to judge shoulders?
Dave the Diver cutscenes.
Yes.
Oh, good one.
Great pick. Yeah, I was going back through my notes of the entire year, and I am alarmed how many times I wrote, this is some of the best pixel 2D art I've ever seen in my life. And like the Dave the Diver
Oh, just
cutscenes.
across multiple games.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like every
yeah.
time I would be like, God, this is wowing me. Somehow we mastered 2D animation and 2D pixel art in 2023.
There's a thing in Sea of Stars I really like where the backers got to put little monuments in, and it's a space you can go to and just read all the monuments. So some people did like loved one memorials or just
wow.
this is for my best friend. And then if you paid more, they did like customized art for the statues. So it's like if you did a memorial for your pet, they like did a pixel art statue of your pet and put it in. And I can walk up and like look at it. And there was hundreds of them. Like I kept going up to see how many, and it was like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them.
That's really good.
And 100%ing that game involved the community finding one of those statues that you go into to get a very cool thing at the end of that game, which I don't know how they figured that out.
That's awesome.
I've got another very specific combat one. In Hi-Fi Rush, the air combo team up with Peppermint.
Yes.
Where it's like at the combo ender where she takes out, I think of it as basically Cable's Hyper Beam from Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and it's just the most like beautiful animation I've seen in one of these games, where it just zooms back and you see her shoot it. Very good.
There's an Easter egg in Hi-Fi Rush that I love as well, where in the big ramp up, like, all right, this is the final mission. Here we go, Chai. Let's do it. We need to all come in together. Here we go. And if you quit the game at that moment, and then if you go back to it later, everybody back in the base is like, Chai, you robbed us of all momentum. That sucked. We were right there, dude.
That's great.
Endgame momentum.
Is this
Hey,
where
you didn't write mine down.
I did. It was so good, though, I put it way up top.
Oh,
So I
amazing.
did more than
Is
write
that
it
how
down,
it
Haley.
works?
It's already number 2.
I feel like I didn't want to forget
Wow.
it. Okay.
By the way, in the past we pick like a winner and a second place?
Oh, that's
Is
a
that
great
what
point.
do?
We should say what we're doing here. Yeah, we have the maximum winner and a minimum winner. So there's technically
Okay,
two
so
winners
it's
for
two
each
things,
category.
right.
Yeah,
And minimum
yeah.
winner sounds like it's the worst, but it's
Yes.
actually just the second.
It's the silver
It's the number
medal.
2.
Yeah. It's the worst of the winners. If you want to get geeky, this is a place to talk about geeky stuff, right? They remastered Quake 2, and on Xbox, Quake 2 has 8-player split screen support, which I just think is really, really cool.
Pretty cool.
Okay. And we'll all use it all the time, and we're happy it's there.
Yeah. It's as good. It's as cool as Ascent. Yeah.
This is cheesy enough that everyone can shout me down. It's too sentimental. Haley McClain joining MinnMax.
Oh,
nice.
man.
Boo! Too sentimental.
Here's the problem.
So nice.
Here's the problem. She is too good. No, I feel like we had this thing at some point where it was like, Jeff, I'm having a kid. It's like, you feel like a real ass if that's not winning at a certain point. But it certainly belongs on the list. It certainly belongs on the
Ben,
list.
do you need to put your child on this?
I'm not
now?
requesting that. I'm not requesting that.
Follow up with that?
I'm taking the hit for the team by not. I mean, he is the
child.
He is the dumbest person I interact with on a daily
Look, the
basis.
child doesn't even know what's
There's no
going on. We've established this in the
Doesn't even know
That's
what
it,
it
Beth.
recorded.
I was gonna speak for Kelsey, so she can forever hold her peace. Devil World finally releasing on Nintendo Switch Online after all these years. Miyamoto and Tezuka's and Koji Kondo. Did you work on it as well?
A good question. I actually don't know who did the sound for that.
Okay. Anyways, this Nintendo Dream Team weird satanic Pac-Man game finally releasing in the States. I think that's badass.
Throwing CRT monitors in RoboCop.
Oh, explain.
Because every monitor that you pick up, it's the old kind because it's based in 1980 or whatever. And when you throw them, you can throw them super far because you're RoboCop, and they explode inexplicably and just make characters fly everywhere, and chunks blow off of the ceiling and walls and whatnot. And they've actually somehow that's more fun than even shooting RoboCop's giant stupid gun.
I love
it's
it.
one of the few reasons to play that game. So.
Is this too specific? You're all welcome to say, nah, it just is what's good about that game. But specifically when you're climbing in Jusant and you grab the handhold and then it turns out it's a little creepy crawly and then there's the handholds that crawl around.
No, that's good.
Okay.
I love that. Yeah.
Crawly
That's my least favorite
handholds.
part of that game. I didn't like waiting on those bugs.
Why are you anti-bugs, Kyle?
Sorry.
I audibly
like that
went,
game a lot.
"Wee!" when that happened to me.
I like
The
that game a
duality
lot,
of
but
man.
after you deal with the bugs a lot, and a lot of it's just sort of kind of waiting for a group to walk over, I kind of was like, I found it kind of annoying.
You could also say the little blob boy in Jusant.
Best character.
Yeah, he's cool.
Okay, he's just a best
Oh
fan.
yeah, probably best character.
Well, I think it's a fine place to put Blob Boy.
It is a character.
He's gonna win
so.
best character because we all know his name.
Janet, here's one for you and your other family. I think Phil Spencer's Kind of Funny interview was one of the best things of the year.
I did
whereas
glance
right
at
after the
that.
failure of Redfall and him just being completely open about how sad he was and what a miserable spot they were and how much they need to rethink all of gaming at Xbox. And there's obviously the big disclaimer that he was trying to kick Microsoft's butt so they look good in the court case so they didn't seem too dominant. And that was definitely the subtext there. But I do think in terms of just interviews for the year, I thought that was an amazing interview that he was that open, seemingly.
Yeah, I would toss that in there.
Kind of funny interview.
Bug Hansen.
Best thing is Bug Hansen. Now, I think everyone listening to this podcast knows exactly what you're referring to, Haley, but just in case they don't.
No idea.
No, I won't explain.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Nice.
It was a bug that appeared out of a SimCity 3000 that Dan Riker brought, and it was, as Leo put it, an ancient Egyptian beetle that flew out of the box, and we didn't find it. It disappeared.
This is during our charity stream in the wee hours of the night. What about just the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog being announced? Just that being a thing.
Yeah. Oh, that was like April Fool's. But then it
Yeah.
ended up being better than anything they've released.
Right. Just like a brand
It's the best
being
Sonic
willing.
game.
I mean, they
Sonic
they
game
called
from
the
the
game
past
the
Best
five
Sonic
murder
in
of Sonic the Hedgehog.
2023.
Yeah. Okay, this is specific, but Power Wash Simulator DLC, like the fact that they added like
Was it the Final Fantasy VII part that they
yes,
added? That you
cleaning
liked?
Seventh Heaven, but also like the Lara Croft mansion from Tomb Raider and stuff. Like it's really cool stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think they had some specific vehicle recently too. Those
It's like some Back to the Future stuff.
Was SpongeBob last year too, or this year?
SpongeBob was this year. Cosmic Shake.
This year.
I think they had the
for DLC.
DeLorean from Back to the Future.
The Power Wash Cinematic Universe.
ECU.
Okay.
I have one that I wrote down as combat log sprawl in Baldur's Gate 3. But basically when you pull off a big some kind of big crazy move that you've orchestrated and carried barrels all over, and then when you actually set it off and it's 50 things pop up and scroll through your combat log. It's very satisfying.
I love that you're into the combat log, Jeff.
Yeah, I love that. I didn't even notice that it was a thing.
Yeah.
And Jeffem's doing math with it.
They give you the formulas. You got to do the math at that point.
The name of the video game, Gunbrella.
Yes.
Again, maybe the only time that game will pop up on this list.
Active time lore in Final Fantasy 16, having that encyclopedia stuff.
Get that out of here.
Ready to go. It's a nice little thing.
I don't.
Why
That was
is that where
useless.
the
It was like, did you know that he's the Baron of Bare Knives to the country? And you're like, is this gonna help? And
Yeah.
they said no.
Okay, sorry, we have to delete it. Sarah doesn't like it.
I like it. I thought it was cool.
All right, Kyle bounces out. Okay, this is
Sorry.
Alan Wake 2, everybody, but specifically Remedy putting in characters that they don't have the rights to in the most creative, weird way possible. Of like, look, we're going to have characters from all of our games. We're going to have Max Payne essentially in this game, and we dare Rockstar lawyers to go after us. We're going to have Quantum Break characters in this game, and you know what we're talking about. So
If there's ever an IP case to go to court, I wish it would be that one. Like, how would you argue? Well, the meta narrative, Your Honor, it's clearly Max Payne.
and then meanwhile, like Sam Lake on stage has to look at pictures of the both of them and be like, no, sorry, this is Alex Casey. I don't recognize this other person.
Make the face.
I won't. Valve getting off its butt and celebrating the 25th anniversary of Half-Life by adding new multiplayer maps, by like giving just a performance patch to the original Half-Life game, and commissioning Danny Dwyer and the crew to make that anniversary, celebrating it. Like, this Valve going all out for the 25th anniversary of Half-Life is awesome. Oh, and giving it away for free, but I guess that's not the biggest thing. But
I mean, I'd rather
I don't know
take
that
a
you
new
can call that
game
going all out
from
but
them.
I don't know how to spell
They
acknowledging.
celebrated it.
Yeah. 25th anniversary of Half-Life.
I think we had a similar one of these for Crusader Kings, but the Baldur's Gate patch notes are another one of those like very entertainingly written sequences of things that are no longer allowed to happen in the game.
That's good.
Maybe like the EULA for Baldur's Gate 3 with the little song and stuff they have in there too.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
pretty fun.
What was it again?
It's like, how did it go, Sarah? We sang it with Kyle.
It said like that you must, by doing this, you must like dedicate a piece of art to Baldur's Gate 3 or like dedicate a chant to Baldur's Gate 3.
Right.
By like
So
reading to the
huzzah!
end. Yeah.
I didn't skim ours thoroughly enough. Is that in ours as well, Haley?
Ours is not an EULA. It's an acknowledgement agreement. Very different agreement.
Oh, and
on,
that's
man.
why Haley's the
That's
best.
embarrassing.
That's why we're sliding her up this
Dumbest
list.
thing is that
Yes.
What about just running into the other Spider-Man in the open world in Spider-Man 2 and him like swinging in to help you with crimes and stuff?
fun.
To other
Yeah, except
Spider-Man.
then every time you were like, do a high five, they just do the point at each other. And I've seen that meme 100 too many times at this point.
Yep, it's Spider-Man. They should cut off his fingers at this point.
I also like when they hug sometimes, which I never really got. Like, they usually just high-fived or pointed for me. I'm like, I want to see this two Spider-Man hug.
Hugging, high-fiving. Perfect.
What about the phrase 19 inches of venom? That was great.
Okay, 19
was pretty fun,
inches
yeah.
of venom. Now, can you contextualize that at all?
It was a beautiful statue of venom. And to describe this, they just said 19 inches of
19
venom.
inches of venom, baby.
Oh, it was
all
like
you
on the
need to know.
It was with the collector's edition.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We'll just put it next to its kin up here.
Oh, yeah. Match it up.
Let's see. Okay, this is geeky. I feel self-conscious about how geeky these are. So as long as we're all in agreement, this is a place for geeky stuff.
Hanson, I did combat log sprawl in Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay, well then sit down because this might out-geek it. But when they shut down Stadia this year, they gave away one free game, which was just a Snake clone. It's like, okay, sure, that's cool. But then if you beat it, they had credits, and the credits for the Snake clone were everybody who ever worked on Stadia. I thought that was a cool thing.
That's cool.
Cool.
Okay, hang on. Sarah has to pick herself up off the floor because that was
I'm
so
sorry.
moving.
Do you not want me to bend down and touch my dog?
No,
I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was
No
hands on
petting
the table,
dogs.
face front.
I was joking. I didn't even see you
can't
bend
pee,
down.
we can't pet
We
dogs.
can't pee, we can't
joking
pet our
Get
dogs.
it together, Sarah.
I was joking that you were floored by it. Never mind. Oh. You know what?
How about party nights in Dave the Diver, where it's like they tell you and you have like they'll tell you like jellyfish fans are coming in, and for 3 days you do nothing but capture jellyfish, and then you make like 10 times the amount of money that you do on a normal night.
Love it.
Yeah,
Very satisfying.
Cool. I'm a recent Dave the Diver player, by the way. That's why I brought up the cutscenes.
Love it. I loved in Resident Evil 4 Remake. I've never seen another game do this, but they just have a toggle that you can turn on to help with motion sickness. And it like adjusts field of view. It puts a little white reticle on the screen. It just like bundles everything together in one thing. Like, hey, do you get nauseous easily? Nauseated easily? Here, just turn this on. You'll be good to go. Instead of going in and fiddling with a bunch of other stuff. I thought that was an amazing tiny thing.
That's nice.
Nausea toggle in RE4 Remake.
I'm going to bring up the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed DLC once in every category, just so it's out there.
Okay, yeah.
But the introduction of old Rex and old Shulk, just seeing them together for the first time and being old, it's very cool.
Some of those words.
That one Tears of the Kingdom trailer that we all were like, whoa, like right before it came out.
Okay, where they used the Zelda theme, is that right?
Yeah, and then it was just like they showed the best parts of that game in like 1 minute without spoiling anything. I just remember I saw that trailer and I was like, heck yeah, ready.
Yep. John Carmack, when he left Meta, there was a letter that he wrote about like, here's everything that's freaking wrong with Facebook as a company and why I'm leaving. And it started to leak. And then he's like, you know what? F it. I'm just going to tweet it out. And he just shared this whole letter of just like, here's everything wrong with Facebook.
With your company.
It was really good. John Carmack's FU Facebook letter.
The proximity chat in Lethal Company.
Oh, explain.
I think one of the best uses of proximity chat.
Why is that?
Because it's like you'll be talking to someone and they'll be following you, and then all of a sudden they just stop talking. Then you turn around and you're like, hello? Or are you gone? Or like you'll just be like walking through the labyrinth and you'll just hear someone chatting, and then all of a sudden you'll hear screaming, just shrieking into the darkness, and they'll just cut off and they're just gone.
That's so cool.
I love that.
Okay, technically this was released December 14th, 2022. But I think we had kind of wrapped up. The Master of Puppets Metallica emote in Fortnite, which is not just one character playing it, but if you're like in a squad, everyone can join in and plays a different instrument. And so you can have like Master Chief and John Wick and Ariana Grande like all playing Master of Puppets.
That's hilarious.
I've hit a point now with like I'd rather see that in Dumbest Thing with Fortnite, like just all the sort of IP coming together. Like they had the Eminem concert and it cut to like Goku and John Wick on stage, like dancing.
Yeah,
I'm just
well,
like, we've hit a wall here.
Like I don't cool.
No, excuse me.
I heard somebody start to use that emote, but I was in like Fortnite Festival. I'm like, is this part of Fortnite Festival? What is going on? He's just playing Master of Puppets and drums like in front of the stage. Is this the list, everybody?
No.
Wait. Sorry, I have one more.
Yeah, we all have.
It's a good year. I'd argue.
The deduction board in Shadows of Doubt. Which finds like the perfect balance between, like you making your own notes, like pretty much everything you do yourself, and so you have this real agency feeling of it. But also when you're putting in stuff, sometimes they will like. You can reference stuff, and once you start connecting them, like if you find the right evidence and things, it will actually highlight after you've connected it that like, okay, these things are connected. They just found like the perfect balance. There's so many deduction boards in video games that just end up not, feeling right and feeling like they're doing it for you or whatever. And this one, like you're making your own Post-it notes and putting them. Exactly.
We all knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
There's so many. I don't know. I can't think of one in particular.
No, like all the Sherlock Holmes games and things like that. I've never seen one that is actually this satisfying, and it's because you're doing 90% of the things yourself and making your own custom notes, which you have to in that game to try and figure anything out.
Yeah, I love it.
In Lies of P, when you run out of Estus flasks or the game's equivalent, you can earn one back through like doing enough damage, and it is like tuned perfectly enough that there were like multiple boss fights that I would have died, but I like earned one Estus back at the very last second and then drank it and then was able to like finish the fight. It's like just unequivocally like a better system than From Software has in their games. It's so cool.
That's sweet. Oh. Is that
Eyeball arrows.
Eyeball arrows, the home.
We have a lot from Tears of the Kingdom, but that's just like whenever you have any kind of flying enemy or just something you don't want to deal with. It's like the Indiana Jones pistol. It's like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm just putting an eyeball on this arrow and shooting it, and it will do it.
That was the only thing wrong with Indiana Jones's pistol, is each bullet didn't have a little eyeball from a keys attached to it. All right. Is that it for best things in 2023?
Final Fantasy 14 Fall Guys collab, where they put Fall Guys in Final Fantasy 14 and Final Fantasy 14 in Fall Guys.
That's good. That
Sounds like
good.
the dumbest thing to me.
Okay,
our collaboration.
Okay, to the pissy
Done
zone,
with it.
Kyle.
Yeah.
To the pissy zone with thee.
Vanished.
Okay. All right. There's a lot to go through. What do you all consider slam dunks? Let's try and sort this a little bit.
I really do feel strongly specifically about Ascend.
I do too.
Because like that is one of those mechanics that like fundamentally every game that I've played since it, I'm like, I can't believe this has never existed before. I miss it in every game I've played since. Like, I think that's a lock for me.
Yep. I really like the Sea of Stars backer monuments. I think that's an awesome implementation. What else do y'all think is a slam dunkish territory here?
Spider-Man 2 fast travel.
Spider-Man 2 fast travel, Day of the Diver cutscenes. Okay, let's move both of those up. We all love.
What is? I have not played Dave the Diver. What's the deal with the cutscenes?
They're very charming.
Insane. I'm sorry, Haley. I don't
They're charming and insane.
Yeah,
I agree with that, actually.
Insanely charming.
It's like, imagine, the big Ratatouille scene, of like, having this epiphany. It's like, imagine that, but if it's like pixel art and just gonzo abstract stuff. I mean, that's just like for one of them, but all of them are just like wild little pixel cutscene.
Yeah,
events.
Crazy heightened. Like if you create a new piece of sushi, which you do frequently, there's like 5 or 6 just insane animations of the guy making sushi. Like if you just Google one, like you'll get it, and you see them all the time, and they're all unique and funny and weird. Like there's a real Katamari energy to them. Like they're really cool.
Yeah. I moved Haley up as a slam dunk contender. It's rude not to. So nice. Anybody else see any slam dunks, or are we dealing with this? These are all great things. There's no doubt. Sarah, for once you're not championing for these shoulders.
I will
Kennedy's
help
shoulders?
Sarah in the champion of those shoulders.
I would champion Leon Kennedy's shoulders to the ends of the earth.
Okay.
I was saying it'd just be a character, not Leon Kennedy, but Leon Kennedy's shoulders.
I mean, but who is Leon Kennedy without his shoulders? The shoulders
Right.
is Leon Kennedy.
And it's like it's
triple plater.
It's also like the way they get exposed partway through the game. It's like a nice reveal.
When he takes the jacket off.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So it's
I like
seeing
how we
the
have Kyle
shoulders.
on our side for this.
Yeah, we're like, exactly.
I get it.
All right. So slam dunk contenders for best thing. Ascend/Uppies, as I presume Sarah likes to call them, in Tears of the Kingdom.
They're uppies.
They're Uppies. The Sea of Stars, Backer Monuments, Day of the Diver cutscenes, Fast Travel in Spider-Man 2, Haley McClain joining MinnMax, and Leon Kennedy's shoulders.
I'm between Haley and Leon's shoulders, personally.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
I'm between Sea of Stars and
What a
Upbeat.
good place to be.
And I don't want to leave.
I do like Day of the Diver cutscenes as well. Those I like. Shoulders is very funny for me. I would like that if that was our choice. But
I'm
Day of the Diver
100%.
cutscenes, right?
I'm 100% with Haley of Ascend and Sea of Stars.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, I don't want to be too anti of this because I haven't played Sea of Stars, but like that's not the first game that has done that. Hollow Knight has like a very similar backer monument area thing, and so it's like I'm sure it's super cool, but like it's not unique per se.
Okay.
That's fair.
I think Ascend is my top one.
Yep.
And to be
Also,
fair, Leon's shoulders have existed in many games before.
But I feel like not in this
I know, I'm
form,
just
though.
kidding.
But this
Not in this
beautifully
artistically crafted form.
If
You guys don't
Leon's
think the
shoulders can't be
PS1
here, then the
version
4
of
remake
Leon's
can't be
shoulders
here
were
either.
Sarah's the only person who plays Resident Evil 4 in VR, but just cranes her neck just to look at her own shoulders.
I
for
literally
hours.
only want to play it for that reason.
I like how funnily specific the shoulders thing is, though. I can't say
It is
that
specific.
they do a lot for me personally.
fact I had that
But I haven't beaten
thought,
it.
but I
I haven't seen the
never said
reveal.
He takes out the final boss with the shoulders. He just kind of flexes his shoulders and they
Yeah,
melt.
I mean, Leon's fun.
It feels like
Ascend.
Ascend seems like a lock.
Yeah, I think so.
It feels like for the minimum. Is it between Fast Travel and Spider-Man 2 and Dave the Diver cutscenes? And those shoulders?
I'd rather have Haley or even Leon's shoulders just because it's silly. Personally, the fast travel is very impressive, but it's the best fast travel system I've ever experienced in a game where I almost never want to fast travel. So who cares?
That's interesting. I think that's a
point.
fair ding. That's a fair ding.
I use it all the time because I'm to the point in that game.
I definitely
where it's
used
like
it for sure.
Every
I
other
used it more
objective
than
is like, if I'm in Brooklyn and I got to get to Manhattan, like I'm not.
That's city
swinging
life.
that
No,
far.
I feel you. I feel when I was looking for those little bots because I was like, oh, I actually left a lot of these everywhere. I did use it quite a bit for that, but
Yeah, I like think the gliding, between Spider-Man things was like the cooler thing. But
I mean,
I like the cutscenes. The Dave the Diver cutscenes are just so charming.
They are good. Jacob, how you feeling for the minimum winner?
I feel like I can't have a stance on the Dave the Diver. I mean, I watched one on YouTube. It looked cool. I don't want to come down too hard against it.
Jeffem?
I mean, personally, it would be fast travel for me, but I'm of the other ones.
I mean, we're really writing off shoulders like that.
That's
easy.
what
Hey,
I feel
I'm not
like
writing off
Sarah
anything. I'm not
cares
writing
more
off
about
anything.
the shoulders
sure,
than
shoulders.
about any of the
I
other
like-
things.
Yeah, I'm pro shoulders.
Are we all pro shoulders?
It just captures like Leon Kennedy's essence, I feel like,
Yeah.
which is kind of
Shoulders.
what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, big win for me, you guys. Thank you.
I like it. I think it's
Do we have a
Big get.
quorum on? Are we all locked in? Best thing.
Uppies and shoulders.
Let's do it.
Uppies and shoulders, everybody. Ascend and Tears of the Kingdom. Congratulations on
this-
being the best thing for 2023. And Leon's Kennedy's shoulders is the minimum best thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as the worst thing in 2023. No, hey, congratulations. All right.
Hey.
Good
Dumbest
big old list, though.
thing. Yeah, what a good year.
There's
Dumbest.
that giant emoji.
Yeah, why is that huge?
All right.
It's so big.
Who added these emojis? They really doing a good job here. Dumbest thing. This is
There we go.
good stuff.
Peter Griffin's body in Fortnite.
Oh my
Great.
god, it is so dumb.
So true.
I
got
just
some
have to say I
context.
googled Leon Kennedy's shoulders, and the first thing is a YouTube video that says "Get arms like Leon Kennedy Resident Evil 4 workout."
How many views?
So everybody who saw this, there is a link that you could follow, and you too could have Leon Kennedy's shoulders.
Good to know.
Best thing from MinnMax 2023.
How do I send that to my boyfriend without sending that to my boyfriend?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
put
have
this
it
on
up.
his
It's on his
page.
for you. Yes, his for you page, not mine.
Put this on his for you page.
Can I get some context for Peter Griffin? I mean, I know
He's
Oh
just
my
funny,
god, you gotta
dude.
look it up. It's like the wildest thing I've ever seen. Honestly, like Kelsey, you 360 no scope this category. That wasn't even on my list, but it is so dumb.
He's buff. Like that's the short
Yeah.
version. It's like
Yeah.
Fortnite like can't handle like a fat character, and so they just made him buff, and it
And-
looks absurd.
And not
so
only is he buff,
specifically
he's only
just
buff
how
on the
he
top.
looks in Fortnite.
Or just like
Yeah.
the reasoning
Yeah.
behind it, maybe. Like,
Oh, I thought
what-
you guys
what
said
did they
death
say?
animation, or did I miss? Did I make that up?
I mean, I don't think they said anything, but I feel like the kind of obvious answer is like they only have one kind of skeleton
Right.
mesh
Yeah,
or whatever,
yeah.
and so they just like didn't want to make a bigger hitbox.
They need to have- yeah.
It'd be competitively non-viable to have a real size Peter Griffin.
All right.
Yeah, but it looks terrible. The Mario movie, and it could be something specific. It could be the slow-mo Mamma Mia was one I wrote in there as dumbest thing. Also the I'm gonna kill your brother in front of you. Now I'm kind of pro that line, so I might rescind that one. But I think slow-mo Mamma Mia from Mario movie
Okay.
was the dumbest thing.
Can you give us the example, Janet?
Yeah, how's that go?
Can you say Mamma Mia in slow motion?
Can you say Mamma Mia?
Like I can do a lot of things, but I think let's let the list form itself and see if that's going to be a relevant example.
Yeah, I got some Mario stuff in here. When the cast of the Super Mario Brothers movie appeared on the Kelly Clarkson show, do you remember this earlier in the year, like promoting the film? And then Jack Black came out dressed as Bowser. And he had such a bulge in this Bowser costume that they had to pixelate out his bulge as he's dancing around.
They did that?
Send me
I
the
didn't know.
link to
Okay.
that, please. I need that. The unedited version.
Jack Black, Kelly Clarkson, uncensored.
That's wild.
And then Chris Pratt didn't know anything about Mario. They were like, "What's your favorite one?" He's like, "Oh, I used to play those."
He played the
All of
arcade
them.
version. He just said it over and over and over again. It's like, yeah, we got that. We got that, buddy. Also, here's just something I like, but dumbest things can be like fun dumb. And I do think this is a fun dumb. We're all entering the fun dumb kingdom. In the Mario Direct that they had after the movie trailer, where Miyamoto made a big deal about by the way, we've made real world versions of Mario's boots from the movie, and you can go to New York where they're behind a lucite case and look at his boots.
Yeah.
What?
Shout out to me. I
Gross.
talked to Red Wing Shoes about making those shoes for a little article for Game Informer, which you can find now. I think it's online.
I was excited to
Because
read
they're
that
local.
article.
Red Wing is based in Minnesota. So
See, Sarah, I was just telling you about how cool Red Wing was.
Yeah.
Sarah wasn't
Oh, that's
lying.
good though. I forgot
I
that
have
was,
no knowledge
that was
of that.
this year.
I have a good one. Unity Fiasco.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Was that new?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I
That might be, I think news.
It's news, but it's also
I had
dumb.
it under biggest news.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
It's weird because I like it here too, Haley, because it is it's huge news, but when the overwhelming sensation of the news is that's the dumbest freaking thing they could have possibly done, I like it here.
I
Should
felt
we
like
give some context for this for
Please.
people who might have
Please.
missed it?
Haley, you're the expert.
Yeah. They completely reworked their system where they were taking a fee per download instead of just a rev share or something, which no one would have talked about if it was a rev share. But they were like, what about a per download thing? And then it brought up all these questions like, what about if people are downloading on Steam Deck? That's a whole different charge you get even though they bought the game once. What if people weaponize this and download it over and over and over again and cost the developer a bunch of extra money?
What about
It was
Game
very
Pass?
dumb.
And they're like, well, we can track every download, every user. It's like, what? You shouldn't have that
trust us,
tracking
please.
info.
What
What
We
about
won't
charity
tell
packs?
you,
It was like
and you
80.
can't
Right.
audit us.
Yeah. I mean, in terms
But
of a
trust
company
us, bro.
shooting itself in the foot with a Gatling gun, I feel like that was incredibly dumb.
In Lies of P, your upgrade system is called the P organ.
Yeah.
I was just going to bring that one up.
I just feel like the name Lies of P, I feel like also should just be up there
Yeah.
for dumbest thing.
Yeah.
Who thought that was a hard hitting title?
I did.
Right.
I heard, and I can't confirm this, unfortunately. Someone told me that it's a pun in Korean where
That would make
the
more
game
sense.
was developed. But P organ, I feel like is just inexcusable.
Yeah, I feel like every time somebody doesn't like a name, you can just be like, "Oh, actually, it's a pun in Korean." If you don't like my kid's name, it's actually a pun in Korean. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it.
On the Lies of P note, I think the costumes / weapon combos and for good dumb thing, because I just like dressing up ridiculously and then putting a baton on the edge of a giant mallet and being like, what if we did this?
That's good. That's good.
In Dave the Diver, how the auto select function for making sushis isn't just an automatic thing and you have to set it for every sushi so that you don't make too much sushi and then waste all your supplies. So every single sushi every day you have to select auto select, and it's so dumb.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Going on live action dates in Like a Dragon Gaiden.
In a fun way, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that dumb.
anyway,
I hated
yeah.
it. It's bad for me.
Dumb negative / dumb positive.
Yeah. I also talking about. I don't know. I feel like this minimizes it, but I do want to at least mention it here as maybe a dumbest thing. Maybe it's news. But to call it dumbest, because dumb is supposed to be kind of a fun category. I don't know if it fits here.
Oh, no.
But the excessive layoffs, despite the industry being incredibly successful and profitable, those
I
two
wrote that
things
one down,
happening
too.
side by
Yeah.
side was just ridiculous and frustrating. But I don't know if it belongs in dumbest thing because I feel like almost that minimizes
I think,
the
yeah.
impact of that.
Yeah, I mean, I had a more specific version of that, but it's the same thing where at the beginning of the year, Microsoft laid off 10,000 people from their company,
Yeah.
but also pushed through an Activision acquisition of
Yeah.
$70 billion. It's that level of like, what are we doing here, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that can go here. I think there's definitely other categories where it can work.
On that note, just Embracer Group in general.
Oh my
this
God.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excess and retraction. Yeah.
Sony released a PlayStation 5 Slim that's the same size as the PlayStation 5.
That's a good one.
Is freaking huge.
Good one.
Also, the idea that for their digital version of the PS5 Slim, you need to connect it online, or for the disc version, you need to connect online to verify.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sony PS5 Slim need internet connection.
Don't you need internet for most physical games though? Because you need to install the game.
For
I guess
for the
it
physical
doesn't
thing, you
necessarily
don't.
need to check the internet if you have the disc in there, I think, right? Like you'll
If you
want to
have it
download
downloaded.
updates and stuff, but I
Yeah.
think as long as you have the disc in there, it doesn't need to do an online check. But I could
For
be totally
Sony?
wrong about that.
Okay, so you mean like the verification part?
I think for Sony's it did.
It does check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
Sony has software that's like makes you log into the internet. I think before you can download.
Yeah, I
on-
think. Well, Kyle's mentioning though, once you do that though, then you can play normally.
Once it's
think it can go
downloaded, it's
offline.
just on
Okay,
there.
so this is the new. Okay, cool.
I feel like we do this every year, but what about broken AAA PC ports? Like it was an especially bad year for like Jedi Survivor, Forspoken, Last of Us Part 1, Wo Long, like all these huge games were just trash on PC for so long.
True.
Did GoldenEye
There's an
come
easy
out
fix for that though.
on like this year?
Yes, it
like
did.
the Switch
Yes, it
and
did.
Xbox. I think GoldenEye specifically only having an online mode on the Nintendo Switch, a company that has the worst online infrastructure in existence.
Yep. The fun thing, Janet, we brought that up last year, and then we said, well, it's not releasing until 2023, so let's save it for next year. So I'm so glad that you brought it up. and remembered. That's amazing.
Good job, Janet.
Yay!
I feel like Nintendo Online could just be a recurring dumbest thing.
Yeah,
Just
it's
like
pretty
over
rough.
and over and over again.
Forever.
On the theme of PC ports, and this is I'm going to have to post a picture of this in our cohorts update thing, but I'll try to describe it. The PC controls for the Metal Gear Solid 3 Master Collection are the single most unhinged controls I've ever seen.
What about it?
Oh, I want to see this.
It's so WASD is the left stick. The right stick is also controlled by the keyboard, J, K, L, and I, but square is on the mouse. The triangle button
is a
is
prank.
E. The D-pad is shift somehow.
This feels like it's a hate crime against PC gamers.
Let's see you keep up with this, Hotshots. We thought circle for confirm was bad back in the day.
Oh God.
Speaking of
I mean,
stuff,
that could be the dumbest thing is that they did do that, but they swapped it between the different. So circle is
Right.
confirmed in Metal Gear Solid, and X is confirmed in Metal Gear Solid 2, even though you buy them as a bundle. Anyway, it's really getting granular here, but
Jeffem spent the most time with this game, but last year we also said, well, let's save this for 2023 based on trailers and previews. Jeffem, do you think the talking cuff from Forspoken earns a spot in Dumbest Thing? It's your call, dude. It's your call. You can respect the cuff if you want.
Respect the cuff.
Come on, Jeffem, respect that cuff, please.
I mean, it's a talking cuff, so you can put it on the list.
Okay. But you don't have your knives out for the cuff.
I think
It
it's.
is.
I think it's
yeah.
like part of the reason I enjoyed that game was because of how weird and stupid it was. And so
So
I
best
didn't-
thing.
I didn't hate it as much as other things. But
Okay.
everything goes on the list, right?
Everything goes on the list.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong
I mean,
with that.
I beat that game. Remember, and Cuff. I think ultimately was like a shoulder shrug of a character. I wasn't offended by it, but yeah, there's no. I'm not like we don't need to defend
It is
You're a
at the
cuff
end of the day,
defender?
though, a talking cuff. So
Yeah.
Which happened a
Um,
bunch
thi-
this year. That was like a recurring thing. There's something talking cuffs, right? Wasn't there like other examples of that? I don't
Name
know.
one.
So there was at least one other one.
There was one other one.
What
Just
is
give me
the other
like
one,
2
though?
hours and I'll find it. Okay, just don't put me on the spot.
High on Life or whatever, right? That had like a
the
talking
gun.
gun. Yes.
Oh, that was last year, though.
Was it?
Yeah.
Very similar vibes, though.
Okay, well then, no, there's no other talking item
There's
in all
nothing.
of gaming from this year.
The-
I have one that's going to be controversial because I know some people like it, but the Alan Wake 2 jump scares,
No, I think that's good.
Oh.
flashes that
I think I love it there.
I just hate it.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
going game specific.
I've heard people talking about how great that is, and I was like, those were completely unearned. I don't understand. Okay,
Yes.
Jake is pointing at himself. Jake is pointing at himself.
I like
It's
This is the
vibe.
controversy.
So we've got
Kyle,
defenders
but
on the pod.
Welcome to the
Okay,
team.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about
The vibes.
the Pokemon Cross Vincent Van Gogh event, where the Pokemon Twitter account had to actually tweet out, we are actively working on ways to provide more Pikachu with gray felt hat promo cards, because everyone was losing their minds wanting this Pikachu Van Gogh.
That's funny.
So the Pikachu Van Gogh reseller market.
Hysteria, yeah, I think. It really chilled me to my core that that people are losing their minds about this.
People were like waiting for other people to come out of the museum to like try to buy their Pikachu cards off of them. Like it was bad.
Wow.
It was not good.
Yeah.
depressing.
Van Gogh wants to cut off his other ear when he heard this happen.
I have Starfield not allowing you to customize your FOV because that made me throw up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. What about just like lack of accessibility options?
Yeah,
or?
lack of accessibility options. Motion blur.
Maybe just
gross.
lack of. You know, like just in general.
lack of stuff in Starfield.
I also, it's funny, we highlighted Spider-Man's fast travel. I had dumbest thing on my personal list, fast travel in Starfield. It's just
Kyle, I had the
No
same thing.
driving
Okay,
this shit.
good.
Yeah.
Just so
Just the
yeah.
the sequence of being on the surface of one planet and getting to being on the surface of another
Yes.
planet, being like a loading screen to get in your ship, a loading screen to take off from the planet, a loading screen to fast travel to outside the other planet, a loading screen to land on the surface of the planet, and then you get off your ship. It's just like, how can this be the game? How is this what they made?
It is
also-
a thing about that game where I almost was like, when I first played it, I was kind of like, oh, I guess this is what it is. I'll have to get used to it. But the further I get away from it, I'm like, no, that was bad. Like that was not a good decision.
And
I
I
think
know
also I can't remember if it was Sarah who said this because I watched Sarah's stream of Starfield. So Sarah, if you didn't say this, just be like, I never said that. But I think it was Sarah who said, can you call it fast travel if it's the only way to travel? And I'm like, oh my God, no, that's so true.
Take credit for that, Sarah. Take credit for that.
No, I think I did say that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Big brain.
I was watching Sarah's stream the other day, and she said, I don't think Ben realized that I blew up on Reddit recently for my streams. And I wanted to let you know, Sarah, in this place right here and now, that I did notice you
That
blowing
did
up
know?
on Reddit.
You
and it was
didn't
very
even
impressive.
congratulate me for my internet
I was
success.
going to congratulate you on the last episode of the podcast.
Sarah, you need that meme.
But then you
of,
bent
they don't know
down
I'm
to pet
blowing
the
up on
dog
Reddit
and
because of my
couldn't
streams.
Yeah, you dared pet a dog. What about
By the way, Atlas Fallen was the other 2023 game that has a talking cuff.
Atlas Fallen?
We all remember it.
that
We
game.
all played it.
Oh, before I forget Starfield stuff, what about just town maps in Starfield? City maps? Having that moment of just like, what am I looking at?
Oh, yeah,
is this
there is
really?
no map.
No
Yeah.
maps.
There's
Sorry, Starfield.
No town maps.
They deserve it.
I don't feel too bad about it.
In the video game Wanted Dead,
Yes.
which is a game that I'm sure only I played, there is a karaoke mini game, but there is only one song, and it is 99 Red Luft Balloons.
That is
Yes.
good.
Oh my
Yeah, I like
gosh.
that.
One song karaoke.
Like when you click it, it says karaoke in the like mini game selection, and then you click it, and it just starts playing that song because there are no other options.
I love it.
Can you put have you heard of the imprisoning war
Yep.
underneath it from Tears of the Kingdom? Because of how many times every time you go someplace, they have to reintroduce it to you just in case it was the first time you were there.
Yes.
And by the end of it, like you already know about it, and they're like, "Have you heard about this crazy imprisoning war, Link?" Also, I have no clue what happened to Zelda. Isn't that wild?
Yep.
Are you talking about just like NPCs, or are you talking
No,
about
no,
No, like
the
every
story
time you
stuff.
met a new bestie, they had to re-explain, like the sage would re-explain the imprisoning war
yes,
to
like
you.
at every dungeon you beat, you watch
Yes.
the same cutscene.
Like it
Yes,
was the
that
first
is
time
good.
you were
Yeah.
hearing it.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. With all due respect to the game, Exoprimal is pretty freaking dumb, right? Fun dumb, but seeing a bunch of
Fun dumb.
raptors
That's
fall
big
from the
dumb.
sky, that is fun.
The concept of Exoprimal, right? Just
Right.
like the baseline. Yeah.
Baseline Exoprimal.
Can you just write down the video game Skull and Bones?
It's still not out. Yeah. Okay.
Aw.
I don't know if this is dumb, but I have nowhere else to put it. But just Charles Martinet, like not being Mario anymore.
I think
Yeah.
that's
It's
not
news.
dumb.
I think it's news.
I guess, but it makes me feel sad. So it's not.
Can you put
it's
like a sad face
thing.
after the bad news that we don't like?
Yeah, we can put sad faces wherever you want.
Can we
Absolutely.
do a vibe check on some of these news?
Yeah. In the game that no one else played, the Crew Motorfest, they have a YouTuber in there from Donut Media, and it's just a live action YouTuber who has a whole playlist, like a whole section of the game is devoted to this guy, and he's the most obnoxious MF I've ever seen in my life, where he's like, all right, listen up, you buff horses, let's get this Ferrari on the road, here we go. And then, and there's live action videos of this asshat everywhere. Then you drive away and get away from him, then a drone appears by your car, and this YouTuber follows you around in a drone and keeps screaming in obnoxious YouTube voice about cars and stuff.
Can you do the rest of the podcast in that voice?
What's
yeah,
that,
and
Kelsey?
you can just put like influencer appearances in games.
What, do you have other examples?
I feel like there were a few games that like solely relied on, like I think Mr. Beast was in a few games. There was one that was like just like you played as the influencers, and I'm just sick of it.
Yeah.
I think Greg Miller is in the new Silent Hill.
He's also in Spider-Man 2. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, he's in Spider-Man 2.
Also,
by the way, that Silent Hill game. Right?
Silent Hill Ascension,
Yeah.
maybe voting specifically, the way that you have to, like, you buy influence, you like buy votes to affect the story.
Oh, that's weird.
The King Kong game that came out earlier, where one of the cutscenes, there was just like a JPEG of like a Tyrannosaurus, and they just zoomed in on the still frame.
That's best thing.
yeah, that does sound.
Yeah, I need
more
to see
games
that.
do that. If that was an Alan
Shout
Wake,
out
you'd
to,
say it's the best thing ever.
Shout out to Game Mill Publishing.
Shout out, Game Mill, Minnesota, represent.
I have a spoilery one.
Do we need full spoiler
what?
gates up on this? Is there a way to soft land it?
Let me say the vague thing, and then you can decide.
Okay.
The Spider-Man 2 fight.
Oh, I think that's all.
pretty dumb.
We can put that in there like that. I think. Tell you what, Spider-Man 2 screaming fight. Yeah, that is certainly dumb, but yeah.
Was it just like what it was done? I liked it. I don't know.
I like the
and I didn't think it
conceptual.
was dumb, but, like,
I think just the
that's- I mean,
look of
I
it.
don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. What about the announcement of the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, but them calling it Metal Gear Solid Delta instead of just putting 3 in there, having an actual in terms of names?
That feels like
That's
that's
kind of cool.
It's cool. Oh,
They
okay.
they gave a reason for it that I accept.
They want better sales.
No, if they wanted better sales, they would have just called it Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
I don't think so. I think they want more people jumping in, not being like, oh, the third one. I don't know.
But no, that just, I mean, I'm not saying like don't put on the list, but it does feel on the tier of like any Square Enix title, you know.
Undoubtedly.
I mean, I think we put Triangle Strategy in dumbest thing.
Ooh,
Yeah, it belongs.
the name.
So
Oh, it didn't come out this year though. Okay.
Yeah.
This is kind of outside the world of games, but the poster for the Gran Turismo movie that is the fully printed review of like a critic.
What?
Oh, I haven't seen this.
It's like a standee that would be in actual movie theaters that I saw, but it is like the entire printed review by Owen Gleiberman, and it's just like 2,000 words on a poster, including the poster saying like, I didn't really like this director's other movies, but this one is good.
I like because like when someone wants to use a quote for a review that you wrote in marketing, if they're nice, they email you and ask you for permission. And you know, I've turned some down, I've accepted some, but I love the idea of getting that email that's like, hey, do you mind if we quote your review? And there's like, here's what we're going to use. And they just give you the full review for your marketing materials. I'm like, well, I guess that's what I said that. So sure.
It's recent, but what about Sony just removing episodes and seasons of shows that you bought?
That's good.
That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, confirming my long-held fear.
Chucky got added to Dead by Daylight, and it's so stupid, and I love it.
Okay. Just
He's
because
just this little guy running around. He swears like none of the other
Love
killers
it.
swear.
Love
just
it.
Running around cussing. He cussing, hitting everybody's ankles.
that sounds
So
great.
stupid.
Okay, the Lord of the Rings Gollum, but specifically that they charge you $3 for an emote to have him say, "My precious." You have to pay to make him say it, but you can say whenever you want if you just pay up.
Gollum this year?
wild.
It was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Feels
I
so
remember
long.
the clips from the stream. They were so good.
Any other dumb stuff we should throw on here?
Final Fantasy 16 Clive sex scene. And I will not elaborate.
When Kenzie in Immortals to Avium said, "He's right behind me, isn't he?" And it was unironic.
Oh,
I think
yep.
we could just leave Immortals of Avium up there and not elaborate on it as well.
That's fair.
Hey, he's right behind me.
It's more of like a small business thing, so I don't know how dumb it is, but the FIFA not being called FIFA anymore.
Oh, is that this year? Wow.
Yeah. Well, this year's the
that's
year
good,
that
yeah.
we got the game that wasn't FIFA.
Okay.
It's EA Sports FC.
FIFA no longer FIFA.
I have a small one from Avatar. When you're harvesting animals, the first time you do it, it's like this very ceremonial thing, and the other Navi's like, okay, so you have to thank them because they're giving their life up for you.
Right.
And so it's like this 30-second cutscene where you're like, thank you. Your spirit lives on and goes to the mother tree, but your body will give us substance and everything. And then every time after that, you're just kind of like, thanks, guy. Thanks for the meat, whatever. Like, they had to instantly shrink it down and turn it into this trivial, stupid thing as you're harvesting like all these animals as you're.
Doesn't that say it all about life,
And it's
though?
dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kyle, by the way, you watching
Thanks
that
for the meat.
James Cameron, Greta Gerwig, Vanity interview?
Oh,
Or
I've seen a couple clips from it. I
Oh
haven't
my
watched
God.
the full thing yet.
Oh,
yeah.
it's so good. It's so fun to see them
That's
talk.
like, yeah, you and me. It's like, oh, directors talking to each other. Give it to me.
That's what we always say when we hang out. What about, this is an ongoing thing.
Sarah's been raising
Ben,
her hand.
Ben, please.
Yes, Sarah?
This is the one that I think needs to win. It's the Final Fantasy 16 Clive press L3R3 to accept the truth.
Oh,
I don't even remember that. That happened?
This needs
you
to
don't
win.
remember that?
I don't.
You don't
accept
remember that, Ben?
I don't.
There's this moment in the game where you're fighting a boss that's technically like, we no spoilers, but you're fighting a boss.
Sure.
And Clive's like losing, and he's like, "Oh man, it's so hard to be me, you guys. Oh, I'm fighting with my inner demons." And it literally prompts you on screen. It says L3R3 to accept truth. And then you have to click them in, and he goes like Super Saiyan because he has finally accepted the truth within himself.
I think that's fun.
I think it's dumb in a good way. I did.
Oh,
like
yeah,
it.
yeah.
When
There's
I-
no
That
doubt
was,
it's
like,
dumb.
Giant. I'm trying to remember if that was Giant Bomb's like best thing list or something.
Oh,
I
really?
had that on there too. That's how I know about that.
Oh,
I was
fun.
like, oh, did they like it or did they hate it? I don't remember now.
We don't speak of them around here, Janet.
Yeah.
What about, this is an ongoing thing, but it still makes me feel bonkers. When Xbox or PlayStation proudly proclaim their exclusive developer interviews on their blogs, it's like, oh yeah, of course it's the exclusive. You're like gating everybody else out. You get stupid to call them. Based on this reaction, I'm going to go with not putting it on the list, but okay.
It is
This
dumb.
reaction was the dumbest thing. Just like,
What else?
Judging people for not having the no, okay.
What do y'all like? For anything else? Is this it? This seems like a great list of dumb
Yeah,
things.
I think so.
All right, let's slam dunk territory. Who's got a slammer?
Oh, what gosh.
Peter Griffin's body in Fortnite. I don't know if it's going to make it the whole
Okay.
way, but it is really, really, really dumb.
It is.
I appreciate that Unity is news, but I really think it's dumbest thing.
I am absolutely with you, Haley. I think this is a great
one,
spot for Unity.
Yeah.
Just stupid decision that blew up the internet for a very long time.
I kind of like the GoldenEye shenanigans.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because it was like a game people wanted for so long, and to have all these asterisks on what should just be a straightforward port. That's all anybody wanted, I don't know.
Yeah. There's local multiplayer.
I guess we should probably figure out if we're putting layoffs like here or in news, but I feel like it should be on one of those. Just
I
as,
think
like,
it
a
feels like news to
representation of the
me.
year.
I feel
That's
like
fine. News is
yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jan, I think you're right. We should make a call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast travel in Starfield.
Yes.
I do think
Yes.
should be up there.
I
I think so
It-
too.
It's the primary mechanic of the game.
Right.
Like that's what I kind of can't get over. Is it's
It's
not like a
space.
little annoying thing. It's like the way the game works.
Yeah.
I like Mario's boots, but because I think I have such a specific memory of watching that stream. Like I don't do a lot of reaction streams, but I did do one for that.
You lost it when you saw them boots.
It really was. It was like it was their one last thing of this like exciting stream about the movie, and I was like, this is what we're like. I think you can go find it, and I really was just like laughing hysterically. I was like, boots that you can't buy? They're just boots you go look at.
Huge boots to go look at. And honestly, Kyle, I saw your article and was really excited that I read that interview. That was a revealing interview. Like he was spitting fire in that interview talking about those boots.
Look, man, not every interview is going to be like, some revelatory. I can't get Red Wing shoes to talk crap about Nintendo.
I know, that's exactly it.
I was like, tell me what it was like to work with them, but only the bad stuff. And they're like, we're honored to work with them. What do you want?
We made boots. Leave us alone.
I think the large PS5 Slim is awesome.
I was just gonna say the same one. Yeah,
that is good. That is good. Large.
Yeah, we gotta start cutting here soon.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I respect Jacob's depiction of the PC controllers from Metal Gear Solid Collector's Edition. That does seem delightfully stupid. I don't think it's winning, but I respect it. Oh, I mean, don't overlook the P organ. Speaking of Jacob Geller, King of the P.
Don't underestimate the P
purveyor of
organ.
stupid things.
Yeah. Anybody else got one they feel like is slam dunky?
Can we at least unpack the Spider-Man 2 fight? Because I saw people in the chat saying that they like it as well, and it's blown my mind that people are defending this thing.
Just because it looks stupid.
Wait, so what's dumb
gates?
about it? Is it just dumb that, should we put a gate? Yeah.
Well, okay. Spoilers for Spider-Man 2 here, everybody. Spoilers for Spider-Man 2. This one specific fight. All right, Jeff, take it away.
Yeah, so Mary Jane gets turned into a Venom offshoot. Looks ridiculous, that's fine. But then, you go into this fight against her, and it's like this weird mix of her being honest and you gaslighting her. Like, she's bringing up all these issues that she has, like legitimate issues with Peter Parker, where she's like, I have to work for this asshole because you can't keep a job and you can't pay the bills. And the whole time he's like, no, that's the Venom talking. You actually love me. Like, this is not a real thing. And then it like turns into like, you do that a lot. And then it turns into like you telling her how much you love her. She like brings up her book. Or you say like, no, you love helping people. And she's like, Peter Parker says, you love helping people. You even wrote a book about it. And she's like, nobody read that book. And then like kind of Mary Jane's actual personality starts coming through, and she's like, no, I don't mean that. Like, even if it only helped one person, like that made it all worth it, which is the biggest cliche ever. And then Peter Parker's like, I read it and it helped me. And she's like, I'm always helping you. And he's like, no, that's the Venom. Like,
Jeff,
don't feel bad about that.
You describing this made me like it more. I do like that
I think
moment.
it's one of the few honest close to honest, genuine
she's
conversations.
She's honest. But the part that annoys me is that he's just like chalking it up. No, that's like the evil Venom, like making you resent these things about me.
But I think that's interesting.
Actually, you really love me and I really love you. But the whole time you're just like mercilessly beating the out of her for like 20 minutes. And then you get to the end. You get to the end and you come out of it. And then she apologizes to you for almost killing you. And she's like, I'm sorry. Like, I haven't been myself for a long time. This conversation comes right after, like, as Peter Parker you've just gotten rid of the Venom suit yourself. You haven't really even talked to her at that point. And there was an entire sequence right before that where you tried to kill her and chased her through this entire tunnel, almost murdering her. And then she apologizes to you as like, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. You just beat the out of me.
Okay,
for 20
I agree that
minutes.
Men is the dumbest thing every year, but I feel like it's still a good part of the game.
I don't think you should undersell how stupid the design is, because that was really what struck me. Is that like,
and it's from the comics. I get it.
It's like Venom is an alien symbiote, this hulking black mass of whatever, and then MJ takes it, and it's like sexy, long hair, big breasts Venom.
Hold on,
It's
I'm
like-
Googling it. What the
yes.
hell?
it looks like comic book design from like 1990, which I
'Cause it
assume
is.
is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's so bad compared to every other design in the game that like my partner was sitting next to me on the couch and screaming when it happened of like how stupid she looks.
Yeah. I agree that
I like
I
the long
appreciate-
hair, the kind of weird like Pokemon Jessie kind of look to it, how it like whips. Like I don't know. That's just me.
Pokemon.
Like
Jessie.
Yeah, it's what it looks like.
That's good.
I appreciate her like anger actually coming through.
Yes, I
in
think
it.
it's cool to have
her dealing with her emotions. But like the fact that Peter Parker, who's been a douchebag through the entire game, basically, is like
I don't think
he
that.
writes it off as,
sucks.
"Hey, this is the bad alien in you talking. This isn't how you really feel." And she basically agrees with it at the end and apologizes to him. And then it's like, okay, don't worry, I'm back to supporting you. And he's like, oh, actually, like I'm getting this call from Miles. I gotta go again. See ya. And then just like dips out of there, and she's back to just being your
It sounds
loyal.
like you're
but she's
angry.
also quit her job at that point, so she's got to get a new job to f***ing take care of you again.
and she does, and it's a great job. Sounds like you're angry at Peter
podcaster.
Parker.
This makes me wish we did a
You can
Spider-Man
put
preview
Peter
this time
Parker
now.
on the list.
I know,
instead.
same.
We did use
I'll-
a spoiler cast. But
I just want to shout out
I'll
your
take
joke,
a-
Ben, of her new job. It's a great job. It's so relevant. We don't need to spoil it, but I love that. Yeah. It's a high-paying job. It's you make so much money at her new
huge.
job.
It's
Let me,
huge.
let me tell you.
Okay, Jeff. I mean, spoilers over. Spoiler gate.
Spoilers over.
Spoilers over.
Thank you for allowing me.
Got it
to
off your
Jeff, that was
feel
amazing.
better.
That was amazing.
Jeff, everybody. I like
That was
like some-
passion.
It was
Some folks
passion.
in the chat who didn't want spoilers went on mute. Muted the stream and just got to watch you just gesticulate.
It was
Lose my mind.
incredible.
I almost turned into Venom myself.
We applaud passion here at MinnMax.
That's right. Yeah, I feel like it's Unity cannot not be on this list. Like,
Was
yeah,
it also
I agree.
news?
Yeah.
I think it's better for dumbest thing. I feel like there's so many other news stories to get to. I think this is like when the overwhelming sensation of the news story is that's just dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it as a lock. Yeah.
Like the news came out and the news was dumb. So therefore it's just dumb.
Dumb supersedes news.
Sorry, I just got jump scared by my partner coming into my
Oh,
office. I
that's
didn't
a
see him. He
reminder.
was there.
Should we
so-
put that on the list
We'll
then?
watch the
The
video
Alan
version.
Wake 2 jump scares? Is that what he's
my
trying to remind
God.
you of? I feel like Fast Travel in Starfield is
I was going to say Fast Travel Starfield.
yeah.
That, yeah.
That's the only one competing with Unity for me right now, personally.
Jeffum's passion is noted and respected. I'm moving Spider-Man 2 fight
I'm
up
sad
there.
Peter Griffin's body's not going to make it. It's so
I just
dumb.
feel like silly character looks silly in a silly game. You know, like
No,
it is dumb.
I mean,
you
the
know?
other things are more intriguingly dumb.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get it, but
I think it's a little more than silly character.
Yeah,
looks
You're
silly,
right.
but
You're right.
that's-
You're right. I was
that's fair.
belittling.
I mean, but also,
Did you look
that
at-
is-
did you look
Peter
at it, though,
Griffin
Ben?
looks like
It's
that
pretty
in an
wild.
episode of the show, right?
He
Like,
does.
that's
There's one episode,
I haven't watched
apparently, yeah.
Family Guy in many years,
But
but
like
I've
the
heard-
other
either.
400 episodes, he doesn't.
True, yeah.
it's like if you had Mario, but he was skinny, long Mario, and it's like, well, he looks like that in that one level, you know.
Yeah.
It'd be
Green
really funny
hat.
if the Fortnite added that Mario only.
Good dream.
I'm just trying to move things along, but anybody can say you're wrong, you're an idiot. I feel like Unity is a lock here. But
Yes, yeah. I think you can hold it.
I'm fine with Fast Travel being the other one.
really,
Yeah.
Mr. Passion.
Yeah, I just wanted to have that conversation.
Okay,
because
okay. Yeah.
That's so fair.
Respect
You know what?
it
I
and-
agree with Jeff from based on his descriptions and based off, how passionate he was. I believe him. I'm with him.
with him for not letting it win?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Okay.
just saying it was a great argument.
It was. All right.
was.
Is that the dumbest thing for 2023, everybody? Is the Unity fiasco, charging per installs and then awkwardly trying to walk it back and blowing up the company and doing so, and the entire indie development scene. And then minimum dumbest thing is fast travel in Starfield.
I like it.
That feels great.
Yeah.
That feels
that
great.
good.
All right, more categories coming up. Hey, Janet, Jacob, Jeff, Kelsey, Kyle, Sarah, Haley. Do you know how this whole thing operates?
Peter Griffin and
Patreon.
Hey, there we go, everybody. Patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Jump in, help support independent games media. If you thought any of MinnMax's content over the last year was worth $2, then all we ask is you jump in for 1 month at that $2 tier. Give it a whirl, unlock a benefit, jump in the Discord. We appreciate it. Thank you as well to some of MinnMax's biggest supporters. Of course, you know who I'm talking about. People like HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. And that, Janet, Jacob, Jeff, Kelsey, Kyle, Haley, Sarah, is why it's America's #1 meal kit. Who here has received HelloFresh in their lives at some point?
Me.
Let's see, let the jury show. Kyle and Sarah and I have used it. Kyle, name one thing better than having that bag of pre-portioned ingredients ready to go in your fridge. I dare you.
You're putting me on the spot here,
Yeah.
and I literally can't think of anything that could possibly be better.
That's the truest thing Kyle's ever said. It genuinely is awesome. I love it. I don't know how to cook, but they make it so easy. 20 minutes, here's a great meal ready to go. And they say, 'tis the season for giving and gathering. With HelloFresh, it can be the season of saving. Actually, save money this month with fresh recipes delivered, cheaper than takeout. And with pre-portioned ingredients, you'll never waste money on excess food. So go to HelloFresh.com/MinnMaxFree and use code MinnMaxFree for free breakfast for life. 1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/MinnMaxFree with code MinnMaxFree. There are links below for all these promo codes. Hey, Haley, do you know every month when you're like, God, I feel like I could be saving more money. What's the right step? I have so many subscriptions. What do I do? You know that feeling, Haley?
Yes, I recently got billed by Adobe today. I didn't even know I signed up for anything with Adobe. They took $30 from me.
That's exactly it. If you had a service called Rocket Money, Haley, you could stick Adobe on that rocket and send them into outer space, and then they would be in a vacuum forever and drift off towards the Andromeda Galaxy.
Tell me more.
Well, Rocket Money, you see, the whole thing is Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills all in one place. With over 5 million users and counting, Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $720 a year and $1 billion in total savings so far. Stop wasting money on things that you don't use. I appreciate the whoa. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and manage your money the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/MinnMax. rocketmoney.com/MinnMax. Have some help finding all of those little monthly chips in your wallet that you want to get rid of. That's what Rocket Money is all about. That could have been smoother. Also, thank you to our friends at I Am 8-Bit. Who's better than I Am 8-Bit? Kyle, can you name one person better than I Am 8-Bit?
Again, putting me on the spot, and I cannot think of anything.
Not a single person. Your mother? Mahatma Gandhi? Really? Nobody?
No.
Wow. I Am 8-Bit, everybody. You can now pre-order at I Am 8-Bit the Persona 3 portable vinyl soundtrack or the Persona 4 golden vinyl soundtrack available for pre-order. And if I know anything about I Am 8-Bit, I know that Persona vinyls are flying off the shelves. These things are rarely in stock in the store because everybody wants them all the time. So it's a great chance to pre-order them. They feature music, obviously, from Persona 3 and 4 by the Atlas Sound Team. The album art is by Drew Wise. Looks beautiful. Go check it out at I Am 8-Bit's official online store. It's truly wonderful, and everything in that online store is 10% off if you use the promo code MORESLEIGHBELLS. More sleigh bells for 10% off of everything under $100 in I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store. It's still the holiday season, everybody. Go in there and find a gift and help support I Am 8-Bit because they're big supporters of ours and we can't thank them enough. Biggest news of 2023, y'all. Busy year as always. Should we put the stuff on this list that we talked about already of like Charles Martinet not voicing Mario, right?
Yes.
What do y'all like for biggest
The
news?
layoffs.
Layoffs.
Yeah.
I think what's going to go in
Layoffs.
We could put Embracers stuff in there too. I mean, I think those are kind of getting at the same beat, but I think just for the sake of writing out the ideas we had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, did Embracer do the most damage this year of anyone?
so.
Just for combined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I always like with the news category to have it be those like specific headlines. Like when you wake up in the morning and check your game industry news, like a good gamer person, like seeing those headlines that make you go like, what? You know, like that feels good. And so like the entire year being brutal for layoffs, I'm not saying it's not a big deal. It obviously is. And it's like defining the year in a big way, but it's like, yeah, is there some way to zoom it in a little bit more? And like maybe Embracer is the way to do that of like, specifically it was their, thanks to Axios was reporting their deal with the Saudi folks, that $2 billion deal, when that fell through, then I was like, okay, we're killing Volition, we're killing Free Radical, layoffs across all of our studios, we're trying to sell Gearbox, like just implosion based on the Saudi money not coming through is so huge.
I will say I know you like the focus, but because it was such a recurring thing, I like it in this instance to be more of an umbrella thing because it affected so many different people in the industry and so many different sectors. Like I don't know. I kind of like the broad approach in this instance rather than focusing on one particular, quote unquote layoff.
I'm leaning Kyle's way too. Like just the fact that it was consistent. It wasn't like it happened once in January and once in December or something. It was like every quarter there was.
It literally started the first week in January and has continued through today. Like with almost no stopping. It's just like every 4 days another headline.
Yeah,
it's frustrating.
Yeah, lob it out there, folks.
Yeah, because the Activision Microsoft sort of merger has officially happened, but I think the more newsworthy element of that's related to it was that crazy leak.
Yes,
that happened
huge.
as a result of that.
Yeah, if you remember,
I
this
like
was
the leak more than the sort of these two big companies are finally one company.
Yep, I think that's huge, especially because it's been such a long burn for that.
Yeah.
But having that leak where it's like, wait a minute, because the thing that was wild about it is it's not just like, oh, we learned about a bunch about Activision, but because of this leak, we like learned that The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million because Sony and Nintendo were part of this court case. Like all of their filings also got leaked because of a shoddy upload. And of course, gamers are going to be hardcore enough to find this in a way where the government's not had to deal with it before. But that was wild. And then also as part of that, like you got to see all of
console details, game announcements that haven't happened yet.
Like Dishonored 3's on there, a ton of Microsoft's upcoming slate, especially from Bethesda. And then the Xbox Series X refresh, the all digital refresh, that weird cylinder thing, which remember when they showed that? Like it's like, here's a picture of the next Xbox thanks to this court case. I think that was colossal.
So that was a leak from internal parties, not an external party getting the court docs. Like someone by mistake, like
I'm trying to remember.
Too much stuff.
There's definitely a finger pointing game of like, you did it. No, you did it. And it turns out I think it was from Microsoft's end. I think.
Yeah, I know
they
the
actually
FTC
said it like public instead of not basically
Right.
for a
Oh
second.
my god, that is my nightmare. That keeps me up every night that I'll do something dumb like
So we can't let that win or Haley's never going to be able to go to sleep.
E3 officially dying.
Yes.
yes, good one.
Oh,
that's a good one.
I mean, it's funny. I was going back through my notes for the biggest news stories, and I wrote down E3 being canceled. It's like, yeah, I guess back in the start of the year when they canceled it for this year, that was a big deal. Then it's like, oh, now it's
canceled a
super
few times.
canceled.
Well, and then they canceled 2024, and then E3 died 3 separate times this year.
I mean, that's a huge one for sure.
The GTA trailer.
Yeah. Quantifiably.
that's another good one.
Yeah. Yep.
And the GTA leak was last year.
It was
right?
last year. Yep. We had it up there. It was last year.
I The Last of Us multiplayer game, which was like yesterday at this point, it may be recency bias and all, but I was like, oh, okay, that's
now. I think that's a really interesting one because of, and if we had a proper MinnMax show this week, I'm sure we'd be talking about it.
I can roll the intro again, and we can make a mini episode right now. Yeah.
That's right. The letter that they wrote with it, where they were like, we can either become a studio that only does a live service game, or we can keep making single player games, I think is like, it kind of encapsulates the, like, I don't want to say live service collapse, but essentially like the live service economy being pushed to a breaking point this year.
Yes. No,
you know the other way I read that letter, which is maybe rude of me, because I would much prefer them choose to make single player games. Like I want them to make that choice. But you know that joke that sometimes people do is like, oh, I don't want to work out because I don't want to get too big. You know, I kind of felt like it was like Naughty Dog being like, well, this game is obviously just going to be too much of a hit and we're not going to be able to sustain that. So
Yeah, it was diabolical PR. It's the best spin you can put on that is be like, well, we know you're disappointed about this, but look, I mean, we want to keep making those single player games, so we chose single player games, right, guys? Or it's like, yeah, it's just I see it as a false dichotomy. Obviously, like
cancel it.
It's like you can release a multiplayer game that doesn't consume your entire studio. People just want the equivalent of factions. Like I understand you had ambitious plans for it, but I think you're right that it is a sign of just shifting winds at Sony with their online services. And part of that is, I think, some of the biggest news that Jim Ryan is stepping down as head of PlayStation.
Right.
This is not, it doesn't do, Ben, your one headline thing, but community-funded gaming journalism.
Oh,
like I
interesting.
don't know exactly how to phrase it, but essentially the collapse of corporate games journalism and the rise of 17 different Patreons.
Yeah, especially, I mean, friend of the show from Axios just split off.
Totillo,
Totillo to create his own thing.
So it's like, it's Totillo, it's Aftermath, it's Remap, it's whatever
Second
the
Wind.
zero punctuation one is called.
Second Wind, yeah.
Second Wind, and you could just keep naming them.
Yeah, for sure.
And MinnMax did it first.
That's right. That's the way I remember it too.
We were the first ever Patreon.
In the realm of kind of, community online stuff, the Gerard the Completionist charity fraud scandal this year, do you think that falls for biggest news? Or am I just especially
really
zoomed
need,
in
like,
on that?
biggest scandal section.
I'm not really comfortable putting that up because that is kind of also like YouTubers who are not journalists writing things. Like,
It's also like ongoing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but it was a big news thing from this year. I mean, okay. All right.
I mean, the base, just
Like, you
quick
can write
recap.
it down, but
Okay.
I just...
There was a charity drive for money, and then the controversy is that the money has not been delivered to the charity it was intended for.
Yes, it was just sitting in a bank account, and there was over $600,000 sitting in the bank account. And every year, Gerard the Completionist was saying they were donating it, and they're working with all these other institutions and nonprofits, and they were not. And then after 2 videos came out, that was pretty damning because it's like, all right, here's all the money that's sitting in the bank account, but then also they had all these like corporate sponsors for these golf events, and all that money was not accounted for. It's just a lot of like, where's that money? Why wasn't this deposited? Why do you keep saying it was deposited? And then eventually they deposited it towards a nonprofit helping out with their mission. But at the same time, it's like there's still a lot of money that's unaccounted for, and just a lot of back and forth about like it's confusing and shady, and he has not been the most
clear.
clear.
I hear Jacob's point that it sounds like it's like not like thoroughly reported on in the most traditional way.
Well, not the most traditional way, but it seems pretty thorough. But
okay. The
He did put out
eShops
a reaction
shutting
video as
down.
well. But anyway, I don't really want to talk about it.
I don't either. I don't even know why it's on this list.
The eShops
Yeah, who put
shutting
this
down.
on
Wii U
here?
and 3DS.
Love it.
Sorry,
Love it.
man, I keep talking over it. I'm sorry.
Wii U and 3DS eShop, and that's, help me out. What layer of shutdown is this? Is this I can't download games already bought, or just you can't buy any more new stuff?
Oh, certainly the latter. I'm not sure about the former.
Okay.
I think maybe both.
And there's a similar... Is the Xbox 360 shop like
I think
down? No, that's next year. But
Okay.
it was announced that it will be shutting down.
Sure.
The Nintendo one in particular, just to I don't know if it's going to be on the 2, but it hit me like in particular because there were so many classic games that were available. Like there were a lot of the best way to play a lot of N64 games and Super Nintendo games and Game Boy Advance games was through Wii U, and like and they just shut it down, and that's a bummer.
Yep.
I should try to pull up my own reporting because I don't remember the exact numbers now, but especially like for Game Boy Color and stuff, it went from something like 11% of those games were available to I think 3 or 4 when the eShop shut down. So I mean, it was a really big jump for just things
Kelsey,
that.
I was gonna say it's fine. We have Alone in the Dark on Switch now, so like we're
That's
good.
true. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Kelsey, on that note, I had on my list your study there at the Video Game History Foundation and everybody's work over there so that 80% of games are unavailable to play.
87%. And shout out to library director Phil Salvador for being really the spearhead of that project, but it was just probably the most important reporting. But
the numbers that must have been crunched to get that.
Oh yeah. You can read the full report is long, and you can see the whole process, and it was wild.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive how much traction that had when that report dropped. I mean, I think the biggest kind of explosion of press, maybe for the Video Game History Foundation. They've been doing a lot of great stuff recently too.
For sure.
But like everyone was picking it up. It was wild.
I mean, the goal with that was like get on NPR, and I think 3 NPR segments were made.
Whoa!
So yeah.
Best thing, NPR coverage of video game history. Let's see. Look, I know we're all sick of talking about it. Sarah, close your eyes and ears. I mean, is the fact that the Mario movie is the second highest grossing animated movie of all time, is that biggest news? Just the juggernaut that thing was at the box office?
Yeah. Actually, I have a kind of addendum to that, which to me is even more interesting, which is the Five Nights at Freddy's movie making like infinite money. You know, because it's like Mario felt like almost kind of a sure thing. But like Five Nights at Freddy's making as much money as it did, I feel like is almost more of a like video game movies are going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's like Blumhouse's most successful movie at this point, right?
Yeah.
That's because you guys just don't live with a 12-year-old.
Quit bragging.
No, I just know it's very popular with that age group. You know, like that 11 to 14. Like it's massive. It's it's
and Janet's cool because she calls it FNAF, so she's hip.
And it's on FNAF.
I'm aware of the cultural impact of FNAF in the in the community.
We talked about it a little bit earlier, but like the big Microsoft shuffle that happened at the start of the year where they laid off 10,000 people and then gutted 343, canceled the Coalition's projects from the Gears studio. Like it just seemed like a bloodbath earlier this year. But again, I know overall layoffs that kind of factors in, but specifically like canceling, reorganizing all of Halo Infinite. The idea of 343 no longer making new Halo Infinite content is a pretty huge pivot from them saying is going to be a platform like Destiny that would live on forever.
Like that we can tell that you're copy and pasting off your own list, Ben, because the font is like twice the size when it gets copied and pasted onto the main document.
Control-Shift-V. You paste without formatting.
Control-Shift? What am I? Metal Gear Solid game on the PC over here, guys? All right, what do y'all got? Biggest news. What do we got?
I had this in work of art because it is a distinct video, but the People Make Games reporting on the Disco Elysium ownership thing, which is like the weird thing is it doesn't even really have a like this is what happened, but it's just like Disco Elysium team being kind of irrevocably screwed in like 7 different directions that like both the rights were kind of stolen and the people who were in charge of the project were kind of bad bosses to work for and like whatever, but it's just like we didn't know what happened with that game and now we kind of do because of that People Make Games video.
I love it. Respawn canceling a new Titanfall single player, that reporting leaked. That's gutting. Canceling new Titanfall.
I have that Epic finally won that antitrust case against Google last week.
Yeah.
It was like a 3-year-long battle, but they're going to escalate it again, so it's probably not done actually. But they technically, as of today's date, have won that.
Okay. Thank you for following all legal proceedings.
Nintendo put a guy in debt slavery for his whole life.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
There was like a big Nintendo piracy lawsuit in which there was like one guy who was kind of slapped with a huge fine, and the end result is like Nintendo gets 30% of his earnings until they reach $10 million, which is just forever. So it's it's a weird it's a weird thing. Obviously, the guy did something that was technically illegal, but in the way that Nintendo seems like unusually punitive in these cases, Christ. This is just like this guy's kind of enslaved to Nintendo forever.
Judicial remedies was the wildest course I ever took because the way in which our courts determine how to like remedy damage is wild. Like, for example, if like a kid gets injured forever, they consider like, was that kid going to be someone who worked in an office or a firefighter, or like just based off what they wanted in the future. And if they wanted to be a firefighter before the damage was caused and now they can't, they get way more money than if they had assumably going to be an office worker who sat in a chair, because they got that taken away from them. But you have to prove that they had like an intent to be a firefighter, like someone who moves around or something.
Wait, okay, what's the highest value? What, like, is it like doctor or something? Like, what is? Just so I know what to tell children to say in case they get.
No, for real.
Podcaster.
Maybe musician.
Make your kids
right?
on record before they ever get hurt. Say, "I want to be the best runner in the
and
world."
record it. Make sure you have a recording.
Just like every permutation.
Yeah.
But it's
all I
wild,
ever
like
talk
just
about.
for that instance, like they can't get money back from him. So like I wonder how they arrived at 30%. Like that seems like such a random number, but that was probably like dozens of people doing math to like the ideal percentage rate to give it back. But like objectively, that sounds whack. But I'm really curious to like read why they ended on 30%.
I love the
And that's
official
the
lawyer.
legal term.
Objectively, that sounds whack.
Yeah.
Your Honor, that's whack. Rescind it.
Whack this gavel.
Here's a double whammy of Shinji Mikami leaving Tango and Kamiya leaving Platinum. Kind of those old Resident Evil legends leaving the studios that they founded or co-founded. That was a big
Did
deal.
that Sega guy go to jail this year for gambling?
was last year.
Or like stock
was
thing?
that
Or
last
last year?
Yeah.
Did he get
Also,
like
he's not in
officially his
jail.
trial this year? Oh. He's on the
But I mean,
streets?
he is like I forget exactly. I don't know. Haley, help me out here. He's not like sitting in a jail cell, but he's in trouble.
Yeah.
He's in trouble, all right. Hey, you guys want to get into acquisitions?
I bet you have a long list of them.
I do.
Read them off, Ben.
Sega, this is off the top of my head, Sarah. Sega bought Rovio, which was a big deal before that whole Activision thing made it seem like chump change. Sony bought Firewalk, making that first person from former Destiny developers. Atari bought Bubsy. And Accolade.
Eclipse.
Oh my gosh, Bubsy and Chris Kohler. I guess
Just him.
in the other stuff, I mean, Sony shut down an internal studio, the Concrete Genie developers with Pixel Opus. That still is a wild thing. They're like, oh, here's the studio that we bought. Let's just go ahead and kill that right now because it's not going to live up to our wildly ambitious plans for all AAA games. But I ran the board. Other thoughts out there? Okay, I have 1,000 more. Hang on, Pixel Opus.
Like Sony killing.
We have, let's see, the PlayStation Portal announced. New PlayStation handheld, kind of, sort of. I know it's not exactly
That
lighting up
looks
the
like
world.
a controller cut in half,
was-
like in Photoshop.
It's something.
That was like a worthy announcement for this list until you read like the first sentence of the news story of what it was.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I think
like,
you're right.
PlayStation Portable. Then you're like, it's a streaming device. And I'm like, all right, I'm out then.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
On the Xbox front, the end of Xbox Live Gold. It's finally the end of that era.
I mean, now
What a
I
big
feel
deal.
like these are just listing things that happened instead of biggest news.
biggest
That's like
news?
why I don't want to add.
Okay.
Yeah, because well, for me,
I feel like we
personally-
already have our top ones on
I
here.
think we do. I think we do. If I could.
It's like
an
the
opportunity
rework
to
of
recap the
PlayStation
year, I
Plus.
think.
It's like, I don't know. I mean, if we want to, we can, but it's like just naming things that happened.
The Legend of
I
Zoo.
kind of like that. I like the opportunity to kind of like these discussions. I think are, we make these big lists and color them down to two. I kind of like it as like as a reminder of the year. But
Yeah.
Sure.
Last one I'll throw on there is the Legend of Zelda movie being announced. I mean, that's another one of
What
waking
about
up and seeing that
Monster
headline.
Hunter Wilds announcement
Sure.
at the Game Awards? Oh, okay.
No.
Did
Sure.
this
Throw
make
it on
it
there.
to
Was that
the
not on your
US?
list, Ben?
It was
Sorry.
on my list. What is this tone?
I have one more, but I don't know if it made it to the US. The class action against Epic that parents were doing out of BC, that Fortnite's too addicting, and they're like targeting children with malicious intent.
Oh, this is a
Did
Canada
that
thing.
did that make it to y'all, or is that
Not in a way that really sunk into my brain in any way, but
It's interesting.
No,
Like they were
it didn't
trying to
make it to me.
argue that like it's essentially like the way that casinos trick brains into making them do things they don't want to do. Like Fortnite's doing that to children and making
And
them
they're right.
be addicted.
yeah.
yeah, no, I'm all please.
Please help me.
it's barely news because it didn't kind of do anything, but the weird Twitch nudity saga that happened.
Oh my god!
over
I
the
was gonna
past
submit
week.
that for dumbest
48
thing.
hours of that.
What is that? Help me out.
They said
What is nudity?
briefly.
Yeah,
that
how do you do that?
Twitch allows artistic nudity and then decides that was a bad idea.
immediately walked.
Yeah,
it
like
back.
one
It's no,
day
no.
after.
Because the exact thing everyone thought was gonna happen happened.
Which was
A lot of nudity.
Oh, okay. That seems to be part of the rule. Yeah, it makes sense.
Ben, why don't you
they're
guess?
Like, this seems fun. It's like this seems fine. Then they're like, actually, this is not what I wanted. You took it too seriously.
What about Twitch just being pulled out of all South Korea? Because they're like, that's too expensive.
Yeah, that was big news.
Pulled out of
I watched
South
some
Korea.
very sad Twitch creators in Korea being like, "Oh crap! Like this is gonna affect my whole life."
That was brutal. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Biggest news.
The
So, I want just because of Sarah mentioned Monster Hunter Rise. One of my favorite maybe like video game announcements that was like truly surprising this year. I feel like there weren't a lot of surprising announcements. Was Prince of Persia.
Okay.
Like that was
Prince of
like
Persia
it's
returning.
like it's finally coming back. It's like way overdue. I didn't expect it to look like this.
Yep.
And I'm very excited for that game. Janet, I think we both played it at this point, and yeah. But just the announcement of that was one of my favorite games.
Yeah,
I got less excited for the game hearing you talk about it just now, Kyle.
Sorry.
I guess that was this year.
For the announcement? I think so. Yeah.
I think it was Summer Games
It felt like
Fest.
it was. Oh god, that feels like a year ago.
Okay. Slam dunky stuff. Industry layoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do y'all think?
Canceled forever?
I think that's
formally?
big. That's big.
Yeah.
I think it's been such a slow burn, but just that headline that E3 is no more is a huge deal.
Yeah. I mean, to us, I
To
think
us.
the leak is was the bigger impactful one.
Yep. Charles Martinet no longer voicing Mario. I don't know if it's hanging in
big.
the top 2, but it was big. I'll put it up there just to be friendly to Charles.
It just needs a little frowny face, like Sarah was saying. It's like,
Yeah.
It's it's like I don't think it should be in the top 2, but the GTA 6 trailer.
Yes.
I mean, it's
got,
literally
a
the
billion
fastest
views.
viewed video ever on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's that is
Non-music.
pretty undeniable.
I think that does have that asterisk, but even
non-music.
it's hugely impressive.
Yeah, shout out
Non-music
to-
video, yeah.
Shout out to Tom Petty. It is greatest day in 2023 somehow, apparently, for them using that song. And he's a
No, the
Florida man.
Spotify plays on that song just went crazy.
No, I imagine.
within
that's
the
funny.
hours. Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, he probably got like $20 off that. It's wild.
yeah. I think was it Snoop
Don't
Dogg
spend it all in
recently
one
said
place.
Hell?
Snoop Dogg broke a billion listens on Spotify, and it was amounted to less than 50 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my god,
it's like nothing.
That's crazy.
It's wild, but
I think that, I'd argue Jim Ryan stepping out is pretty big, but I don't think it's hanging with the rest of these here.
yeah, that's one of those news stories that's doesn't ultimately feel like it affects anything.
I think it's just
It
because
doesn't- I feel like
when the CEOs leave,
yeah, the impact isn't really felt at this moment, and then especially I think as outsiders looking in, maybe internally that's felt more than
Yeah.
other. I think PlayStation switching up their live service tune is kind of a big thing, but I feel like there's not a great thing that encompasses that. I don't know, Last of Us getting canceled, maybe, but
Yeah.
The Video Game History Foundation study.
Thank you.
we go.
I couldn't do it myself.
You need
That's all.
to, Kelsey. You need to do this type of thing. Yes.
The games journalism one.
Yes.
And it almost feels like it will maybe be a bigger story next year
Yeah.
because I feel like the story is eventually this is going to stop working, but it hasn't yet. So I don't know if we should wait for that.
Till all
wait
game
for the
sites-
collapse of the
I mean,
traditional
I feel,
media.
but it's they've all succeeded, which is great, but it's
Right.
it still feels very unsustainable to me, but the unsustainability isn't a headline yet.
Yeah.
we'll see.
I think industry layoffs is tough not to be number one if that's how we're bundling it up.
Yeah.
I think it's a good number one just because it was so prevalent. It's that weird thing every 2023 discussion is
Yeah.
some of the best, maybe one of the best video game years ever for like releases, and then on the other side of it, it's just like one of the worst years
People
ever
get
in video
treated like
games
crap.
for being employed by the industry, and that's like
Also-
a frustrating dynamic.
It'll have the longest tail. You know,
Yeah.
it's like this is the thing that we'll be feeling 10 years from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it now? Over 7,000? 8,000?
Like a 9,000. I put in the text updates chat that we have. Someone made a website called videogamelayoffs.com that sort of
I was
starts to
looking for this.
aggregate
Thank you.
the information, and this doesn't even include some of the like more generalized layoffs like that you mentioned, Ben, with like the 10K from Microsoft, like general, right? And not to mention there's so many layoffs where we don't know the number of people affected. So yeah, it's like the thing of the year, unfortunately.
I think I would go FTC trial leak.
I think over E3 canceled.
same.
I think the leak was bigger. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they showed Microsoft's next console, and it impacted everybody, like every corner of the industry from this freaking case that went on forever.
I just love seeing how they talk to each other internally.
Yes.
Like all
yes.
the news and whatever, but like how does one person communicate news of something bad happening to another person internally at that company?
Right. And
Do
like,
they say, "Oh crap, look," or are they like very professional? Like I want to know how they talk.
and the classic thing of that Phil Spencer email that I think everybody made too much of a deal of him just being like, boy, it'd be freaking sweet if we could buy Nintendo. And everyone's like, oh, but it's like,
They're gonna buy Nintendo.
he was trying to talk.
Like, wow,
some
they
other
want to
idiot.
buy a really powerful and popular company? That's
Right.
wild.
Right.
You would
I'm
think,
gonna make a
why would they
headline
want
right now.
that?
MinnMax, we're interested in buying Nintendo. We're looking into it. It's something we're thinking about.
Console wars.
Would they accept
started
$1,000?
And 30% of all our earnings.
Okay, I mean, is this it, everybody? Biggest news is industry
good.
layoffs, and then minimum runner-up is FTC trial leak with Microsoft and Activision. All right, that's it, baby. Now the easy one. Someone's been adding to this dog. Here we go. The game we all agree is probably good, but we did not play.
All right, ready for the open and close?
Ooh,
Yeah.
I am.
Remnant 2.
Ooh.
Here's the problem, though.
Oh,
I played and beat that
happens
game.
every year.
Slam
Okay, I got
dunk.
one.
Okay, that's
Persona 5 Tactica.
Oh, that's a
that's
good
fair.
one.
Was planning on playing it, never got around to it.
everyone on Earth was planning on playing it. Did anybody start it?
No.
All right, that's good.
I got one.
Real quick, do we want to, like, the Remnant one? Like, because I played it, does that automatically just
Yeah,
qualify it?
you
Is that,
ruined
is
it.
that
It's
how you
pretty.
feel about it?
I
Yeah,
mean,
you beat it.
You said you played all of it.
I'll get rid of
Yeah.
it, but we didn't talk about it on the podcast. Did we?
No, I mean, commenters were frequently mad at us for not talking about that game, which I feel like should hold some level of
Sure.
sway.
We'll leave it on the
Yeah,
list,
yeah.
but towards the bottom as of now, unless Kyle recants his evidence.
Actually, I didn't play it.
Oh, lovely.
I got Darkest Dungeon 2. Did anyone
Yeah,
play?
that was on my list. Yeah.
Great choice. I knew there was something in that vein.
There's gonna be a lot of twos on here, I have a feeling.
One for me that's lingering that I want to try is Chance of Sonar. Like that. I
Oh, a
feel
lot of
Oh,
people
that
have
game's
played
good.
it. Yeah.
Okay, you
You
guys
still
have
have
played
time,
it.
Kyle. Come
still
through.
time.
Yeah.
Did any of us play Bomb Rush Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
No.
I started it.
I was scared away by that.
I know Leo streamed it too.
You're scared away.
Me too.
Was it
I was
bad?
scared away
I
too.
haven't
No,
played it.
it's good. It's just, yeah, if you're really into Jet Set, that's good, but
Should we pull up that Metacritic, Ben?
I don't know. You be saying stuff like, "I'm just happy it's here," and I'm like, I don't think you like this game.
I don't know about other people. Here, Pizza Tower. Did any of us play Pizza Tower? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
On it, yeah.
yeah,
Is Asgard's Wrath 2 out yet?
I think that should be on this list.
But I feel like, didn't it just come out? We didn't really have a
It
chance
did.
to not play it. I mean, I wasn't going to play it either way.
Is
so maybe
anyone planning on playing it?
I
feel like that's-
will when I
Don't
get
try
when I get the Oh, hello. My MetaQuest
Sorry, I'm
back.
Googling it because I've never heard of it.
Like it just came out 1 second ago.
Don't
Like,
we
didn't
have to
a
say that
chance
like
to fail
we agree
yet.
that it was probably good?
We do agree. It's a 10 out of 10 according to IGN.
We agree. Oh, it's a 10 out of 10. Okay.
I mean, it's a big
But-
We
VR
all
game.
agree. This game.
I don't know.
I didn't realize that we all collectively agreed that this was clearly a good game.
Should one of dumbest things been people getting a little bit too flippant with these 10s? Should that have been?
Ooh, girl,
I
Kyle.
was saying the quiet part out loud. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, hey,
there's
there's no such thing as an incorrect review, technically.
Sarah,
There was though. I know. No, I'm just kidding.
but we all agree it's probably good. Sarah, have you heard of Against the Storm?
No.
It is a rogue-like city builder that went 1.0 this year. It is the top of my list of like, oh, I've been meaning to play it and I haven't gotten around to it, but it went 1.0 within the last couple weeks and it's been sitting at overwhelmingly positive on Steam. Everybody loves it as a roguelike city builder sim and it looks freaking awesome. But I haven't gotten around to it yet, but that's up there for me personally.
House Flipper 2.
I played that.
Yeah.
How dare you?
That's
It
offensive.
is really
Fun.
good though.
I'm about to start it.
So it would be on this list had I not played it.
Wargroove 2 came out this year.
That's a good one.
Okay.
I haven't played it.
Okay.
I didn't. No one played it. I don't think. And it is good, right? I heard it's good.
I assume.
No one played it, so we don't have no.
You know,
we don't know.
The key word is probably Janet. It's
Yes.
really it's
I
right
think
in the name of
people
the
said
category.
that game was good, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Ben, you might have played this. Street Fighter 6.
Yeah. I did play. I think it's an interesting. I'll put it in the Remnant 2 area, but I had one really fun night of playing it.
Talos Principle 2.
So yeah,
Same.
I started
yeah,
it.
played it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The System Shock remake.
Oh, that's a good
I
one.
started
That's a
it.
good one.
Oh, okay. Janet started
I
it.
did.
That dings
I
it.
did
That
play
dings
like
it.
2 hours of it.
Okay,
but
all right,
You could
well-
maybe leave it at the bottom with that thing Kyle did.
That's
so.
right. I want to say leave it at the bottom with the rejects, but I guess those are the accepted ones at the bottom.
Well,
I like that
I don't know.
everything
This
else
area is
like,
kind of
I
weird
played-
because why is the game Kyle beat?
I played
on
2
here?
hours, so put it with the game that Kyle beat.
Okay, I'm deleting
Yeah.
Remnant 2. I'll make a third pile for
Yeah.
Remnant 2. Kyle, how dare you?
Well, also, wait, hold on. Actually, I don't want System Shock on there because, like, I don't think it was good. That's
Okay,
like,
okay.
You know what I mean? I know some people really like that game, but
All right, I'm deleting all those iffies.
okay.
Let's keep this as pure as possible.
Sonic
I'm-
Superstars.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good
that's
one.
interesting.
Did none of us play that?
Wow.
Sarah, what happened?
I
It's
installed
2D.
it, and then before I went on my flight last week, I uninstalled it to make room for some other game.
Yeah.
But we're supposed to agree that it was good. Isn't this the
Yeah,
game that I
you're
played at
right.
Summer
Good
Games
point,
Fest?
good
Yeah,
point,
it
good
is.
And I
it
didn't
is.
like it, and I said I don't like it.
But Sarah, what about Sonic Dream Team?
Also, it's
Haven't played that yet.
Well-
Sorry, Ben.
Okay,
if we want to be basic, I got a 73 on Metacritic, which is technically good, but also
I'll take it.
Okay, leave it
I
up
don't
there.
know. I feel like we more
Say
put bangers on
technically
here,
good.
right? Like, I don't know.
Here's a controversial
got
one.
a-
Oh, yes.
Got a big one. Honkai Star Rail.
I was going to say that's the exact same
Oh my
one.
gosh.
Anna played it and loved it. Anybody else?
Anna lives it.
Anna lives it.
Lives it, loves it.
I watched my kid play it for 20 minutes. Does that?
It's like I'm like ideologically opposed to it, kind of. So I don't know if I agree
yeah.
that it's good, but it's like it's a big, well-reviewed
Yes.
game of 2023.
Yep, I agree. Hey, speaking of which, I don't know what anybody was talking about at any time with this, but Suika game, can anybody, what is that? It's a match 3
Oh
on
my
Switch.
god,
that
I love the Suika game.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing is huge.
Why? Like, I love match 3 games. Should I play this or is it like a meme thing? I don't understand what that is.
No, you can play it.
It's good?
It's fun. It's so
fun.
fun.
Is it-
It's so addicting.
Oh, good.
Is it just Tsum Tsum or is it unique?
It's
looks
basically
like
like a
Tsum Tsum.
match 3 combine. It's like you combine like 3 fruits to make a certain fruit, and then you combine like 2 fruits. Then you combine those to make another fruit, and the fruits get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they take up more space on your Tetris board. And if they pop out the top, then you lose. So basically, it's very similar to Tsum Tsum, but you can't like because in Tsum Tsum couldn't you like shake them around?
A little bit.
In this game,
yeah.
you can't. In this
Okay.
game, you can't, and they kind of just roll around.
I want to try. It's only like $3. So that's like the
Yeah,
weird
I think
thing.
it might
Yeah.
be. They're like
might
having
be
a
free,
deal, and it might
isn't
be
it?
free now.
Hey,
I bought it with my Nintendo points, so it was free.
Do I have my Switch?
this is one
sure
that
you
I
have
think
Nintendo
a
points.
lot of us started, but it is a big gap for us. Diablo 4.
Oh, I played like
really-
a good chunk
Okay.
of that.
Okay.
though.
All right. Never mind.
Yeah,
I really tried that game because like I've never liked that genre in general,
Yeah.
and I was like, I think maybe I'll give this one a real go and see if it's just my disconnect with the genre or what. And like I just couldn't do it after an hour.
Sure.
I was like, this is just doing nothing for me.
No,
but I
people-
did play it a little bit.
People at the Backstage Pass chat, they're trying to shame us, Janet, by screaming about Bayonetta Origins.
we played that.
Technically, a lot of us started it. We just didn't finish
Also,
it.
how do you guys know we didn't finish it?
Yeah, we haven't even said yet that we haven't
Yeah.
finished it. Yeah, come on.
Now, don't at me on Monday
feel like
when,
it's-
you know.
Like
But
a lot
hey.
of us put at least several hours
Yes.
into it,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
That
Yep.
makes
Yep.
it count.
And
This
we
isn't
combine the hours
biggest
together,
personal
it's a finished
failure,
game.
okay? This is game we didn't play.
right.
Get it together, chat.
Amnesia: The Bunker.
No, I made a whole video about that.
Oh yeah. That was the best one of the year. Sorry, I missed that one.
Oh,
Good
Ghost
save.
Runner 2 is a good one.
What's that, Jacob?
Did any of
Yeah.
us even touch it?
Which one?
No.
Ghost Runner 2?
No, I think that's a great choice.
I've downloaded it, but that's as far as I got.
Yeah.
There's an indie game that's a deck builder roguelike that seems cool, and it's sitting at overwhelmingly positive again. But Cobalt Core.
I mean, I didn't start the full build of it, so I guess.
Okay, you played like a preview of it.
I demoed it at PAX.
Okay,
so
it seems cool.
It is cool.
Turbo Overkill. Is
Oh,
that a game?
actually, I played that.
All right, remove that.
Did anyone? Well, it's not. It's because I got 77, so I don't know how good it is. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2. Did anyone play that? I like the
No,
first
but
one.
I'm not allowing it to be considered good. So take it
Okay,
off
that's
the list.
fair.
many
Yeah, it's
games
all
are on
good.
this
It's all
list?
good. I didn't want to, you know.
Sarah, didn't
as
you
soon as I
direct
said
that
it, I was
first
like, maybe I
game?
should just shut up. You know what I mean? Like, I feel it. I feel it.
Okay. Are you all ready to explode? I'm asking you. This
Does
isn't
it
the name
keep
of a
talking
game.
and nobody
Don't you-
explodes reference?
Don't you do it.
Don't do it. I mean, it really
Go
is.
ahead, say
It's
it.
dropping a big, sticky, gross bomb into the whole thing, but there's an obvious game here.
Oh, right.
Hogwarts
Okay.
Legacy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't touch it.
I mean,
Everything that I've read about that, even apart from the obvious, doesn't make it sound like a good game.
I will say, like, the people who are into Harry Potter that have played it do think it's a good game. Like, I mean, just the people that I know.
Good reviews,
It's
yeah.
just that.
Do they think it's
It's
good
at an
just because
84,
it's
yeah.
fun to walk around? Because when I was a kid, I used to just play the Prisoner of Azkaban game to walk around.
Right.
But like,
I assume
that's
it goes
not a
beyond
good
that.
game. I just had a good imagination.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I think a lot of reviewers that I trust who played that game quite liked it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just nobody here wanted to play it. Any other options for throwing on here?
Detective Pikachu Returns.
No, but it has to
got
be
bad
good. It, once
reviews.
again, it has to be good.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
All right. Is this the list?
well,
Oh,
never mind.
yes, please, Janet.
Sorry, no. Y'all probably were all up in that Dead Cells Castlevania thing.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah,
why
I
I
played
would-
that a lot.
Yeah, we lived it. We
I liked
breathed it. Okay. Honkai Star Rail? I'm
That's
feeling
I mean, that's probably the biggest game on this list.
that we played the
Almost
least.
certainly.
Yeah.
Other than Hogwarts.
So, can we talk about the spirit of this list?
Absolutely.
Because I feel like these are games that we wanted to get to and wanted to play, but we
Right.
just didn't get
Yeah,
to it.
that's
and
thank
I
you,
don't
Jeff.
know.
Forgot about
Yes.
it.
I don't know if Honkai Star Rail.
You're right.
I mean, doesn't
You're
for
right.
me.
Sorry,
maybe other
Anna.
people.
Yeah, no.
No, I think you're right. You need to have that inner feeling of like, oh, you feel guilty about it. I think that's important for this
I
category.
like Kelsey's Persona 5 Tactica pick for that reason then. Because
Yeah?
I really wanted to play that, but
would
I
play
could
that.
just not sit down and start it. I couldn't.
I feel
I
guilty
don't know
about
why.
not playing
That said, I mean, the reviews weren't glowing.
It was like a low 80s, right? Like 83 or something. It's like pretty good.
That's like what I would
Alright.
expect from a tactics
Yeah.
game.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like once you're at the risk of triggering like an audience that sometimes gets too obsessed with review scores, like 80 plus, it's like that's a pretty good game. I feel like generally, obviously, I don't agree with every game that gets like an 80 that I would rate it the same, but I feel like that's pretty solid.
I do want to play Asgard's Wrath too.
But it just came out. I feel like this could be good
Yeah.
for next year. Like if you don't play it next
We're never
year,
going to. We're never going to.
because
talk
you
about it
you
next
have
year.
like what, one day to play it. Like I just feel like that's why it shouldn't.
I
for that
agree.
reason.
And
I think
Darkest
that's fair.
Dungeon 2 feels like a good
That is great.
That
it
would
would be in
be
that.
mine.
Like I am sure that game is rock solid.
Yes.
You
Yep.
know, like
Yep.
I bet it's mechanically inventive and all that, and it just
and all
haven't
that good
played it.
stuff.
Just as a quick gut check, because I also was interested in playing Tactica, but I was kind of equally interested in that in Wargroove 2. Is Tactica the obvious winner between those two? They're both kind of similar boxes.
I think
I like
Persona 5 might
Tactica.
appeal to a broader audience, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I feel like maybe Darkest Dungeon 2 above Persona 5, if these are our two slam dunkies. How's everybody else feeling?
I like how much you've said donkey.
Yeah.
I keep saying
The,
donkey.
the only other one that I might poke is Ghost Runner 2. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
but
anyone
the
feels strong
reviews
about
of those that were pretty middling. I mean, I really liked Ghost Runner 1, and I haven't picked it up in part because people have been like,
okay.
the good parts are good, but...
Okay. I like Tactica and Darkest Dungeon. I mean, when I made my own list, Darkest Dungeon 2 was like at the top of mine.
All right, so what do we feel as a group? Should we put Darkest Dungeon as the big one and Persona 5 Tactica as the other one, or is this group more into Persona 5 than Darkest Dungeon?
I'm more into
The other
Tactica
reason
'cause
I
don't
would
know what
push
the
for
other one
Darkest
is.
Dungeon is because it's been out longer.
That's so fair.
Okay.
I gotta be honest. I failed as a critic. I don't know.
So if these two games were sitting in front of people and it's like, you have all the time in the world now, raise your hand if you would play Persona 5 Tactica first. Okay, that's Janet, Jacob, Kelsey, Kyle,
Sure.
Haley.
Oh, you won me over. Just put that one first.
Wow. All right. Persona 5 Tactica.
I
Congratulations.
like the energy that Jeffem's bringing to this episode. It's got like just the right amount of caring in one spot and then not caring in another, but it's like they're both like mildly aggressive, and I'm into it.
Mwah. All right, Persona 5 Tactica, the game we all agree is probably good, but we didn't play. And then runner-up, Darkest Dungeon 2. Congratulations. You're all winners here. Best character is the next category, ladies and
Oh my
gentlemen.
gosh.
And somebody
Okay,
has
whoever
added a
went into
cheeky
this
little
doc to
picture.
edit it, the edits are amazing.
Who would do such a thing?
They are clearly a sicko. And there's
at those
hearts
shoulders.
appearing. Do
For
we...
the audio listeners, it's a picture of Leon Kennedy, like that's like edited. And
Don't delete it.
Wow,
do you
and
want...
now it's gone.
Okay,
Put it back.
so that represents
Censorship.
Leon Kennedy on this list.
Censorship.
I honestly take Leon off of there, man. We got his shoulders on there.
No!
We're good.
Yeah, we got
as
his
a
best feature
character,
on there.
Leon, come on. Like, let's
He's
we
just
go
the right
Ada
amount of
before we go
dumb.
Leon.
Yeah, pick
we go
Luis.
We go Luis before Leon.
Look,
Yeah,
let's
thank you.
leave him on the list. We'll see how he hangs with everybody
I like
else.
the picture. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Thank you.
Like,
Sarah, if you're into shoulders, I need to share this term my girlfriends and I use. So we also all love shoulders. I love that you also love shoulders. So we designate it as plates. So when we're out on the town, we'll be like, 2.5 plate or 10 o'clock. And that's like how wide the shoulders are. We've only ever seen a 3-plater a couple times. Usually 2.5's
Oof.
enough. But I think Leon's a
That's
triple
insane.
plater.
He really
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
oh man.
Continue. Sorry.
Can I say the winning one for this category?
Yeah, how hot are they?
Yeah, Jeff, what is it?
It's Ilmo and Yako.
Absolutely. Just put him in as the Koskela. Yeah, the
Come on.
Koskela brothers.
Oh yeah.
That's...
They're
Yeah,
good.
women
It's-
brothers.
Good
So it's like an
pick.
ice climber situation, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they go together.
Okay.
I also didn't realize they were the
Casey's
same.
also great because he's
Yeah.
also Sam Lake and
Yeah.
Max Payne. It's kind of like you get 3 for 1.
Yeah. Okay. Solid. God, I
But
didn't
I
even
also
think
love
about that.
Saga too. I want Saga there as well.
Hey, we
I
can
mean,
put
I
her
think
on
we
this.
can just put those all on there, you know.
Let's
and
put
talk
'em
about
on.
it.
Everyone
That's-
but Alan Wake.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everyone but Alan Wake, dude.
Really?
Alan?
Yes.
No, thank yous. Yeah. Snooze fest. Are you kidding?
Snooze fest. This tortured soul is a snooze fest.
It's like,
I
I
like
get
the
it.
dance.
You're in the upside down. Relax.
I'll throw out there Chai from Hi-Fi Rush. Like
Yes,
I get he's a
yeah.
himbo, but I think he's a really well done himbo that's just good, fun, and optimistic, and all about the power of
He
friendship.
should be
And like,
cringe, but he's
Yes,
not.
that's
And I don't
exactly
know how
it.
they did that.
Yes, that
I
is
don't know how
exactly
they
it.
did that because every single time he opens his mouth, I'm like, here we go. But then I like him. And
yes,
I'm like, huh.
yep, exactly. That's it.
Yeah.
Are we putting that goo thing from Jusant in here?
He got his due and
well,
best
it's a
A little
thing.
goo buddy? Okay.
Let the goo rest.
Addison from The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
This is Mr. President Man.
Mr. What?
The sign for the president.
Yes. Yeah.
And what do you like about the man who asks you to do the same thing 1,000 times?
Do you
mean a
it's-
man?
He's really sticks to the bit, and he cracks me up every time. It's like the first time I met him, I was just like, what an absurd idea that this guy can't figure out how to prop up a sign. And then like the fact that you met him so many other times and he just can never figure it out. It just was like
Crazy how many
consistently
times
funny
you
to me.
came across and propped up that mad sign for him.
I know.
I liked it.
At
also,
least 50 times.
it also functions as I felt like a good recurring puzzle because you would tackle it like often quite differently than you would before. But also just him, his attitude, and his rewards for you. Like, I was always happy to see Addison. I would always drop everything to help out Addison.
Yeah.
Happy Addison.
Can we put Zelda in there?
Nice.
Sure.
I heard that.
Thank you, Haley. This is why you're the best. I'm going to put Haley as best thing, actually. I'm going to change it.
Yeah.
Zelda, what's the reasoning there?
It's hard to talk about it all without going into like major spoilers, but they had Zelda do something really, really interesting in Tears of the Kingdom. And when you find it out, you're kind of like, oh, that's different than things that Zelda has done before in this series.
My only argument,
best moment now that I think about it.
I feel like best moment.
I've got a best moment with that as well.
Okay.
Because didn't they just like fridge her again? Like, and then they kind of made up like a post excuse.
Well, let's
like they were like, here's Zelda.
Let's be careful. With
We'll get into best
spoilers,
moment,
but
I think.
She's gone now.
I love her characterization in Tears of the Kingdom. It's one of maybe my favorite version of that character. After Skyward
Not
Sword,
even the
maybe.
chic version where she has agency.
She
has a lot of agency in
Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah,
She's doing a
oh my
lot.
god, yes, so much agency.
She does a ton.
She does.
I mean, if we can tear apart that
She's-
screen fight, I feel like Sarah can have her piece on the Zelda thing. I don't know.
I think
Best
best
woman
moment
in
is
Zelda is Midna, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
Midna's
Haley's
great.
right.
Let me throw out one that's not going to get any traction. Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat 1, I feel like is fun as hell. Like, he starts out in this whole reboot and he's like a snake oil salesman. And then he goes literally from that lowest of the low level to just being smug, all-powerful, pulling in a huge army and overthrowing the entire thing. But just his performance, he's one of those characters that, like, yeah, Shang Tsung, we've all had him 1,000 times, yada, yada, yada. But every time he's on screen, it's just so much fun to look at. He's just the most smug piece of shit, and he's delightful throughout that game. So shout out to Shang Tsung, my boy that everyone respects.
Girl from Sea of Stars.
There we
is
go.
Like one of my favorite characters in any game ever. I adore him.
You want to?
He was on my list too, Haley. Carl,
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Because he's like, his characterization, he's a very kind guy. He's very empathetic and thinks of others first and stuff. And that's very tropey. Like, you hear that all the time. Like, oh, I put my you before myself, blah, blah, blah. But they handle his characterization in a very nice way where he feels like a dude I know now. Like, he's like, oh, my friend girl. Like, they very much carefully craft his characterization of, what if we didn't fight, we were just nice to our enemies? What would happen? And it like made it feel fresh in a world where usually you just stab things with a sword. It's like, wait, let's take a beat. I'm girl. What's up? How are you? And I was like, I love you. He's just such a sweetie.
And he's a great cook.
He's a great little cook.
Look, while we're talking about good-hearted guys who want to help people, Kazuma Kiryu in Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name.
I'm not familiar with Kiryu.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Joryu. is his
Joryu.
name.
Yeah, Joryu's cool. I like
Okay. It's just
Sarah, I'm curious who you would pick from Baldur's Gate 3.
I would just pick all of them, right?
That's so
like
fair.
literally every single companion. I wouldn't be able to choose one. Like,
Yeah,
you
but
gotta
the
pick
category.
not
So
the
that means none go on the
companions
list,
too,
Sarah. So be careful.
right? Okay, Ben, start writing. Asterion,
Hey, okay.
Karlach, Gale,
You're gonna make the cases for all these?
Shadowheart.
Gale's third?
Yeah, sorry, Gale.
No,
Okay.
I mean, like, he should be lower.
He should be
There you
lower,
go.
but I still kind of liked this character.
Okay,
Volo?
hang on. Asterion, Gale, Shadowheart.
Karlach, you haven't written
Karlach.
Karlach down.
Is that like 14 Ks? Is that?
ACA. No,
That's
I'll
close
see
enough.
this.
We know what we know.
BARLACK.
She's the devil woman.
Okay,
She's
well,
my
a
girlfriend.
tiefling.
It's easy.
Devil
She's also my
woman.
girlfriend.
Wow.
Yeah, yes, we can share her.
Okay, is this?
I can
Hold on, hey
appreciate
Ben,
that.
just be confusing in the middle of this. Can you throw Miles from Spider-Man 2?
Okay, hang on. We should give these characters their due because I have no sense of why any of these characters are the best.
I can appreciate why that Asterion probably is like the public's pick. Personally, I adore Karlach. She's like one of my. I love her so much.
She's my favorite
Like,
too.
What about
quite
her?
literally in love with her. She's so fun. Like, she literally has the best little cute lines. If you romance her, she's so cute, and she's like genuinely like, I'm like, you're my girlfriend. Like, I love her. I love having her around. She approaches problems in a cute way. Her voice actor is fantastic. She's so good at reading lines. Whether she makes Karlach pissed off or really sweet, like everything hits very nice. But Asterion's also like, I love Asterion, but I just like
Asterion
Karlach more
has some great
personally.
lines.
And
And
like
his story is also
I
really
just-
good.
I
No
did
spoilers, but
the Act 3, like his stuff in Act 3, and I almost cried a couple points because of how good his performance was in those sections as Asterion. He's very good.
So it seems like Asterion and Karlach are kind of the upper options for Baldur's Gate.
What do you think, Jeffem?
Yeah, I'm Team Karlach all the way. And then Asterion, yes.
Okay, great.
They're both great.
Kyle's Miles?
Kyle's Miles. Yeah, Miles is great. Like, I love Miles. I think he's the highlight of that game. Like, I really... I actively like disliked Peter most of Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
But
you.
Miles is such a
so
sweetheart. I just
surprising.
would so much rather be Miles playing that game.
Peter
This is about who we like, not who
Peter
we
sucks.
hate.
Peter sucks hard. Seriously.
I am
Dude,
stunned
Peter's
by that.
the worst. Like, and he's like all the bad parts of like his rich friend, but he's also broke. So it's like, what's going on? What is the vibe?
And we should punish him for that?
Peter's
me
just
too.
Not going on the list.
yeah, like, Peter's not in the
Also,
community, okay?
I don't know if he should be on there, but like Miles's pairing with Martin Lee, aka Mr. Negative, was like my favorite character moments of that game.
Yeah. So I kind of just Mr. Negative helping to fuel Miles's personality
Yeah.
throughout the game. Yeah.
A character that should be on is James Savage from El Paso Elsewhere.
Love it. Yeah.
The protagonist.
Yes.
What's his deal?
So it starts out and he seems more or less like just a supernatural Max Payne, where he's like guy addicted to drugs, can slow down and shoot stuff, but like that game is about essentially, I guess, should we do spoilers here? I won't like say what happens at the end of the game, but just explaining the
Light spoiler gates for El Paso Elsewhere, everybody.
like that game is about relationship abuse and the person that he is kind of ultimately hunting down, his ex-girlfriend. Like, you really get into kind of the different ways that their relationship was abusive, and like the drugs, which are just kind of a part of like Max Payne's gameplay. And also, I mean, Max Payne is kind of about addiction, but like they really serve in the metaphor like of dealing with abuse here. And it's my favorite vocal performance of this year. I think it is like a really, really good delivery. And it's just kind of like, we've kind of seen that type of character before, and then they did really cool and interesting stuff with it.
Yeah. Spoilers over? Yes? Okay. Sweet.
Yes.
It's Xenoblade Chronicles 3 time again.
Love
Old Rex from the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed DLC. I think, so Rex is the protagonist of Xenoblade 2. He's kind of I'm going to get hate for this, but I think he's the most boring of the protagonists of the 3 games. And they like completely redeem him in his older arc. Like, he's not just like I'm the good guy, I've got a pure heart kind of guy. He like really seems to be smart, understand what's going on, like piece these very complicated parts of the puzzle together, and very like good dad energy.
Yeah.
And he's got the coolest entrance of like any character ever in a game, which I'll bring up in the coolest moment. But
I do love the idea of kind of redeeming the dweebs from the past. It's kind of like, Metal Gear Solid Raiden situation, I suppose. Shout out to Sid from Final Fantasy 16 in terms of his characters, that every time they're on the screen, I was delighted to see them. Obviously, the voice work is fantastic. But then just on top of that, he has this whole hideaway base, and then he reveals his plan after roping in Clive and Jill. It turns out he just wants to upend the entire world and destroy every mother crystal. It's like, this is an ambitious guy. But again, Final Fantasy 16, you gotta admit, every time he comes on screen, it's a delight. His theme song is cool. In terms of characters that are delightful to see on the screen, the merchant from Resident Evil 4, I'm not going to really fight for it, but shout out to...
Yeah, but they changed it. He doesn't say, what are you buying?
Yeah,
what the heck?
Yeah,
His
that's true.
best thing.
They nerfed his
ruined
personalities.
They nerfed him.
I'd love to
You can
throw...
put Lewis on there, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
I liked the changes they made to him.
Yeah, I liked his change too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Venba, I'll throw on this list. From the eponymous Venma. This is the mom in that game, Venba, which is about dealing with a family saga in Toronto. We've talked about Venba before. But trying to hold on to their culture from India as their kid is slowly drifting away to new culture. And just, I know I'm sensitive to it this year, but having a main character of a game be a stressed out mom who is being drained and giving so much of herself and trying to just struggle to make it through the world and just put on a good face for her kids. Really, really got to me. And especially, where some of the stuff goes at the end. I think she was one of my favorite characters of the year.
I like that pick.
Thanks, Haley.
You're welcome. She was like a really good character in that game, even though, like, not to spoil, where she becomes less of the point of interest in the later half. She still is like the driving force of the game.
She is the game. Interesting way. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
A character that never actively appears on screen, but you hear his voice lines, Iguazu from Armored Core 6.
Iguazu?
I know I'm going to be alone in this.
No.
It's got an U at the end. He is this guy who you continuously run into over the course of your playthroughs and is more kind of personally insulted by losing to you in fights than anyone else in the game, to the extent that spoiler gates up for Armored Core 6.
Armored Core 6 spoilers. Run away. Okay, go for it.
So the final boss of the game is this, which is like after 3 playthroughs, like the real final boss of the game is this thing called Allmind, which is like an AI, and it's just kind of like consumed everything. But the fight is weirdly like Allmind has like paired with Iguazu, this just kind of loser guy who you've beat a bunch of times, and then in the middle of the fight, Iguazu, through sheer force of kind of like being pissed off, like pushes the AI out, and so he's kind of like, I can't survive in this body, I'm going to die, but I hate you so much that like I just need to be the one who beats you, and I'm not going to let the AI do it. And so it's like he goes from like being a running joke of just this guy who gets mad every time you beat him to like literally the final boss of the game is him, and it's very good.
Love it. Spoilers over for Armored Core 6, everybody.
Malcolm Holiday in the backstage chat says the narrator from Slay the Princess, which I just recently played thanks to Jacob's recommendation, and I agree, that's a very good character.
Can you make the case?
Or the princess also?
Or the princess, yeah. This is like, Jacob, you should explain it. You've played more than me.
Oh god, so Slay the Princess is kind of, it's like the Stanley Parable, but in that you have
Club.
It's Stanley Parable and Doki Doki Literature Club. It's a visual novel in which the narrator tells you at the beginning, hey, there's a princess in this cabin, go and kill her. And then you have a bunch of different options, and each of those options leads to like very branching paths. And it's like kind of a time loop thing, but like every permutation you do with the princess and the narrator will like reveal new weird elements of their backstory, and like they are almost kind of like time, like they exist in a vacuum outside time, these like supernatural beings.
Okay.
It's very weird and it's hard to explain, but like they're good characters.
I love it.
I started this at midnight one night to play it for a few minutes before I went to bed, because I was like, oh, I downloaded, I'll check it out. And I played it till 3 a.m. and I had work the next morning. Like I was like, I need to keep playing. Like it's just, you'll finish like a round or something, and then you can start right up again. And it's so fun to just go again, and like try new things and see what happens.
And like they will remember things you did in previous runs.
Yeah.
You know, like the princess will like reference the thing you did last time, and so it's very good.
That sounds great. Backstage Pass is also screaming no Ati from Alan Wake 2.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Ati.
Okay. In terms of, again, characters are always delighted to see.
More of a 2019 character.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
I like him though. He's great.
Got a lot more to do here.
That's a what's the word I'm looking? I'm not. He shouldn't be disqualified for that reason. But.
I will say we're really quick to put all these Alan Wake characters without needing to explain them, but we had to explain the Baldur's Gate 3 characters, which
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Now
Hey.
there's a suddenly make your case situation.
Yeah,
I think we're
noticed that.
flying. Hey, no BS here. Someone make the case for Ilmo and Jocko.
They funny.
Yeah. And I didn't know they were
funny,
the
but
same.
weirdly have emotional beats that hit really hard at random times, and you care about them. And then they also have interesting, like, are they evil? Are they not? Questions going on the whole time. That's really fun.
Yeah, and surprisingly, I think like the most emotional depth I feel like from any character in Alan Wake 2. I think I felt the most for those two, which I never thought that would be the case
That
going
one
into that
scene
game.
in that hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. I love that. I love that. Alex Casey, anybody want to make the case for Alex?
Yeah, he's the best. He's the number one character.
Oh, really?
Really?
Interesting. I wonder why.
I think everything that I like about Alan Wake 2 is in the character of Alex Casey. I think because it's like Alex Casey exists in Alan Wake 2 as the kind of like crappy airport paperback books that Alan Wake wrote when he was a successful writer. Like this was his big series, was Alex Casey. And so and you know, the events of Alan Wake 1 are precipitated by him deciding he's like done with Alex Casey and he's not writing him anymore. And so then Alex Casey is present in this game and is almost exactly Max Payne in that he's voiced by the Max Payne character. He's faced by Sam Lake, who was the original face of Sam Lake, and he exists in a New York that is essentially the Max Payne version of New York. But so it's like it's Remedy kind of interacting with their history. But the weird parallel between Remedy and Alan Wake is that both them as a company and him as a character are like bringing back this guy who they kind of said they were done with because they like wanted to do more creative stuff. And then we're like, but the people really like Alex Casey / Max Payne. We like need to bring him back because like people like him in a way that feels almost kind of creatively like not out of art, you know, it's whatever. And then there are live action scenes where Sam Lake is playing Alex Casey filmed on set and he looks into the camera and he does like the Max Payne face from Max Payne 1.
Yeah.
I just think he's like metatextually, he is the most interesting character, and Alan Wake is a game about metatext. And so I just feel like he's the one.
Yeah. That's a great case. It is
Didn't
fun.
say much about his personality
Casey.
there.
Oh, he's Max Payne. That's his personality.
It's funny that there's no Max Payne game that came out this year, but yet we have two Max Payne characters on the list with El Paso Elsewhere. And Alex
Well, it's
Casey.
funny playing Alan Wake. You know, it's like people are excited about Control 2 and the remakes of Max Payne 1 and 2 that are coming, and I'm like, oh, they're kind of like in here. Like, if you want them early, you can just go over here and get them.
Mm-hmm.
Haley, do you want to make the case for Saga?
I love Saga. I was really worried people weren't going to like Saga because it's hard to introduce a new character who's taking up probably more than half the screen time of this game, where the game's called Alan Wake and people have like, I love Alan Wake, 2010, I remember Alan Wake, like kind of energy. But she's so good, and like she's a really nice goalpost in this game because she's really smart and capable, which is like, I think, really fun to play off Alan, because like the joke is like Alan's not a good writer. He's not that good. He's not good at traversing the dark place. And then when you insert Saga, who's like trained for this, not to spoil, has like some background story that also aids her in being competent in this world. Mm-hmm. And she's also just like very well spoken. She is just smarter than everyone in that world. So of course it's fun to be her because you're like, oh, this is making more sense because I'm Saga. And then you switch back to Alan and you're like, what's happening? Like, you're like really confused. I think it's fun to switch between those two characterizations. And it was smart to bring her on, not just because I know everyone always says, oh, they brought on Saga to teach you about the world of Alan Wake for people who never played Alan Wake 1. But I think that was like 10% of what she was intended for. Like she had all these other roles too that people don't really think about. And she carries the last half of that game. Like the last fourth of that game, I want to say. Like, she's the best. That's when she's the best, and she does the coolest stuff. And I'm like, oh, heck yes, Sokka, you're the best one here. Like, clearly you should be doing all this.
The best of us.
I really love her.
Okay, what do y'all feel for slam dunks for best characters? Which we
Wait,
move
can
up?
I just lob one else in there
please.
real quick? I just need to lob some more JRPG stuff in there. Temenos
Yeah,
from
can I lob more
Octopath Traveler 2.
I'm sorry, Temenos?
Yeah.
You might have
Do you need me to spell it?
Oh, I'd love that. Octopath Traveler 2.
Okay.
Yeah, what's their deal?
You're close. There you go. He's an inquisitor for the church, and you think he's going to be just this like boring, stuffy church guy, and he is the funniest and most sarcastic and most biting character in the game, and he's great.
Love it. Sarah, you wanted to lob some?
Did Kelsey have any more JRPG ones?
That's the only one I'll lob for. I mean, there's some good ones from Star Ocean, but it's
Throw 'em in.
Like, those
Throw
are
'em in.
Those are 90s characters.
Yeah. Only 90s characters will understand these best characters for 2023. Real quick, Kelsey, which ones were you thinking of from Star Ocean 2?
Oh, okay.
I still like Dragon Boy.
Oh, Ashton.
Is that official
Ashton.
name?
My brain for some
I'm
reason
so sad
could
that's not his official name.
Me too.
No,
Damn
my
it.
brain for some reason wanted to say Addison. I think because I was just reading
It's some
that, and I was
dopey
like,
new
wait, no, what
name.
is his actual name? Ashton.
Yep.
I beat that game, I swear. Just stupid man who gets dragons fused to his body that fight all the time. It's a dumb, awesome concept. I
Yeah,
love it.
tortured by these dragons on his shoulders that everybody else loves. Yeah, it's perfect. It is the perfect character this year. Okay, Sarah, what do you got?
We gotta put Lae'zel in because I'll feel really bad if Lae'zel doesn't make this list.
Okay.
My ride or die
fair.
girl. Yeah, my ride or die absolute queen. And then
Lae'zel gets
Haley-
so much unnecessary hate online because if she was a boy, people would love her. I'm throwing that in there. I'm throwing the card in because
interesting.
Lae'zel is such a good character, but because she's a tough cookie, people don't like her, and it bothers me.
yeah,
and
and then
she's
I'm
cool.
also like, I also want to throw like Jaheira out there too, Haley. I really like Jaheira because
Interesting.
she's an
I'm
older
not a
character. She's an
Jaheira
older female
stan.
character.
Okay.
And I don't know. I just really like having. I really like her coming into the party because she's already very experienced. She's like the leader of her own like secret society organization. So she already comes in. She like is like the only one who really understands what's supposed to be going on, and she really helps you in Act 3.
Okay, see,
Jaheira?
I'm a druid, so I'd never have her in my party. So I feel like
You can change her. I changed her class. Yeah.
I could reclass her. That's true. So I feel like I don't know enough about her because I never have her around. She's cool though.
Jaheira. Love it. Slam dunk time? What's feeling slam dunkish from this list?
I like
Karlak.
Karlak.
Okay. So, Karlak over Asterion. Or anybody else?
If we could take two up, I would say Asterion and Karlak.
Sure. You can take as many as you want.
Don't make me choose between my babies.
I know, this is hard. This
must
is actually
die.
a very hard pick between these two. I really like Chai too. I think Chai's a really good pick.
Thank you.
He's weird. I don't know why I like him so much, but I do.
And more games should have characters. So many games that try to have characters like Chai and fail.
Yes.
And so it's like, no, he's how you do it right.
Yeah. What are we feeling, everybody?
Alan Wake comes up.
That's
Oh,
tough.
Koskela brothers.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like Jacob really made me want to say Alex Casey.
It's a good case for Alex Casey.
But I feel like Alex
Good
Casey is
Casey.
just like Sam Lake self-insert. No. And I guess like he is cool,
He
but
doesn't
like
talk like Sam Lake. But
It's-
I
I mean,
would
yeah,
be
he
fine with
doesn't.
the brothers. I think the brothers are fine. And Kyle made a good point in that it's like, none of what I said about Alex Casey is like him as a character. It's just him as like an insert.
That's fair.
Yeah, like the brothers are the ones that like their personality sticks with you. I like them.
And
Okay.
you're just happy every time they pop up. Every time you run into them, it's like, oh, those guys, I love those guys. I want to hear what I'm going to watch their entire 3-minute commercial.
my exact
now.
reaction.
I'd throw Saga up there, and I'd throw the Sign Man. There is something cool about. I feel like the sort of easier arguments are more of these main characters that we have moving up. But I think there's something really fun about the brothers in Alan Wake and the Sign person and Tears of the Kingdom in that they are amazing characters that are fun as characters alone. Like they're the only characters where it's like it is just their characterization that you're interacting with. While admittedly, part of my love for Saga is like, look at this, it's really fun to be Saga, and they like did a great job, like to Haley's point of the fact that she can shine despite everything that was kind of going against her in the lead into this game. But I do think a lot of that does rely more on mechanics than the other like side characters.
There's one big omission I can see from the slam dunks.
Ati?
I like Garl a lot.
Yeah, Haley, you said Garl's like your favorite
Garl.
character of
Yeah.
all time, right?
Yeah, wait. Oh, yeah, girl.
All right.
And Ati.
And Ati, sure.
Haley, did you finish Sea of Stars?
Do we need
Yeah.
Ati?
Did you 100%
No,
Sea
we
of Stars?
No, but I know that.
Ati.
I know what
Okay,
you're
we don't have to
talking
go.
about.
We don't need to talk about it more than that.
Yeah, yeah.
I do love Ati, but like that was a control moment to
Okay,
me.
all right.
more than an Alan
There we
Wake
go.
thing.
Love
That's
it.
super fair. Yeah.
I think he might have won our best character in 2019, but I'm trying to remember.
He's amazing. I mean, he's a great character, but it's like,
yeah, totally. Any glaring omissions from anybody? Okay, so
It's like I do really like Sid, but I kind of think that like the game doesn't. It's like it's not Sid's game.
yeah,
You know?
Yep, I'm totally with you. So slam dunk characters, we have Karlak from Baldur's Gate 3, Asterion from Baldur's Gate 3, Chai from Hi-Fi Rush, Ilmo and Yako from Alan Wake 2, Saga Anderson from Alan Wake 2, Addison from Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Garl from Sea of Stars.
I feel like with this one, we might all just have to gut check and see if we have like who gets the most gut check picks, because this one's
Yeah.
so subjective.
I don't have a big dog in this fight, horse in this race, bird in this sky. I feel like it's a Baldur's Gate character and Garl. But
I like
And Garl, no Alan
like
Wake
Garl
2
a lot.
character? No Ilmo and Yako?
I do like Garl more than every character in Alan Wake 2.
wow.
I like-
I never met Garl.
Garl must be
They sound
something
lovely.
special.
Yeah.
He's very.
I mean,
he is very
I
special.
like Garl, but
his personality is also like integral to the plot of the game. Like
It's
he is
true.
the driving. Like you play as these two, like this brother and sister, but like your motivation through the course of Sea of Stars is like your relationship with Garl. Like
That's a
he
good
is the
point.
heart of that game. And I
The
love
story
it.
moves because of
Does he
his
tell you to put any
character, not
signs
just
up?
because of him.
Yeah.
Like the way he is why that game keeps going forward.
Okay.
And it is one of those. I mean, it's not a spoiler, but like he is the character that everyone, you know, in an RPG, like everyone sort of gravitates towards your party because you're like, yeah, you guys are doing something special. I want to join your team. They're joining Garl. They're not joining like you and the siblings that you play as. They're following Garl.
And what's fun is he has no magic powers or anything.
Right,
Like
right.
he doesn't have like the other two siblings have like crazy powers. Like they're essentially gods almost. And then
Yeah.
he's just like, hi, and like can cook a stew. But everyone's like, yes, him. He's the leader. Like, and no one says that. You're right, Kyle. No one's like, Garl's our fearless leader. It just like is natural with the way that they make him interact with other people. You're like, of course he's the leader. He's Garl.
Yeah.
so what should be up here, everybody?
Garlac.
Karlak.
Karlak and Garl?
Okay.
The Garlak combo?
Garlac. Like,
Karlak and Garl.
I mean, that's a big blow for Alan Wake 2.
See, and I love Alan Wake too.
I think Alan
they're all
Wake's gonna
good.
do well in moments.
I think you're
You
right.
know,
I think that's a great
Yeah.
way of looking at it.
It also is more of a plot game than a character game, and I do feel like the
Yeah.
ones that we've surfaced seem very like character strong.
Yeah. Jeff, what are your thoughts on Karlak?
I love her.
Love
She
her.
would be my number one pick.
Okay.
Between the ones that we have on the short list. Yeah, she's great. All the characters in Baldur's Gate, most of the characters in Baldur's Gate are great. But there is, when you're going around, like everyone has their baggage, and sometimes when you're talking to a bunch of people in a row, it's like, man, you guys are really draining me. And Karlak has her baggage, but she's still just freaking fun every time that you meet her and you do stuff. I'm also partial to her because in my build, like she's the absolute powerhouse, and so like she's like my go-to person. Whatever. If it's a big group of people, if it's a super powerful boss, whatever, like I'm sending her in. She's taking the first hit, and so like it is a weird marriage of gameplay and character for me. But yeah, she's great.
Haley, you're the most informed in this category. How would you rank it?
I would choose Karlach. I adore Karlach.
Over
I
Garl?
love Garl so much, and I think Garl has more reasons why I think he should win because of the fact that he's so integral to that story and the fact that his personality is the reason for that story being so good. But I just have never resonated and liked a character as much as I like Karlach
Wow.
for a very long time. She just jumps out to me so much, and I've been trying to find someone who makes a statue of her for my office, and I cannot find anyone who makes it. I don't seek out gaming statues. I don't do that. But I'm like, Karlach statue Etsy, please, someone. And they only sell them if you paint them yourself. And I'm like, I can't do that. That's how much I like this character. I'm having problems.
You're gonna learn how to paint. You're gonna weld it yourself from stone.
Well, you could paint it by just wearing a lot of red lipstick, and then it would kind of paint itself.
I'll just smear lipstick on it and kiss it every day. Yeah.
Bold take. I mean, there's nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't play basketball and that we can't have 2 Baldur's Gate 3 characters up here. Haley, again, you're the most informed. Do you think Astarion is a better character than Garl? Are we doing Astarion dirty?
I love Astarion, but I think I like Garl and what he does more than Astarion, but I adore Astarion. I love him, love him, love him. I love this is such a good year for game characters.
I'm sorry.
So good.
Astarion, you're not making the cut.
It's just that he's so funny. He's genuinely hilarious.
Garl or Astarion?
Astarion.
Okay.
Garl's cute. He's not really funny. Astarion's so funny. I wish he was my friend downtown with me, and when people walked by, he just has these chirps nonstop, and I'm dying laughing. I want him to be my friend, but I want to date Karlach, so I don't know.
Okay.
I feel the issue is Karlach has a better personality, but Astarion has the more compelling story.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
In Baldur's Gate 3. I still think Karlach on top. She's the first time that I feel I've actually genuinely wanted to be friends with a video game character.
Whoa.
Hands down, she's incredible. But Astarion has a very he kind of comes in with the most baggage out of everyone except for maybe Shadowheart.
He's the personality hire for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But it's his entire arc in Act 3 when you go and you sort of he has to sort of come to reality moment where he has to make a choice. It's do I want to be evil? Do I want to be good? And you have to kind of raise him right throughout the game to make sure he makes good choices. But I don't know. He definitely has more, in-game story that's better. Because Karlach's is okay, but she never really has a payoff. But she is the better. I don't know. I'm torn.
Moment to moment, I like her more. But Astarion's so good.
We also have the picture entry of Leon Kennedy, who's just being dragged down to the pits of nowhere.
Well, that's just there for fun.
I see.
It's a nice visual.
It is nice to look at him, yeah.
Yeah, that's leave
he's
it up
just
there.
overseeing.
Yeah.
Stop me if I'm wrong, everybody. Is this list for best character Karlach as the maximum entry and Garl as the minimum entry?
Works for me.
I think I just like that our combined, they've got a celebrity name that you can combine them with,
right, they're
Garlic.
ready to go. Yeah,
It sounds like garlic too. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It is good to eat. There's no doubt.
That feels right.
Karlach, congratulations, our winner for best character of 2023, and Garl as the runner-up. That's sweet. That is sweet.
And Astarion as the runner-up, so close, millimeter away.
Yeah.
Millimeter
Honorable
away.
mention.
There's no doubt he's a
Miss
millimeter away.
Congeniality, Astarion.
Totally.
All right. The best moment of 2023. This is the category we're working with here, everybody.
Go ahead and just put it on there and
Yeah.
go ahead and bold it. Herald of Darkness from Alan Wake 2.
Okay.
Actually,
And
could you just put it
moving
as maximum thing? Just put it up there at number 1.
Okay. Alan Wake 2, Herald of Darkness.
You
Okay.
can just bold it now. You can just bold it now.
It does seem bold. Okay. Okay.
Some time.
What else we throw on this list before we unpack
how
it?
about, if we're doing this, let's put this on here and bold it as well. The end of Like a Dragon Gaiden, the
Okay.
man who erased his name.
Like a.
Oh, and we're done now, I guess. Those
I have
are,
no
that's it.
choice but to believe
Those are
you.
two bold
because-
You
ones.
said this was going to be long.
Interesting.
The gosh, how do I say this in a non-spoiler way? The Spider-Man 2 after you get the spider bots.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Love it.
Oh, interesting.
Spider bots resolution. That's a cool choice.
I think we said it earlier about the Piranha Parade moment
Yes.
from Wonder.
Piranha
Oh, yeah.
Parade from Mario Wonder.
And then the Baldur's Gate 3 House of Hope.
Ooh, okay. Baldur. We're just writing down shorthands for now, and then we'll unpack them here as they're slam dunky. House of Hope.
Rex's entrance in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed DLC.
Wrench's
Can you explain that,
entrance.
Kelsey? It's not. If it's an introduction, I'm sure it's not a spoiler.
Well, I thought we were unpacking them after we've.
Oh, sorry. I'm just curious.
I can do a quick one. He shows up in a really cool way to save someone's life, and you're not expecting to see him, and then all of a sudden he's there, and he's being awesome, and he drops the line that he says while attacking constantly in Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Ooh, yes.
He's just like, I'll show him a thing or three, except he's like a buff old man now.
That sounds pretty good.
It's very
That's
good.
cute.
That does sound great.
Bahamut, Final Fantasy 16.
Okay.
Why is this underlined already? What's going on?
There's a formatting.
This is us getting frustrated at Ben using Google Drive.
Somebody
every
else
year.
use it then.
Every year it's like the first time you're using Google Drive. That's what gets me.
The ending to Tears of the Kingdom, like
Yeah.
the final fight sequence,
Final confrontation.
in Tears of the Kingdom.
Also, getting the Master Sword and all the implications therein.
Okay.
And discovering the depths.
Yes.
Yes, that was on my list too.
I feel like we had. This is not disqualifying it, but I feel like this was a big thing for us last year with Elden Ring. Is like discovering just how big the underworld is, and it's funny that it's like.
Oh, yeah, that
that's what
was
it's
fun.
really
It was
cool.
like the number one. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
go underground.
every game.
That's
Go
the
underground.
Yeah,
You-
Pikmin 4.
But
When you
I
went
mean-
underground, I was like, that's
Ooh.
great.
I do feel like it was especially cool in this one because no one knew it was coming. I mean, I guess no one knew it was coming in Elden Ring either, but this felt like a very cool thing for Nintendo to not reveal ahead of time.
Yes. Yes.
And I don't know if I'm the only one, but I definitely, I saw the glowing red hole and I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to go down there. So it took me an extra long time to even understand that was a place I should go. And then when I discovered that, it was extremely cool because it wasn't like an elevator that went down. It was like, that looks bad. I shouldn't go there.
I think, too, the way the map mirrors the above underground is also very rad.
So cool. Spider-Man 2 Black Cat is fun. Black Cat's fun powers, I guess is a good way to put it. And the glimpses therein.
Yeah. I was going to name something else in Spider-Man 2, but I realized it's more of like a series of missions. So I'm like, that's not really a moment.
Oh, okay.
What about the Sandman fight?
I think that's a great one. Yeah.
The opening one. They clearly put like a third of the budget in that one fight.
It is an awesome opening.
I was like,
for
is it going to
sure.
get better than this? And it doesn't really, actually.
Really?
So
After that.
Boss fights, the werewolf fight in Hi-Fi Rush.
Yes.
Oh,
With
good one.
Beethoven's Fifth or whatever.
Like the Scrooge McDuck room.
Oh God, it's so good. Werewolf fight. Pineapple on pizza. It kind of
I
is
had that
just
written down.
just
whole
like
thing.
one moment. Yeah, I guess we're gonna
It's
unpack
just,
that later.
just the bit. Like, what is the joke?
The bit. Other stuff we should throw. Oh, this is tiny. Jacob, hopefully you can back me up on this as being the number one moment of the year. When you're on the island in Resident Evil 4 and then the helicopter comes in and just like unloads and kills all of those enemies in front of you and it feels like a complete lifesaver.
Sure.
Okay, number one. Wow. Resident Evil 4.
I also
helicopter.
like putting moments from 2004.
Yeah, that's why
wow.
Was that moment in the original?
Yeah.
Exactly my point.
It was, Ben, it was.
Good. Good.
Okay, I know.
good then,
I know
it's
this
good
is
now.
one that no one else has played. The big head in the utility room.
The game is called Utility Room?
Yes.
Oh.
The big hit.
Okay.
The last line of Alan Wake 2.
Last line of
Haley.
Alan Wake 2.
No, Haley, straight
Love
to
it.
jail.
Hell yes.
Oh,
No, I love it.
Yeah,
dumbest. Push that up to dumbest thing.
straight to jail to be the warden of it, I say.
Should
Ben.
we? I don't want to interrupt the format, but
No.
if we're putting things on here that we know, are not going to win, should we do like a short
Sure.
explanation of it? Because I feel like it would be a bummer to
Yeah.
not hear about some of this stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. what you want to explain Big Head and Utility Room? Or is that the one you're thinking
Sure,
of?
and I was also thinking pineapple on pizza.
Spoilers for Utility Room for a small moment of it, I suppose. Here we go.
The Utility Room is a VR game where you are just confronted with really big stuff, and there's a section where you're walking through a canyon and nothing's there, and then like literally a mile away you see an Easter Island head that is like 800 feet tall, and it just comes at you, and it's moving faster than you can move, and eventually you can either run past it, or when I first did it, I literally like flattened myself on the ground, and it passed like an inch above my head.
Oh my God.
And it's just like
weird.
It's like VR just does big stuff better than anything, and it's like, what if we just put the biggest thing?
End of spoilers for Utility Room. Pineapple on Pizza. Spoilers for Pineapple on Pizza, a free game that's like 10 minutes, everybody, so look alive.
Oh.
This is the cute little thing. You played it on Cream of the Steam, Sarah. Yeah. But it's a lovely, cute game with a very cute soundtrack where you're on an island. It feels Hawaiian, somewhere in the Pacific, and there's just a bunch of people dancing, dun, dun, doing the Macarena, just everybody delightful and all this stuff. And then you're exploring the island, and then you can go up, and if you drop into the volcano, which it never tells you to do, it's just something that like everybody who's playing a game is like, well, would it be fun?
You're kind of drawn to it a little bit.
It's at the top, so I guess, yeah. It's like, all right, I guess I'll jump in this volcano. Then the lava just starts rising out of the volcano, and then slowly comes down the side of the volcano and spreads across the entire island. And everything just bursts into flames, and everyone is screaming and like begging for help and like trying to like swim out into the ocean to dodge us. And so it feels like a very classic flip of like very cute, delightful place. And now it's like, no, this is a life or death situation. It's a very serious ordeal. And the music's still getting louder and louder as it builds. Yeah.
And it pans out then at the end to show the perfect ring of lava around the volcano, and it looks like a slice of pineapple on a pizza.
Right.
And it's like the whole game, you're like, why is it called that? And then it's like literally the last image.
It's a stupid little game, but
cool.
Certainly.
But it's also that best moment is just the entire game.
It is.
It's just
it's a 10-minute game.
The game is the moment.
Yep. Yeah. It absolutely is. Speaking of endings, we'll keep it spoiler free here, but Jacob, I just heard on the aforementioned Giant Bombcast the ending and the tease at the ending of Lies of P, and it delighted me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we can get into all these things if people want to fight for them later.
Another ending, the final boss fight of Sea of Stars, like the final ending.
Oh, okay.
There's actually a middle point in Sea of Stars that I like to.
You want to put it on there?
Talk about them both.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, yeah. You want to put up Sea of Stars spoiler gates real quick?
Sea of Stars spoilers, everybody. Check out the timestamps. Go for it.
I'll do my middle part, Haley, and maybe you do the ending.
Is it the bread?
No. So there's a part in the game where you go to basically an alternate dimension. It goes full Chrono Trigger, and you basically go to a futuristic world. And there is this cutscene that plays as you're going there, where you're taking your boat through this like space-time continuum, and during that boat, for this like moment of just a couple of seconds, your boat changes from a pixelated 1632-bit boat to a 3D modeled boat, and the camera rotates. You've been playing the 2D RPG the whole time, and as you're traveling to this like future dimension, the camera pans around your 3D boat suddenly, and it's like this cool. Like it especially affecting moment in the sense of like that the rest of the game is pixelated, and you have this one interdimensional travel moment where it turns 3D for a moment, and it's affecting and cool, and I really loved it.
I have a great anecdote for that. I was on a plane like playing that on my way home, and the guy sitting beside me audibly went, "Whoa," because he was watching my screen.
Cool. Yeah.
During that part.
Yeah, and then Haley, you want to talk about the ending quickly?
Yeah, there's another really great part. Well, there's the final boss fight, which is just like cathartic. It's like, yeah, we won. Like we beat the guy. And then, but another part I really like is like a way that girl tries to solve a problem. Like you have to wake this sleeping monster, and everyone's like, we'll fight him, we'll stab him until he wakes up. And he's like, what if we baked him some bread? And then they're like, okay. So they use a volcano to bake like an absolutely massive loaf of bread, and they like waft the smell to the sleeping monster, and he's like,
who you've seen the whole game. It's just been sleeping there the whole game. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like this huge dragon on a mountain, just like chilling. And then when he smells the bread, he comes over and eats it. He's like, y'all are cool. Thanks for feeding me. I'll do whatever you'd like. I like you guys. And I'm like, that's so nice. And I just really like that moment too.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Cool game.
Cool game.
I don't know how to write that though and it not be a big spoiler. Or a
Final boss for Sea of Stars?
We'll just leave final boss.
Okay.
That could be the best one. Yeah.
Love it. Spoilers over for Sea of Stars. Other stuff to throw on there?
I can't believe it took this long to bring up the Ice Worm and Armored Core 6.
Me either.
Okay. Do we need spoiler gates to talk about it?
No, I don't think so. It's the best set piece boss fight FromSoft has ever made.
Whoa!
Like better than any Dark Souls stuff, better than Elden Ring. Like it is cool on a level that like most video games could not even dream of, and it is just a purely cool fight. It's not that challenging, but it's unbelievable.
Just because it's so big?
It's not just because it's so big. It's a mile long worm that you're fighting, but essentially the only way to break its shield is an enormous railgun that's like 50 miles away. And so you are distracting the worm, and then you have like the only person who's nice to you in the whole game, this guy named Rusty, is manning the railgun, and you can just see this light like growing in the distance, and then you just hear like watch for friendly fire, and then like a railgun shot comes and it hits the worm, and it's like perfectly framed, and it is like it is really hard to describe because it is just cool. Like that's all it is, but it is so unbelievably cool that we spent on the deepest dive, we spent like 30 minutes talking about it.
Also, ice worms, not enough ice worms in society these days.
I agree.
Yeah. Hey, this seems like a good spot for it. Can someone just tell me what happens at the end of Starfield that everybody's talking about, the new show or the new game plus Connect? So is anybody up for talking about that? Can we put spoiler gates up?
I've been wanting to know. I've
been wanting to know
a couple times and never really understood it. So if someone could
Did anyone
explain
finish
it to me,
it?
that'd be great.
But me? Am I the only one that finished that game?
I read an article about this, and
Okay.
it did
Hold on,
sound
do we
like
need
it
the gates?
sounded really cool.
Okay, let's just throw them up. Starfield spoiler gates here, everybody. Starfield spoiler gates. Okay, Janet, what the hell happens?
Okay, I'll do it from my memory, and then if people can add additional editorialization via articles they've read. But basically, it's just like you get to the end, and they're like, "Do you want to?" You kind of can become a god, basically, in the game, essentially, like a space god.
I'm
and
into
then
it.
everything you do when you do New Game Plus, it's like, oh, now you'll have everything, all the memories you had before still exist, and you could like repeat into infinite universes, essentially. But also, the game basically ends with a like, there's this antagonist. There's like these space people. It's like the big mystery of the game. Like, who are these people? Are they aliens? Are they from the future? Like, what's their vibe? Like, they like don't want us to get the artifacts, but like, why don't they said we can't, we'll ruin everything, why, and then the guy hunting you is like, oh yeah, but I've hunted you in every like kind of universe, or the person hunting you, like, this is always like this, but I kind of just keep going because like that's what we're on. And then at the end you can do like a persuasion thing to be like, why don't you just not attack me anymore? And the character can be like, sure, you can just go take the last artifact then. And that's also like kind of a weird part of the ending. So it wouldn't be on my list. I didn't like Starfield.
So this is different than I think what people are talking about with the New Game Pluses.
Yeah.
Because what happens when you cycle through New Game Pluses is that the constellation, who's like the main kind of group of people, can be completely different, including, and I'm just reading this from a list because I haven't played it myself, it can be multiple versions of you. You can meet the hunter who's already killed all of the members. They can be all kids, like the members are
What?
gone and it's only kids. It can be, like an evil you who's trying to kill everyone and has succeeded for some of them. So it's like major changes to the core group of people at the middle of the game, which like I don't like that game, but like that is a really cool idea.
That seems like a ton of work. I thought it would be some like, oh, now you're God +3, God +4, like just going deeper and deeper that way.
I think that's the quote about wanting people to play this game for a decade. Like, I think it is that like New Game Plus has like significant variations.
That's cool. Yeah, every time you move into a new universe, apparently. But okay. Spoilers over for Starfield? Great. Okay, there we go. Finally ripped off that Band-Aid. That's good to know. Other stuff for the
Are you
list?
gonna play it now that you know that?
I'm starting with Bayonetta Origins, Janet. We'll see where it goes from there. Okay.
This one sucks because it just came out and I recognize that, but the end of the God of War DLC is a top moment of the year, and I knew this would cause you pain.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to hear it. Yeah.
Jacob, if you think this is slam dunk territory, we gotta hear it, and we'll put spoiler gates out.
Well, I don't, because it's like I'm gonna be the only one who's done it, and so
Sure.
I don't think it's slam dunk because I don't think it's one person, and I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's just like when you play that moment and you get there and you'll be like, damn, this is one of the moments of 2023.
Okay. Good to know. But just to be clear, you're not, we can take the hit if you think it deserves that top spot, like, don't worry about our feelings about not wanting things spoiled.
No, honestly, I feel like it is similar to another one on this list that I want more.
Okay.
It's not gonna win, but there's a really fun, all of Venba is about cooking, but toward like the last third of the game, there's this really fun cooking sequence where you're like making a bunch of dishes fairly quickly, but it's not stressful.
Good one.
It's almost like it's a cooking power fantasy.
Right.
And it's so, there's so many great things about Venba as a game, but one of them is how like accurately yet simplistically it captures the process of cooking this food, and it just looks so delicious. Like I've never wanted to like eat a meal so badly in a video game than in that sequence.
Yeah.
And it felt so like powerful and beautiful, and the music's incredible. So it was definitely one of my favorite moments of the year.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
One of mine too, without going into full spoilers for it, is like searching outside in Venba. Like that moment hit me
Also,
hard.
Now we're just adding Venba moments into the whole game at this
Yeah.
point. But like seeing the glasses,
Yes.
like in general,
I think that's kind
like
of
the glasses
connected.
in
Yeah.
general are like,
Yeah.
again, without going into it, I just really, and I feel like I can kind of hold this, I guess, maybe for 210s.
Sure.
But there's just so many, there's such good storytelling done. Like the story itself is like, yeah, it seems pretty familiar if you're used to these kinds of stories, but just the way they go about it is so good.
Yep. Totally agree. Okay. Should we get into slam dunk territory and start unpacking these things in a bigger way? Who's feeling the hottest about these? About what goes up?
I will go first. I wasn't kidding about bolding Herald of Darkness for Alan Wake 2.
Oh, as long as you weren't kidding.
What's that?
No, I'm just joking with you. So spoilers up for Alan Wake 2?
Yeah.
All right,
which
spoilers for Alan Wake 2.
I don't know if it's that relevant, but I'm generally cooler on Alan Wake 2 than most. But the Herald of Darkness sequence in Alan Wake 2, it sort of serves as like a recap of Alan Wake 1 a little bit, but what happens is you like go through this backstage area and you get all this live action footage of folks like Sam Lake, the guy who plays Alan Wake, the guy who plays Mr. Door, and they're all doing a choreographed dance to this great song. If you watched the TJs and didn't play Alan Wake, you got a sense of it, but like you have to understand, like not expecting that and going into that sequence, and suddenly you're watching like the cast and the game's writer do choreographed dancing with little pockets of action happening in between. It was like the highlight of the game. Like it is, I think it will be Alan Wake 2's legacy, despite it like having all these other cool parts of it. I think the thing that we'll always remember about Alan Wake 2 is like, you remember that insane dance sequence? And you're gonna say, yes, that was amazing.
I think
it was.
They surpassed the Ashtray Maze from Control, I think.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Ooh.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
but,
That's not
would.
crazy. Okay.
I think it's way more. Well, now this is a different conversation, so I feel like it's
Yeah,
not
sure.
I think it's way more fun to play the Ashtray Maze in Control. And hey, I'm gonna expose myself. Maybe it's because I died a few times in that Alan Wake sequence, and I'll tell you, when you die and have to run it back at the checkpoint, it loses a little bit of its luster. I know that's on me, but also they let me die.
Like,
give me more of
it's
the flare. Give me more of the flare gun. Why would you hand it to me and it has like a cap on it? For this section, Anyway, but I do think it's an incredible piece. I'm totally with Kyle.
Yeah.
It was so exciting, like having played that chunk specifically before review embargo, or like as embargo hit, And I remember like on the podcast, if y'all listen to that episode, like me and Kyle being like, oh, I'm like, I got to this part that's like the best thing in gaming this year.
Yeah.
Like, yep, yeah, exactly. And I also this isn't really part of the moment itself, but I think it's so cool how much everyone that plays it instantly connects with it, instantly recognizes it. And also everyone was so generally good about like not spoiling that, even though it's like such a big moment. And it is such a good example of what makes that game special. And yet everyone's like, I can't tell you because you got to do it yourself. And seeing people uncover it and be into it. And it's so good.
It feels like just the prime example. I mean, there's a lot to love in Alan Wake 2, obviously, but of just the idea of like, oh, if they would have made this game 10 years ago, they would not have been big and bold enough, I think, to take a swing as weird as we're going to recap all of Alan Wake 1 in a musical number that you're running through and dancing through and fighting enemies through. Like it's such a cool little sequence.
It was funny. I would talk to people who started Alan Wake 2 and they were like, I really could have used a recap. I have no idea what's going on.
Right.
And I was like, oh, there's a recap. It's like in the middle of the game. And everyone was like, that's stupid. Why would you put a recap in the middle of the game? And I just had to be like, please, I promise it's the right call.
Right.
Like they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, go play Fortnite.
I think that section is kind of like a vignette of like what I love the most about the entire thing of what they're trying to do, because they're layering on top of like the meta-narrative stuff with mixed media stuff. We talked about this in the deepest dive, but it's like, if you were to just condense that into like a little segment to try to explain it really quick, of course it's live action, but you're a character walking through with stage markings on the ground to mark where your playable character should stand during certain set pieces.
And the actors pointing at the place that you should go.
Yes.
This way.
This way. And it's like you're controlling the pyrotechnics of this show via gameplay with your new weapon that they're trying to teach you about. And you're just supposed to like walk through this little museum-like set piece and just let it happen at you, but you're still controlling it. Because like you said, you could just stand still and then the media will say, we want you to keep going. Please, and like point you forward. And that's like essentially what they're doing. And what Alan Wake 1 was trying to do a lot of too, but they couldn't at that time, like you were saying, Ben. Like, what if this came out 10 years ago? Like, that was Alan Wake 1. And they did as much as they could, but like it really was just manuscripts and that kind of thing at the time. And then with Control, they played around with the layering of live action stuff on top, and that kind of resulted in Alan Wake 2 expanding upon what they wanted to do in Alan Wake 1, but in 2023. It's just like such a fun moment. Plus it freaking rocks. Like, that song's awesome.
The song is good.
Poets of the Fall are sick. They are amazing musicians. Like, I hope other people go and listen to the rest of their music, because like I have since Alan Wake, and I feel guilty that I haven't, because they're probably getting a lot more attention now. And
they're
it's just,
bigger
like,
than Taylor
such a
Swift
fun...
now.
What's that?
I said they're bigger than Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
While Alan Wake spoilers are up, can we talk about the last line?
Yeah, please.
Because I just think it's like, it is such a, in kind of the same way as giving you a recap in the middle of a game. It is wild to play a game and literally the last line of the game gives you this kind of thesis statement that retroactively makes so many elements of the game make sense. And things that seemed disconnected, parts of the story that didn't really seem to touch each other, now feel a part of this bigger whole, because the last line is, it's not a loop, it's a spiral. And then you can recognize all of the things in the game that have felt like loops and conceptualizing them as spirals, which sounds very like vague, but isn't, because it's like we're not staying in some place, we're going somewhere. Is just such a fascinating concept with like how abstract the concepts of the game is working with. Like, it's, you know, the fact that they basically have something that ties the entire game together, and they literally hold back until the last line to like deliver it, even though they do say it at the end of Jotun,
right.
You know, but still, it's just like, I love that the game gives you a thesis statement, but it's not something that's kind of like, okay, dummy, now we're going to explain the themes to you. It's like, we are going to make the whole game kind of deeper than you were even thinking about it with this new framework.
Well, also tying into the ending of the first game with, it's not a lake, it's an ocean.
Yes.
Like, to have that mirroring and to have it actually be a more interesting approach, I think, for you idiot. It's not this, it's this.
That line hit me like a truck on a freeway. Like I was like, oh, I feel a little bit weird. I don't know what's going on. And then as soon as they said that line, I was like, oh my God, of course. And it just like all of a sudden stuff made so much more sense to me. And all the iconography of spirals that they've been shoving at me the whole entire game, that I'm like, oh, whatever. It's probably just a reference to Control.
Right.
Or like there's even during our deepest dive, I'm like, what are the sections you can go to? It just changes it to spirals on the ground. That's boring. And like in the future, I'm like, Haley, you freaking stupid. They're trying to tell you something and you weren't paying attention. Like it's so fun to think of that after hearing those 7 words at the end.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, this changes everything. And it's a sentence.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's so fun.
And when so much of the game, is like, okay, we're going through these loops, but the environments are going to be changing slowly. Like, one of my favorite moments from Alan Wake 2 is when you're in that loop and you're in the theater. And then it's that weird scene where Sam Lake, I'm trying to remember which version of Alex Casey this is. When Sam Lake, like the actor portraying Alex Casey, I have that right? When he's like tied up and he has the deer mask on, you don't know it's him. And it's just that weird moment too, where he's like trying to guide you on how to make progress. Like, just whatever you do, don't go get the knife. Don't go get the knife over there. And it's like, okay, I guess I have to go get the knife. I'm just a sucker for those video game moments of like, I know there's this thing I have to do, but I really don't want to do it. A little ending of Metal Gear Solid 3 style, But like that.
I've been taught this via video games for decades.
Right. But
I shouldn't do it anymore.
Yes. But in that larger picture too, of just like, okay, you're not just looping through this environment over and over again. It is a spiral because things are changing ever so slowly over time. But
yeah.
More Alan Wake 2 thoughts? Okay.
Sarah, are you enjoying going back to this?
Welcome back, Sarah.
I'm really enjoying reliving the deepest dive, Jeff.
You didn't have fun with that? Okay, end of spoilers for Alan Wake 2. Okay. I would love to hear about the ending of Like a Dragon Gaiden.
No, sure.
All right, spoiler gates up for this whole thing.
Yeah, it should. It's quicker.
Here we go.
I would say maybe. I don't know.
Kyle, do you want to introduce this?
I mean, I think we're kind of in the same boat. It's like, I don't really know Joryu Kiryu very well. So this is my introduction to him. And the whole game is very much like, there's these orphans that he saved, and they're set up in this orphanage. And the whole game, everything he's doing is to make sure that they're okay. And at the end,
and at the end of Yakuza 6, he essentially he's dead. He's faking his own death to protect them, and so he can never see them again. He can never enter their lives. Like, to make sure they're safe, he has to completely separate himself from them.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice that he made, and they do a good job of like explaining that to someone like me who hasn't played 6. But the end of the game, and Jacob, you might have to help me with this on the details exactly. They basically set up like a camera on Kiryu's fake grave to sort of like keep an eye on things to make sure he sticks to what he's doing. And a lot of the kids who have gotten older go visit the grave, and they notice the camera, and they sort of they don't really know why it's there or what it's doing, but they sort of it's maybe a little cheesy, but they just sort of figure out, they take it as an opportunity to talk to Kiryu, even though they believe that he's dead. And so they're explaining their lives, and this is what I'm doing. This is my job now. I'm so glad you saved me, Kiryu. And the sequence, I'm actually kind of like getting like feeling it now.
Yeah, no, I'm getting chills hearing you describe it.
It's him like just looking at an iPad, watching these videos, and just absolutely sobbing. Like sobbing. And like, the animation is really good in that his tears are like leaking all over the iPad.
Oh man.
And it was absolutely affecting. Like, even though I don't know Kiryu, this is the only time I've spent with him, which is what, like 15, 20 hours or something like that. It totally hit me, and I found myself like tearing up, because it was just like so affecting to see him be successful at the thing that he sacrificed to do.
Right.
He's like, I'm gonna die to save these kids, and it worked, and he got to see that happen.
Oh, that's amazing.
And so it's like, it's not a live feed, like it's a recorded thing, and it's like at the end of the mission, he successfully does what like the people who hired him wanted him to do, and they give him this as a reward. And you see like his, you just see the iPad, and you see like his back, and you can kind of see him like beginning to shake. And then it can't be overemphasized. Like, he is crying harder than any video game character has ever cried.
Whoa.
Like it is like there is like snot running out of his nose and into his mouth level of crying. Like it is gross. It doesn't look dignified. He loses it. And it's just
that's
like,
so good.
you know, Kiryu is the ultimate like character who does not lose it. You know, like he is composed. It is easily my favorite moment of the
That
year.
sounds
like
so
it
good.
beats Herald of Darkness, and I kind of don't even have to think
that's
about
wild.
it.
It sounds really good.
You could
I love
almost
a
just
good
go Google
emotional
it
beat.
and without playing the game, and I think you would be affected by it.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you would
Okay.
feel it.
Wow. Which is really convenient because I'm not going to play the game. So I'm just glad you said that.
All right, spoilers over for Like a Dragon Gaiden. Sarah and Kelsey, come back to us. Come back. They don't want to have the stuff spoiled. Hey, spoilers for Spider-Man 2. Let's put up these spoiler walls here, everybody. Just for the complete
Sandman's
opposite.
really big.
Yeah, I really liked it when you're going through all those portals that Black Cat has with a magic wand, and then for that brief second, you're in like Antarctica, and then
The
you're immediately
Antarctica
teleported back.
part specifically.
It's just fun.
I was like, they ate this scene up. Like once they did that part, I was like, because I'm like, okay, I get it. You made Rift apart.
Right,
You're like,
right.
The power of the SSD processor is stronger than ever. But then when they went to Antarctica, I was like, you kind of ate with that one. So
Yeah.
it was very cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's a cool moment. And then do we want to do the other one?
Please,
too?
yeah.
Yeah, you get all the spider bots. Not gonna lie, they could have made it easier to collect them. I hate to say it. But once you do get them, though, you have like a Spider-Verse Easter egg, kind of like, ooh, are they gonna do some Spider-Verse stuff at some point? And I don't know, maybe. But
cool.
it's cool to think of them doing something there. So it's like probably again, I don't think it's the best moment
it's
in
like
the year, but it's fun.
The character's like weirdly animated. They like don't look like the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's in that style, which also too, because there's a Spider-Verse suit. Like I know like my partner got that scene wearing the suit and it was like perfect. I was like,
that's cool.
And it's just I think why I kind of threw it out there, even though like, oh, it's a nod to some game they could make, you know, it's like, okay, that doesn't sound interesting on its face, but I think what was so fun about it is just the surprise and delight of that being there. And I think it's a little bit of a rarity for doing a completionist run of any factor of any game to really feel like it has a worthwhile payoff. I think especially narratively. So I think I really liked that as this is a cool thing I want everyone who likes this game to see, and something I think is worth pursuing. And I can't often say that about collectathons. Even though I like them and I do them, it's like, okay, yeah, you don't need to. But for this specifically, I'm like, did you get all the bots? You should go do that. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, so Haley, you're like looking through a portal right into the Spider-Verse world, and it's a character that they cut from Spider-Verse. It's like a weird polygonal model. So it's a confusing...
Which ultimately ended up being quite confusing for me because I had no idea who that character was.
Right.
Okay.
But,
That's a lot of Spider-Man where I'm like, who is blank? You know, at the end of the game.
Yeah.
okay, end of spoilers for Spider-Man. Hey, spoilers up real quick for Liza P, Jacob Geller.
Yeah.
They have... Oh, Janet's taking her off. I like it.
Are we doing
Yeah,
spoilers
let's do it. Spoilers,
Okay.
Liza P. They tease Dorothy's ruby red slippers.
That is they really their next game, according to the end, the next fiction is going to be Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, that is so
That's
good.
great.
Public domain?
Yeah.
I think
Because
It was
that's
the-
what
Wizard of
you're
Oz
doing,
is
right?
actually,
That's why
like,
they chose
really-
Pinocchio.
It feels like it's a much more kind of messed up story. I guess Pinocchio is pretty messed up, but the Wizard of Oz
I've been
was
diving deep on Pinocchio. There's some messed up stuff.
yeah.
Okay, that's it, right? And the spoilers for Liza P.
That's it.
All
It
right.
doesn't even affect the story of the game. It's just a tease.
So they just show ruby slippers?
Yes, and she taps them together and disappears.
That's freaking sweet. Oh, you can teleport around and stuff? Oh, man.
I don't know if that's how the
Apparently,
Oh,
they would have
hold
to
on.
pay licensing for
Wait,
the
Wait, hold on,
movies.
Janet.
Janet's
Wait,
back,
hold on.
Janet's
Haley, no!
We're
You're
good.
gonna kill Janet!
Someone
No,
told me they were done,
I
and
kind of
then they
gave
said,
a like
"Never
we're
mind,
good,
go
and then
ahead."
we kept talking, and Janet put on the headphones, so I wanted to make
Oh,
sure
my
she
bad.
didn't. Yeah, no. I take the blame for that.
Okay,
But
now
they
we're
have to
good.
pay for it. Okay, come on back. Come on back now. You coming back. You hear?
It's
I'm
safe
sorry
now,
I failed by
Janet.
not being
It's
better
safe.
at games. It takes
No,
me
no,
really
no,
long
no.
to play
Hey,
live. It's
no,
not
no,
your
you're
fault.
good. You're golden. You're golden.
I gave
so
you the
many
signal
hours,
too early.
and I only fought like 2 people. It's so rough. chat mentioned the Howard stuff from Spider-Man 2 to like lightly reopen those gates. I think I don't need to go into full spoilers for it, but I think the mission with Howard, specifically flying, really was one of my favorite moments or like you're gliding through the air, like, you know what I mean? But specifically that moment I think was just so beautiful. It pairs really nicely with music. It's just, I think it's worth putting on here, even though I don't think it's gonna, it's not a top moment for me. It's not gonna make top 2, but it was really fun.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great one.
I mean, should we talk Zelda? Is it?
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, spoiler gates up for Tears of the Kingdom, everybody.
Janet hasn't finished Tears of the Kingdom?
For the ending of the game. I feel like so much is kind of wrapped up in the basic idea of Zelda is a dragon. And that's freaking cool. And that's where you find the Master Sword.
Moment.
I mean,
getting the Master Sword for me, because that's sort of that whole, it's the revelation of what she did for you to make sure that you could like fight Ganondorf, which was incredible. And then just the whole sequence, the animation, getting into the sky, landing on her as a dragon, having that familiar moment that I love in Breath of the Wild where you don't know if you're going to get the sword. Was just, it's so thrilling and just like, I love it so much. The Master Sword is with Zelda, and she turned herself into a dragon thousands of years ago in order to let the Master Sword regain its strength and to get it back.
That she thought was permanent.
Yes.
Was like, I'm never going to be a person again.
And it's cowardly that it's not, but she thought that, so I guess that's worth something. Yeah.
And then you have to literally land on her head and pull the sword from her forehead, and it's just thrilling. I love that moment so much.
And it like the kind of imagery of it, like it looks like the dragon flies into heaven. It's like way higher than you ever go in the game. Other than that, it's so cool.
It's also so wonderful to see the beginning of the game. I watched my wife started, and you see Zelda in the background in the opening of the game.
That's
and
so
it's
cool.
just so like she's seated throughout, and I love it. I love it.
I will say I messed up that moment for myself completely because I was trying to farm resources to buy more batteries because the battery economy sucks in this game. And the best way to make money is to steal dragon tears and scales. So I was flying through the sky and unknowingly landed on Zelda. The Master Sword is there. Oh. It's just there the entire game.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I love that.
That's so cool.
I don't know if that's great because I had no quest. I had no reason to be there. And I was like, is this just for free?
That's cooler. That's cooler.
Yeah.
No, my whole issue with this game is like the story. They tell the story out of order, and they're just like, I hope you don't mind. But anyway, I pulled the Master Sword out. I get the cutscene, and I'm like, Zelda? Oh, and then I literally, when they did the big reveal about like Zelda actually sacrificed herself for you. She's actually a dragon. I was like, no, I know. And then it was so funny because it was like cutscene. It was like quest, get the Master Sword. And then it was like 2 seconds, and it was like quest complete, get the Master Sword. And I was like, I've actually got it.
I love that because I continued spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom. I found the 5th dungeon while I was searching for the Master Sword. I thought I was on the path to find the Master Sword by going through there, and I stumbled upon a full-ass dungeon, and I completed it. And then when the moment in the game comes along where you actually are directed to go find that dungeon, there was dialogue there to account for like, you found it on your own? That's incredible. And I love that agency that you can just tackle it in any order. Like, I love that you can stumble upon the Master Sword. That's incredible to me.
I love it too, Kyle, but I'm also happy that I did it in an order that didn't rob that stuff from me. And that's such a fine line of like, how would they have given Sarah a heads up so that she could have experienced this like the rest of us did in a way that kind of builds it up more and like gives you that big payoff instead of just being like, why is this thing stuck in this dragon's head?
I also from you because you understood the ramifications of pulling the sword, right? Doesn't it give you the details at that point?
No, I was like, well, no, you get the cutscene after you pull it. But I was like, why is the Master Sword up here? Like, I just got up there and I was like, there's a Master Sword and it's just in this dragon? And I went, shink. And then it like did like the...
I think I would have liked that version better, but it does make sense for why you're frustrated by the order.
Well, I actually had that version
Yeah.
and I didn't like
Sure.
it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
So
Right? We can't make
you can
assumptions
say
about
whatever
your
you want
experience,
about whatever you think you would have felt.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point.
But she's telling you what she literally felt.
Yeah, I guess because I had something similar with finding that dungeon and I loved it so much. But yeah, you're totally right. Like we can't convince you that you loved it.
I mean, as cool as
I also I like the that you can tackle things in every order for things like the dungeons, but not as much for the major story beats. Like
Yes.
I'm kind of with both of you, I guess is what I'm saying. Like it's cool that you can sort of do whatever you want and stumble upon things yourself, but I wish there was a way that was like, you probably shouldn't stumble on this one yet. Like it's not gonna be as impactful for you. I have no idea how you would handle that. Like, I don't know.
That's so tough. I mean, I like it in the Master Sword. I think that final fight eclipses it for me because I still have a lot of the thrills of the music swelling, and then just like the first time that you're like throwing off Ganon the dragon, and then your girl Zelda the dragon like catches you in the air and like brings you back to the fight. Like that is so freaking awesome. And there's a part of me too that's like, the Switch can do this? Like this feels so elaborate for this old hunk of hardware at this point. And then obviously the big musical climax of then recreating the key art of like diving down and grabbing Zelda as the music swells like that just killed me.
When you stab Ganon, it's like a nuclear bomb goes off. It's like it gets like very anime in a kind of unexpected way where it's like they're just throwing these like explosions at you that seem very un-Zelda, and I loved it.
Yeah. I was Jeff, and you streamed the end of the game, and I went and like watched you stream it, and it sort of surfaced all the emotions I was having when I was sprinting through that game and was like playing that sequence at 3:00 in the morning. It was just so moved and thrilled during the whole sequence. And then not to mention even fighting Ganondorf before he turns into a dragon, and the bit of his health meter extending functions on so many levels of being hilarious, intimidating, and like I loved it. I love how they played with the UI with all that stuff of like, when you save Zelda, it's like you saved Zelda, mission complete, and like flash it on screen. The last like, I don't know, was that 2-3 hours of that game was just like this wonderful, I just loved it. I just loved all of it.
Yeah,
I want Nintendo to keep playing with UI. It's so not like them to do stuff like that. When they did it, I was like, yay! Like, more. You can let go a little bit. We'll still love you, I promise.
Yeah. I'm not like a big Zelda softie. I love Link's Awakening and Breath of the Wild mainly. But like I was tearing up at the end of Tears of the Kingdom, and I did not expect it at all. Also, for Jeff from streaming it, I was getting in an Uber with Dan Reichert, and I was like, dude, we gotta watch Jeff from play the end of Tears of the Kingdom. So we like watched it again on this Uber ride, and it was so fun.
That's fun.
So that's probably moment of the year is that Uber ride. So just
watching Jeff from finish Tears of the Kingdom,
it was really satisfying. Just to be clear though, I mean, is the group consensus Master Sword over ending?
Yeah. I think. But it's hard because other people had different experiences to how that got delivered to us.
Whereas the ending is the ending, you know?
I think I would go
I like
ending,
the ending.
actually. Yeah.
Okay.
The
Yes.
ending almost feels like a cheat in that it's multiple moments, but I do like it more.
Okay.
I think my Master Sword moment was like the perfect way it could have happened in the actual chronological order of the information delivered to me. So I really liked it, but I can appreciate how that would not hit very good to just like pull. I think I'm on your team, Sarah. Like if I just found it and pulled it out and then got a cutscene, I'd be like, oh.
I was literally like, for free? And they were like, for free.
Please. All right. End of Zelda spoilers.
Get Janet back in here. She's been waiting so patiently.
We're good to go. Welcome back to the party, Janet.
Hello. I'll be here in like right before Tears of the Kingdom 2 comes out.
All right.
I will be Tears of the Kingdom 1.
That's perfect. Okay. I mean, that seems like ending of Tears of the Kingdom is a contender here. Do we think the Baldur's Gate 3 moment is a contender? Baldur's Gate 3 people? House of Hope?
House of Hope?
Yeah.
No, you guys would never.
I mean, I want to hear about it. I just want to hear more about Baldur's Gate 3. Genuinely, I mean, should we put spoiler?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
spoiler gates up for
Sorry,
Baldur's
Janet.
Is
Sorry,
this
Kelsey.
how spoilery?
All the games were
like,
too long this year.
If I play this game, will
This
this
isn't
be
gonna
like
ruin
ruined
the-
for me? Okay.
No, this is sort of just like a side situation.
But still, spoilers
So
after
you
sign
don't have
codes.
to worry about it. But
I know,
it
it's
does
gonna
come up
take
in
so
Act
long.
3. Yeah, it does come up in Act 3. Basically, the devil Raphael, who you've probably met if you played Act 1, has sort of been following you around and trying to give you, like, an easy way out of your whole mind worm situation. You get to Act 3 and you realize that he has something that you desperately need. He has something that you need to sort of, like, finish the game on your terms, okay? So you have to go to hell, because he lives in Avernus, which is, it's hell, and you go to his home where he lives in hell, which is called House of Hope. I won't spoil why it's called House of Hope. I won't spoil the fight through House of Hope, but it's like a big heist mission. And right when you're about to leave, Raphael confronts you with what you have stolen from him, and the fight starts. And the boss music is Raphael himself singing a Disney villain style song in the background of this fight.
Ooh,
like,
excellent.
if you look it up, it is like Disney villain. Like, he killed. And it's like, there's really not a lot of lyrics in Baldur's Gate 3 besides like down, down, down by the river. So like hearing like these, like the fight starts and these lyrics hit in the voice of the boss.
That's sweet.
And he's a heavy
Absolute
hitter
wild
boss
moment.
too. So like
It was
as
a
he's
hard
singing
fight.
about how he's awesome, he's like hitting you and you're like, oh, your health's going down so far.
Is it-
It's so fun.
Is it completely out of left field for this character to be singing, or is it contextualized
Yeah.
somehow for like
Oh,
why
yeah.
he's singing?
No. He's just
Oh,
been
that's
kind of
fun.
like that, kind of baddie the entire time, and then he gets a whole musical number.
That's cool.
I mean, no one's dancing, so it's not like at Alan Wake level, but would love to see those kind of surprises.
It is funny how many video game moments that we talk about in these revolve around musical numbers. Like, there's a secret to success, I think, for making a standout moment in a video game. That sounds great. End of Baldur's Gate 3 spoilers. Okay, there we go, everybody. We're back. This is a tough one. Jacob, I assume Iceworm is awesome, but it's not hanging with these top three.
I won't try to make the argument. Okay, and we already talked about it. I do think we should talk about Bahamut.
Yeah,
kind of in the same realm as the Iceworm.
Sure. Spoilers up for Final Fantasy 16. Here we go right now.
Final Fantasy 16 is just, it's like the game is built around big set piece boss fights, and this is the biggest set pieceiest boss fight.
Yeah.
You literally go to space, and Bahamut starts to cast the spell that Clive yells would burn the world, and then you punch through him, and so
And this
it's
isn't
just,
even the end of the game. This is where
No.
they just should have ended the game. 'cause
unfortunately, it
this
is
was truly
absolutely
the best
the
moment.
peak of the game. Yeah, it's all downhill from there. But like, it is, it seems like in the design doc of the game, like this is what they wanted to do and achieved it. Because also it is this kind of momentous coming together of like Clive and Joshua, like the brothers are able to use their powers together for the first time. But it's just big music. You go to space and fight a dragon.
It's awesome. It is awesome. I will say, I liked Ultima at the end. I liked that fight. I liked that I was genuinely creeped out by a Final Fantasy villain. Like, Ultima chills me. Like, there's something about the design where it's like, I want to go as Ultima as Halloween at some point, like get like a full cosplay of Ultima, because it's such a weird look. But then obviously in the end, when Clive yells, the only fantasy here is yours, and we shall be its final witness, and then gives the full punch to the face for Ultima, pretty sweet. And Sarah, I did watch you stream that moment too. I was very excited to see you finish off Ultima.
Sorry, it didn't hit as hard.
It didn't hit as hard. It didn't hit as hard, but still.
No, it didn't work as magic on me.
That's fine. Teach their own. All right. End of spoilers for 16. All right. There we go. Okay. I think Herald of Darkness, Alan Wake 2, ending of Like a Dragon Gaiden, and final sequence in Tears of the Kingdom. That's a tough top three. Does anybody have anything else they want to put up there? Okay. Jacob, you might be the most well-equipped for an informed take on this.
Gosh, it's hard.
I guess Kyle, you are too. Kyle, you're exactly the same.
Yeah, Kyle's also played all of these three.
Yeah.
I would pick Herald of Darkness and Like a Dragon. Those would be my two. I'm okay. Like, I would not be sad with Tears of the Kingdom, taking it, but like a Dragon really feels to me like if everyone here played it,
Yes.
there would be almost unanimous agreement.
I think that sounds right. Kyle, how you feeling?
It's funny. I went into this ready just to put it all in Zelda, but like it was talking through it again, the ending of Gaiden, that it is. I sort of was like, man, that really did affect me. But man, I really like the whole end of Zelda. It affected me in a different way, in a more sort of optimistic, positive, happy kind of cheerful event where like a Dragon Gaiden was. I mean,
it's happy.
I think I'm gonna go. For me, it's Zelda 1, Alan Wake 2. I think.
You said the bold Alan Wake is number 1. That's interesting.
I know, yeah.
That's not what I expected.
My opinion changes a little bit as I talk through these, because I realized, like, as I was like remembering the ending of Zelda, I was like, then this happens, and it's. And it was 3:00 in the morning, and I was emotional.
Based on the description of Like a Dragon,
hey guys.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Are we giving Herald of Darkness too much credit?
Ooh.
I mean, look, I love it too.
Yeah,
I think it's awesome.
Maybe a little bit.
But like,
It's
we're
no
talking,
Ashtrays,
we're talking about 2 endings that had people crying.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I don't know. Those are such. That's
An
like
upset. There's been an
so
upset.
much more
Kill it.
emotional.
Kill
like
it.
I really enjoyed Herald of Darkness. And like I was very happy during it as I was playing through it, and was like, hey, this is cool. This is really weird. This is unlike things that video games do. But like, you guys sold me on like a Dragon more than Alan Wake 2.
Yes.
Personally. And I already felt that way about the end of Zelda as well. So
I love that. I love bumping Herald of Darkness off this list. I mean, I think it's an awesome sequence, but I think it's
The joy I felt in that sequence.
I know, I'm sorry.
Who wants joy when you can
sorry
have
to bring
Joy
it
is
up.
an emotion like sadness. Why are we putting sadness
And whatever-
so high?
I don't know what you
it's
did.
not
Were you guys
s-
happy at Tears of the Kingdom or sad?
No,
Little-
we're happy.
wasn't-
We're happy
like
at everything.
sadness,
Everything's
right?
happy. Everything's
You
happy.
can only have one happiness in the thing.
It's a more intense version of joy, frankly. I mean, honestly, you know, like
I feel like
Herald of
endings
Darkness.
have an unfair advantage in this best moments category, which
Yeah,
I will just
Herald of
speak out on
Darkness
upon.
Has such crazy emotional manipulation, and it's just in the like middle. They're
Yeah.
not even concluding anything. They're just like, "Hey, you want serotonin? Here you go."
It was the
I
ending
guess-
for me because I haven't played since, but
It's a fair point.
It's like, I just don't think that it's
personal ending.
complex, which doesn't
Yes.
mean that it's bad, but it's like, it's not as hard to make me feel like very, like it's really cool. You know, which is basically what I feel about Herald of Darkness. Like, I don't have competing emotions. It's just like, yay!
Yeah. By the way, it's fun we have 2 heralds on our best moments so far for the list. Sarah, how would you? What would your 1 and 2 be?
I don't have a horse in this race because I didn't play Like a Dragon Gaiden.
Yeah.
And then-
You didn't hear
so
the
I don't
description
know-
either.
Well, no, because I'm still playing all the Yakuza
Right.
games.
Okay, that's
So-
interesting.
Without
But
talking about it more specifically, I mean, I think I didn't play it. I'm not going to play it because I'm just going to skip the game. It's not. I feel like that should be one of them.
It should be
Is
one of
anyone
them.
opposed to it being one of the ones?
I would like a Yakuza game to win a best moment, not even knowing what the ending is.
If-
because
if
that's
I
how
think
Sarah
you would.
play
I think you would
Yakuza.
pick it. Yes.
Yeah. I think
If
yes.
Sarah had played this moment, she would be. It wouldn't even be a discussion.
Yeah.
I heard your explanation for Yakuza, and I played Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm leaning Yakuza for
I am
2.
too.
I still think Herald of Darkness.
Oh, damn it, Haley.
But I like y'all's reasoning for Like a Dragon more than I experienced the ending of Tears of the Kingdom. So I could put it 2, but I'm baring my teeth for Herald of Darkness. That is the best
Ooh.
moment of this year. You cannot convince me otherwise. That
Should
crap
we-
was amazing.
Just put initials next to the ones that we like. How do we want to vote on it? Because it seems
sure.
like
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Sarah, so you're going for, you want the Like a Dragon ending even though you didn't hear it.
I want Herald of Darkness and Like a Dragon.
Is this the cleanest way to go? Let's just, I don't want to write all this crap out. Let's just figure out based
As soon
on
as you
voting.
started, I knew you were going to do it.
Yeah,
I
I
was
know.
like,
I got lazy. Okay, so Herald of Darkness, who considers that a lock for top 2 moments?
I can't vote because I.
Okay, yep, okay.
I
Yeah,
can't.
Abstain?
I'm abstaining
Either one.
because
Sarah and
I
Haley.
have.
But you heard it, Kelsey, right? You didn't take your headphones off?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, well, I didn't hear the Like a Dragon one because I'm planning on playing that. And I fully believe, based on everyone's reactions, that is up there. But like, I feel like it is best for me to abstain from this fight because there's one I didn't hear and one I didn't experience. So.
Okay. I mean, who feels like a Dragon Gaiden is a lock for top 2?
I do, even though I didn't experience.
I could argue
just having heard
what y'all said.
Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot.
But it's only one person who played it, and then Kyle hasn't, and he didn't. Or Kyle hasn't.
It's just the
passion.
Yeah,
and like I think too, like to Sarah's argument of like, Yakuza thing should be in there. It might sound silly if you've never played those games, but like having played Like a Dragon and seen some of the scenes in that and knowing the emotional weight that the performances deliver and then your description, like I don't need to have one of the, again, without spoiling it because we already did the gates, one of the comments that y'all made when talking about it was about how despite not having a storied relationship with the character, you felt what that character felt in that moment.
Right.
So I feel like it doesn't matter that I didn't play it.
That's interesting. Who feels like Tears of the Kingdom's ending sequence is a lock?
I mean, it's
okay. Jeff and Kyle. So it's 2-2.
I didn't vote for either of those. I think I would go Herald of Darkness over Tears of the Kingdom.
I'd probably go Tears of the Kingdom over Herald of Darkness.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
We will be talking about Herald of Darkness in 20 years.
No, we won't.
We will.
Absolutely not.
And
20 years? No way.
Yeah.
At least 10 years. At least 10 years we'll be talking about in Herald of Darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel the same way about the Tears of the Kingdom? And I didn't listen to what the ending is.
I think it's my favorite Zelda boss fight, and I think every time that conversation comes up, people said that ending was sweet. But that's maybe an interesting way to look at it.
Of Zelda.
But Zelda fan seems
the fact that Kyle
meek about
is so
saying
into
that.
it makes me think. No, I was kidding. It's this joke.
Can I say something controversial?
Yes, Kelsey.
Like, I don't think a good Zelda game has a good ending is like a fun surprise for the year. I don't think that's I think lots of Zelda games have had good endings.
yes, not biggest surprise, but I think the ending of that game is a surprise. Again, without putting spoilers up again, like if it said, hey, here's the ending of Tears of the Kingdom, be like, what is happening? That is wild. Like that.
I don't feel like it has a lasting impact on you. Like, throughout. Maybe it did. Again, I'm just asking questions because I can't give an opinion.
I don't feel like it was like way out of line for what I expected a good Zelda ending to be.
Yeah.
I guess that's all I'm gonna say. I'm technically abstaining here. I'm just.
Since it's a tie ball game, I do like the idea of it not being two endings up there. For what that's worth. I think that's an interesting point.
We're all just so quiet.
I mean,
we can get our way.
Yeah.
So what
there's Gaiden's a cutscene.
Okay.
And Herald of Darkness is gameplay.
Yeah. That's fair.
You want to talk about the actual gameplay during Herald of Darkness?
Yeah, don't bring up the gameplay, Haley. Don't bring up the gameplay.
Careful.
I retract my statement, but it's still an interesting thing to think about.
The
there was a lot more than a cutscene for the ending sequence of Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, for sure.
Like one of the things that surprised me was how good that boss fight felt to play, and considering what was going on during it, like that could have been a total mess.
Yeah.
But like Hanson said, the help that you get during that like really works both on a gameplay and like story and emotional level.
That's true.
I do think.
You could say that about Herald of Darkness.
Look, I can.
But I feel like you get similar help
Herald
at the
to
ending of
Tears.
every Zelda game.
All right, Jacob just said something very important.
Sorry, Jacob.
I mean, I don't. It feels weird to be the defining vote on this, but like I could. My line between Herald and Tears is pretty slim, and it's like I would be very happy having Tears of the Kingdom on here, and there are parts of Alan Wake that I like more than Herald of Darkness.
Interesting.
That are harder to sum up in like moments.
Yeah.
But it's like that's actually not why I think that game is so special, even though I do really like it.
And it is like it is a great moment, to be clear, but like that is the entire game, is that mixture of like we have meta narrative, we have all these characters coming in, like that's arguably the best example, I guess, of that in that game. But like all the door stuff, all the talk show stuff, like all like that is kind of the whole game. But then again, I just want.
He cut out, but I assume he was saying really important.
I said I just want Zelda on the list, so I'm obviously biased when I'm making
Is
that
this
argument.
list maximum moment of the year, the ending of Like a Dragon, Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, and minimum moment of the year?
That was really fast.
Final sequence in Tears
Put
of the
that
Kingdom.
back up! I can't believe this conversation. I thought this was a cakewalk, and all of a sudden I feel like I'm on the ropes.
Welcome to the party, pal. Yeah.
Haley, welcome to your first MinnMax Game of the Year discussion.
That is true.
It's Haley's baptism, everybody.
Yeah. Welcome to hell, Haley.
We all made little jokes. We were like, oh,
Yep.
easy. And then as soon as we start talking and using our little monkey brains, we change our minds.
That's how it happens.
Crazy.
Look, it's all Jacob's fault. Like
It
I
is.
would have gone, Zelda Herald of Darkness, but he came in with this sob story that like
That is
won us all
true,
over.
yeah.
Like,
We don't even
Reagan.
know what this game is, Jacob. We're focusing on the wrong thing.
I think Kyle explained that sequence.
I know. Kyle was practically crying
Yeah,
just
but your
explaining
box is
it.
closer to mine
true,
in
it's
my
true.
I still
Discord
think Ben
window.
personally filibustered until someone would talk Tears of the Kingdom higher on the list.
I was up for going either way. I just like the idea.
Bold.
I failed the panel
Bold
because I
before
didn't.
we've even finished our
Don't eat it.
conversation.
Wasn't fighting for anything. You can't pin this on me. All right,
cannot believe
best
this.
moment of the year is the
I cannot
ending of
believe
Like
this.
a Dragon Guide and The Man Who Erased His Name. And the runner-up is the final sequence in Tears of the Kingdom. Great moments, y'all. Haley, great moments. You gotta admit, great moments.
This is
Tough year, man.
This is
Tough year.
appalling.
Haley, you just gotta fight harder. That's how I got Xenoblade 3. It's number 3 on the list, despite being the only person who played it last year. So
We've discussed this not about fighting, about how much Ben respects
I
you.
just have to make some boys cry, and it's Game of the Moment of the Year, apparently.
Yeah.
And also, it has to fuel your fight more for Alan Wake 2, maybe in the 210s debate. Like, you know what?
Yeah, Haley, why don't you fight harder?
Yeah, why is it so small?
Because it's cut off. Trust me, in the overlay, this is the only way to make it happen. All right, everybody. The final category of the day. The greatest work of art of all time for 2023.
Herald of Darkness.
I was just gonna say that.
Oh my God. Oh.
Give me this. You all have to give me this.
All right.
A game
Honestly,
as art?
as
just-
weird
even
mixed
just the
media,
Yeah. Okay.
it's a song, it's video, it's gameplay,
All right, I
it's
feel
an
better. I feel
interactive
better.
experience.
diabolical. Okay. Who else has got one to
Another
throw in there?
strat.
Go ahead,
Where's
Ben,
that
say
ugly
it.
hag?
I got
Say
wrapped up
it.
in the moment and
Say
forgot
it.
Yeah.
to call up
Say the
Cat.
Say it,
thing.
Ben.
All right. Double Fine Psych Odyssey, the 32 part.
Whoa, you said it. Say the line.
Let's see how it all shakes out before we start really unpacking these things. But what does this list look like? Let's get a lay of the land here.
I want to throw the Barbie movie on there.
Great one.
It's fantastic.
Great one. Love it.
I also want to throw the HBO Max television show Scavenger's Reign. Really, probably my favorite unexpected sort of television show of the year. Quickly, I guess it doesn't have to be quickly, but it's an animated show that is just, if you took James Cameron's Avatar and got super freaking weird and scary with it. It was just an abstract and it's just this show about this fully realized alien world that's just horrifying. It's some of my favorite alien planet fiction I've ever seen. It's so cool. Scavenger's Reign, highly recommend.
I love it. Speaking of HBO Max, obviously the real contender on there for the rest of the. Well, the point is it'll get there eventually. The Boy and the Heron is something that Jacob and I talked about a little bit. Kyle, have you seen Miyazaki's film yet?
I'm going to see it in a couple hours.
Okay.
And I have successfely avoided everything about that movie. I haven't watched a single trailer.
I don't think I'll be fighting for it, but I want to put it on the list at least.
I couldn't even explain it if I wanted to. It's
Okay,
just good.
okay.
Yes.
Good.
I love that.
The Last of Us HBO's
Oof,
episode
yes.
3, Billstown.
Yes,
Yep.
episode
Oh,
3.
sure.
If we're gonna pick one, episode 3. We're talking
yeah.
about make you cry. I had to pause that 8 times so I could collect my fluids from my face before I kept going on with that episode.
We'll unpack
so
it for
good.
sure. Speaking of episode 3's, Succession's final finale episode, or final season, episode 3, slayed me. That is one that I feel like I'm still thinking about.
Can we, because it's greatest work of all time, can we do the score to the final season of Succession? Just Nicholas Britell's score?
Yeah.
Because I think I like that more than any individual episode.
Succession's score for season 3, absolutely.
To get us out of TV world, the Las Vegas Sphere. Greatest work of our
Yes!
time.
Yes.
Oh,
Put a
We
big
finally
thing
have
as
one of
well.
the wonders of the world right here in America.
eat our butts,
yeah.
Double Fine Psych Odyssey.
I don't
Absolutely.
know how I feel about that thing, honestly. It seems
I
like
love
a
'em.
blight sometimes.
That's how
Does
you know
it
it's art.
signify the fall of the Republic? Yes, but I love
That's what it feels like. Yeah.
Sometimes they
honestly.
can make it look like a big pumpkin.
It's
Yeah,
freaking
have you seen the
cool.
pumpkin?
Yeah.
I like the little
I
emoji
saw a
face
little-
that it makes.
I saw a little smiley face putting on a sweater yesterday.
Yeah.
It was great. He was
On
like
it-
struggling to get the sweater on the sphere. It's beautiful. It's perfect.
You go inside and you can think you're outside because there's a lot of screens behind you too. Like, it's a wild time.
It's fun. It's genuinely engaging. Like every time I see that sphere, it's like, what is this thing up to? And it captures my imagination like few like buildings ever have. If you want to count it as that, like that is such a cool pick.
Going back to TV land, Netflix's Beef. Like, I just love that show. I thought it was so compelling and dark and twisted and funny, but also terribly messed up. And I like binge that, and I like don't watch much TV. So I mean, that doesn't really mean it's like so good because I picked it. I just happen to like really be engrossed by it.
Yeah.
I realized I have 3 movies on my list, and they all begin with B. Barbie, Blackberry, and Bottoms.
Ooh. Okay.
And honestly, a great triple feature.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love all those movies.
Yeah. Blackberry. What a delightful surprise. I'm a sucker for those
Especially
movies.
if you like video games, honestly. There's a lot of weird little video game things in
There's
there.
a lot.
Got the Wii Shop Wednesday guy in it.
He made the damn directed it. Yeah. And then what is Bottoms?
Bottoms is this like high school comedy. Has anyone watched Bottoms?
Yep.
It's great.
love
It's
it.
this.
Not
It's
yet.
like it's like this group of lesbian high school girls start a fight club in their
Okay.
school. It's hilarious. It's so funny, and it's like heightened in a way I love. Where it's like
a John Hughes kind of absurdist almost. It's like broad caricatures of people, but like a 2023 version of it. It is really, really fun and goofy in a way that like it's just refreshing to see a
like
comedy
sometimes
be.
some Scott Pilgrim energy in there too.
Yeah.
Of just like no one really is questioning why this is bizarre. It's really fun. I recommend it.
Another movie, Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that's
Okay.
In
I
terms
think
of
that
like
did no, just its animation was like breaking boundaries and like breaking rules of animation that should make it look like crap, but it works. Like I don't know how they did that.
Yeah, like almost absent any story or character moment is it the most visually compelling movie I've ever seen? Probably.
Yeah.
I think about that movie and the first Spider-Verse movie is like, what if I took the people who ran away from the train coming at the camera movie, in like the 10s and 20s, and like said, hey, watch Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Would it kill them? I don't know.
I don't think it would, because they were just scared of trains, Kyle, because it was like the leading cause of death back in the day. They didn't even really care about the movie.
There's a train
Thing that went fast.
Oh, yeah.
This one might be a little what's the
Uh-oh.
word? What's the word?
Is he getting emotional, or is he forgetting English?
It's just no,
Controversial?
it just completely
Convoluted?
controversial. Thank you. I don't know why. So I'm going by U.S. air date on this one.
Okay, great
But the
prelude.
episode of Bluey's episode entitled "Space" came out this year.
Space.
I'll double this. I agree.
Ooh, what is this?
It's an episode of Bluey where this kid, the little dogs are playing astronaut essentially, but then you realize it's a 7-minute episode. You realize it's about much more than that, and kind of this kid dealing with like the existential loss of a parent and like kind of death and the afterlife, and it wraps up like so many large scale questions in an episode that children will watch and not get all of those things. And like, I almost cried watching it with my kid but it's compact into a 7-minute little cartoon about dogs, and it hits so hard out of nowhere. And like Bluey's kind of good at that, but this is kind of like the one that's dealing with the most kind of existential things.
This was the one trying to get an Emmy, but they weren't. But like, if you had to pick one, like this is closest it could get to an Emmy.
It's Bluey's episode 3. Is that it for greatest works of art of all time for 2023?
Can I nominate the making of Karateka just because I don't think, Karateka, just because I don't think I'm going to make it up I'll try on the 210s, but my guess is this is going to go like it did last year.
But Kelsey, last year, exactly what happened is we had this discussion. We said, should it go here? I said, no, we should include it for the 210s. And then.
Oh, okay. All right.
Atari 50 made it high up. Okay.
Forget I said anything.
I got your back for the future.
I also wanted to nominate.
What a twist.
This is Financial Advice by Folding Ideas.
Oh, sure.
Just very good, like 2-hour documentary on the whole GameStop thing that like we lived through it, and I didn't even realize how screwed up that company was and what was going on, and kind of unpacks it all in a way that is like just mind blowing. As is all of his videos. Yeah.
On the YouTube theme, this is actually a video that our friend Leo Vader made for Nebula, but the title of it is what I want to nominate, which is why does Gordon Ramsay always show his pasty white, bare naked white ass in every episode of Hotel Hell?
Okay, Gordon Ramsay always show his naked pasty
white, bare naked white ass.
Okay, slow down, Chief. His pasty white. What? Help me out. Can you just type it in there?
Paste it in here.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think this is the best way to go about this. Actually,
Nebula exclusive. Okay. Other thoughts?
It's not gonna win, but we don't have any music things on here. I'm gonna throw out "How Do You Sleep at Night" by Tizo Touchdown, an album that is, I think, fairly divisive among critics. It's very like genre mashup. The first time I heard it, I'm like, I don't think I like this thing at all, and that's kind of why I like it. It's funky, it's different, it's playful, and I just think Tizo Touchdown as an artist is definitely having a moment in terms of collaborations and projects. So yeah, I want to give a nod to that.
And what's the Tito Touchdown?
Tizo. T-E-E-Z-O.
Touchdown.
And then touchdown like football.
Sweet. Okay. Greatest works of art of all time. So Double Fine Psych Odyssey is the documentary about the making of Psychonauts 2, which just full disclosure, all this fun stuff. Like, I'm not some wild, huge fan of Psychonauts 2. I love Double Fine. I love Tim Schafer. Medium on their games, if I'm being honest. Like, I like Psychonauts 2 a decent amount, but it's not exactly my favorite game of all time or anything. But this documentary, I've talked about it way too much on the podcast, but 32-part documentary. They have the in-house production team, who are my favorite documentarians at this point, embedded within Double Fine. They filmed for 7 years, over 5,000 hours of footage. It is the most ambitious piece of game journalism of all time. And I know it's bizarre because at a certain point then they were paid, well, I mean, I guess throughout the entire production, they were paid by Double Fine to be in-studio employees of Double Fine, but they still had a bizarre amount of freedom to show whatever they wanted in this documentary. And just the amount of insight that it gives into how games are actually made, it is riveting. It is emotional. I watched it all in one weekend. I messed up my neck because I was like laying on the couch watching this thing, laughing throughout all of it, crying throughout all of it. The stuff that they show in here from a studio that is technically owned by Microsoft at this point, and the fact that they just dropped it all out there on the internet, the stuff that they show in here is wild. I mean, like the budget process, sure, if you're a little bit dry. I mean, there are meetings that are extremely emotional, lots of yelling and crying in these things. I mean, them talking trash about other studios like EA, NetherRealm. You get to see like Matt Booty from Xbox come into the studio and have a conversation with the entire team, like the first big all hands meeting for like, all right, we've just acquired you. What questions do you have? And it's a tense meeting at times talking about moonlighting. I mean, it's just wild that this is released out there and it's a studio that Microsoft owns, and it feels like no corporate hands have touched this thing. I mean, there's a whole section where the producer is talking about like, he's like, if Microsoft tells me I have to demo this game on an Xbox, I will say, F you, I'm not running this on an Xbox. Like crazy stuff in here. And then overall, it's just, the humanity is really what struck me. I mean, that's kind of the specialty of two-player productions, is they feel like they're making professional home movies. Like everything's done with so much love. And it's just all the highs and lows of humanity, of just a gigantic group project that can be so influenced by individuals and the emotions of individuals and the needs of individuals. And it ends up just being this 32-part saga about the struggle for authority and trying to do what's right and make a game in a sustainable way, but how challenging that is with crunch culture, dealing with their past in crunch culture. There is the lead of the project. They bring in Zach McClendon. I held myself back from pushing him for best character of the year, but in terms of like a person that I thought about the most this year, coming from a documentary or a TV format, like I could not stop thinking about that guy's saga of going in there like, all right, here we go, Double Fine. We're going to make Psychonauts 2. Let's run up that hill. We can make it happen. And then as they say in the documentary, he's fighting the nature of the studio throughout the entire process. And it is a saga to see everybody's struggles and how all these personalities interact with his personality. And like, it's just so wild to see a documentary where the crux of it is a lot of meetings about game development, but like to have a documentary this big that can include passive aggressive comments that then pay off 5 years down the road, like just the amount of zooming in they can do and the amount that you can feel watching this, it's my favorite piece of media in a decade at least. Like I cannot overstate how wrecked I was by this. That said, I'm extremely in the bag for this. I've been a huge fan of two-player productions for a very long time. Full disclosure, I'm friendly with those guys, and we're also in the documentary a couple times. But I mean, I've rambled on enough. Jacob, I know you watched it. I don't know if anybody else made it through the whole thing, but okay.
Yeah,
hey, Kelsey.
I don't need to do much more pitching than that, but like I do think it's worth pointing out. It's like this genuinely feels like something that might never happen again.
No way.
You know,
Yes.
like
Yep.
Yeah,
like
100%.
the
I'd be
length-
shocked if it happened again, actually.
There's no
like,
way.
I would be so shocked if something even half this size, or with like, I don't know, 80% of this access happened again.
Yeah.
I mean, just the length of the filming period. You know, it's like it's only possible because they are funding an in-house documentary studio and yet give them almost no like critical kind of guidelines on what they can do. It's just like it shouldn't happen.
Yes.
You know, there's like it just should not exist, and it does.
And it's just for free on YouTube. Here's all of it. Enjoy. Yeah, that's it. I am in awe. Like it's rare to have a piece of media that you just can't even wrap your mind around. Like the closest I can come up with is Boyhood, like the Linklater movie, or like the Before series, where it's like, oh, that's such a unique angle. How the hell did they do this? And then this, I feel like I don't think a greater documentary will ever be made about, or a more thorough documentary about the creation of a piece of art. I mean, it's just as thorough as you can possibly imagine. Then again, I know people bounce off. A lot of people bounce off of this, and I know I'm very in the bag for wanting to see Tim Schafer make jokes while a studio melts down in production stress. But goddamn, it floored me in a way that very, 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 very few things in my life ever have. Double Fine Psychodyssey. However, there was a movie that came out this year called the Barbie movie that was freaking awesome.
Well,
hey,
to
Ben,
clarify,
I unfortunately I do have to roll. I'm gonna mute myself and leave my camera on so you don't have to rearrange anything. Okay. I would be perfectly happy. I know how you feel about the Double Fine documentary. I would be perfectly happy with that. And I honestly, Barbie would be my number 2.
Can you also say Herald Darkness for you? So I can use that as ammo. While you're gone.
Good. But that's my feeling that I'll leave you with. And,
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry that I have to duck out early, but you know.
That's all right. All right, Barbie.
Families,
Thoughts on
yeah.
Barbie? I mean, don't make me defend Barbie. I think it's fucking awesome. It's wild for a movie to be that impactful emotionally and also that absurd at times. Like, I just rewatched it not too long ago, and it's stupid to say I forgot how funny it is, but it is funnier than I remembered even, because I think some of the deeper messages and things to really chew on will stick with you. That ending will stick with you for a long time. You go back and watch it, like, this is just silly slapstick comedy at times. And it's just such a unique fusion. But I don't want to ramble on about Barbie if somebody else wants to.
Well, to clarify, we're done like lobbying stuff right now. We're just trying to pick the...
You can do whatever you want.
What's the word you use for it? You use the...
Slam dunks?
The slam dunks, yes.
You can lob
we're in
more
slam
stuff.
dunk time now, yes?
Whatever you want. You can throw more on there if you want to.
I don't have anything else to throw on there. I just want to make sure that I don't want to start picking stuff when people still want to throw anything on the list.
Sure. Yeah, so we're in slam dunk territory, yep.
Okay, so we should probably put out that Double Fine documentary just because, I mean, you just seem so impassioned about it, and the other people that watched it, Jacob and Kelsey, you both seem to agree that it's brilliant, so yeah, I think that's at least should be in that area of discussion. Other than that, I really do like that Last of Us episode 3. I could see it losing for sure, just because, I don't know, I think maybe I've cooled on it over time, but it was really impactful to me at the moment. I think too, what really makes it special is the way that when we were entering that episode,
Hang on, sorry, Janet, sorry. Should we put spoiler gates up for this episode?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, spoiler gates for Last of Us TV show, everybody. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think
It feels so gross
with
to do
this,
that.
entering the episode in Billstown, I guess also light spoilers for the game as well. But entering that, I'm like, Billstown was one of my favorite parts of the game mechanically, like the Last of Us video game. I'm like, it was so fun. It's like so exciting. It's so interesting. I'm like, how are they going to do this in the TV show though? Because it's not like you can have the same thrills. Like it's not going to be interesting watching people fight a bunch of zombies by the bus as it was playing it. So I really had no idea what they were going to do. And they did something completely different with it. They really basically fleshed out what was like a note that you maybe found on the floor in the game where it's like, partner, is it romantic? Is it not? Let's ask the people. Like, it was very much not a big moment in the video game proper. So then for them to flesh out this relationship between Bill and, oh gosh, I'm blanking on his name, the other guy.
We know what you mean. You're good.
Yeah, Bill and his partner, like
Frank.
Yes. Oh my God. So to flesh that out, it's so beautiful. It's such a, oh my God, I'm getting emotional just talking about it. But it's such a moving like love story that I feel like everyone could connect with. And I think they did some like beautiful parallelisms too, like their first meal together and then setting it up after. Like It was just so beautiful and affecting. And I think it was a great moment in the show in that, as I mentioned earlier, it was such a deviation in their own spin. And so to bring something that not only like is good in its own right, but also like almost elevates what the story even was to begin with. Like, I just think it was so incredible. And it was a blast seeing it after, like when reviews dropped, reviewers were like, oh, there's stuff in here where it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. And this is the episode they were talking about. And then to get there, I'm like, oh yeah, if I had watched those 3 and then written my review, I also would have been like, Last of Us is so freaking incredible. Yeah, that's my thing on Last of Us. I don't know if anyone wants to add to that too, or their experiences watching it.
Yeah, I loved that episode so much more than the whole entire rest of the show, honestly, put together.
Oh, yeah.
Like that episode, I could just pluck that and I'm like, that's the show. Like, I just adored it. And I love the concept of like, what if somebody thrived in an apocalyptic situation? And of course, like, I think it's fun to lead into like a queer relationship is what thrives when society goes away, because society is like so horrible to queer people. So like, they kind of have like a meta commentary going on there. It's like, if we were to take away everybody that judges those types of relationships, of course they would have a better time. And like that kind of plays into like zombies in general, or, you know, whatever you want to call they're zombies. And it's just, I thought that was really nice too. And I saw a lot of like queer people talking about that episode. It's like, that made me feel really interested in this world that they're kind of taking that kind of approach. And also just the fact that the performances were amazing. Like, I did not think Ron Swanson could pull off a performance like that, but he did. And just the fact that it took the media it was based on and time, like, did something so unique, kind of like what Janet was saying. Like before, they kind of, they hinted that Frank maybe was more to Bill than just somebody who he was surviving the apocalypse with, but they never really expounded upon it. And it took that kind of background thought and said, let's make this the whole plot of this episode and absolutely rip your heart apart. And you will be crying, but you'll love that you watch this. I just loved it.
Is there more love for Last of Us Episode 3 than Barbie on this list?
I love Barbie more.
I think I love
me
Barbie
too.
more.
Okay, good. I just want to be clear.
If I can argue for one that I put on there, I think it's fun for the greatest work of art to be not just a movie or TV show.
Yes.
And so in that theme, the Las Vegas Sphere is it's just like
I love
there's
that you're
never been
championing
something
this.
like
You're like,
that
it's the
on
Las
Earth.
Vegas Sphere.
This
This is the Leon Kennedy's shoulders of Greatest Work of All Time. Which also, Leon Kennedy's shoulders should be in here too.
True.
I just think it fits the category. Like
Yes,
I think
yes.
I because the original idea for the greatest work of art was what, like Hamilton?
Yeah.
Right? Like when it started. I just think it's like a kind of a TV show I saw, even that I really liked. And I mean, it's like I put them on here too. It just feels like that is less inventive than like, whatever. Oh my gosh, it's, they built a building that's a TV and it like is kind of hell world, but like you cannot deny how impressive it is.
Yeah. We won't deny it.
Kyle just texted me and said Herald of Darkness was his new favorite.
He did? Are you serious?
Yeah.
You have his
He
number?
texted me that too. He's blowing
Yeah.
up my phone. Actually, it's really
Oh,
disgusting.
yeah.
Weird.
That was a group chat with everyone but who doesn't agree with that.
I'm actually also in that group chat.
He really cherry
cool.
picked
Yeah, I
this,
see you in there.
And to be clear, this is the song, or this is the part of the game, or this is the Game Awards performance?
It's the experience.
The experience.
This is me saying that this is the greatest work of art because it is an accumulation of multiple different types of art. We have choreo, we have live action performances, we have interpretive dance, we have video game gameplay, we have video, we have audio, and all of those parts are good. And then they're all
It's a
shoved
meta-narrative
together.
experience. It's the meta-narrative.
Story, and all those things are shoved together into one package that you play and you experience at once, and also it's good.
It is good. It is
I
good.
love it
I moved
so
it up. Real
Okay.
quick, spoilers for Succession season 3. The episode when the big boy goes down, the father finally dies, which is something they've been teasing since the start of the show. Oh, sorry, Janet. I like the fact that it's basically all real time of just like, we're just going to walk through this entire sequence of what it's like for everybody in the family when a father figure that powerful in society dies.
Wait, Janet, do you want to hear this?
I just decided to
Succession?
mute. I can just mute Ben
Okay.
on my end, so I thought that'd be easier.
That's interesting. And like just the part that killed me is like having it that real-time depiction of showing how this family is dealing with it just allows for so many weird moments that felt rung surprisingly true. And you've never seen another depiction of like people mourning in real time. But there's that weird moment, Jacob, do you remember this moment too? Where they're like sitting around after they all learned that this happened, and they're talking about like when they learned that it happened, and Shiv is like, oh, when you're walking up to me, for some reason I thought that you were going to tell me that mom had died. We're just like, what a weird thing. But like, yeah, that's what you do. I guess when you learn big news as a family, like there's a certain point where after the shock is still sinking in and they just kind of recap like, oh, here's how we all learned this news. But it's just that little detail hit me so hard. But just incredible performances. And they're all on the phone talking to him. Oh my God, it's brutal.
There are a couple good death episodes of TV. A season 5 episode of Buffy is one of those, but it's like how like unglamorous it is that like Logan does not get to say anything.
Yes. Yes.
Like the last thing that Logan says is like telling Roman to fire someone.
Right.
And it's like it's completely normal within the show. He does not get to like impart a grander message. None of them see him die.
Yep.
It's like a phone call from his son-in-law, and so it's just kind of like it feels the brutally real for a show that is so often heightened.
Yeah. Jeff, how are you feeling about this list? From the slam dunk pile, what are you feeling is super slam dunky?
Well, I have the DVD or the Blu-rays for The Last of Us and Barbie on my table right out there to watch.
Okay.
So I skipped all those conversations. I'll support Haley for Herald of Darkness because I feel really bad about getting it kicked off the other one.
Okay.
I just took a big bite of muffin, but woo!
All right, love it.
I think part of this list experience has to be a little bit of pain, so I'm not going to support Herald of Darkness. Sorry, Haley.
That's okay.
It's about the MinnMax 210's true first-time experience.
Yes,
Which
exactly.
is just getting the thing that you love brutally ripped apart in front of you.
The most
me on
obvious
here
slam
to-
dunk.
Yeah.
Dangle
totally.
these and rip them away.
Definitely happened to me, for sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm going to throw it out there. And again, I can't bend over backwards enough to say this is just an idea. And then you all say,
Is this about
shut
Psych
up.
Odyssey? Or is this about putting three things in the category?
I feel like my list would be Double Fine Psych Odyssey and Barbie.
I don't
Okay,
think I
well, if
want
we're going to be
Barbie on there.
honest, mine would be Barbie and Herald of Darkness, if we're going to be honest.
Sarah, that's the point, is to say what you want on the list.
Okay.
You're not going out on a limb here.
I feel like Psych Odyssey is a lock. I think there's enough of us that are like crazy passionate about it that I think we're arguing for the other one.
Okay. And it's
I can agree with that, having not watched any Psych Odyssey.
okay. Jacob,
Where's that going?
is there a reason you don't want Barbie on this list?
It's just like, I just don't even think it's Greta Gerwig's best movie.
Oh,
You know?
interesting.
And so it's just kind of like, it's like my second favorite of the director is the, I really like it. I think it's very good, but it's like, it's hard for me to be, it's like, it's not my favorite movie of this year, and it's not her best work, I don't think. And so it's hard for me to, but if everyone else feels passionately, I'm not going to filibuster against it.
I think I'm kind of with you, Jacob. And I'm not like a huge movie buff, so mine comes more from like, I adored that movie. It was awesome. I don't feel great about the number 2 being just like a thing that is ultimately also meant to sell toys. Like,
Hey, Kelsey. Don't you bring this into my house of Mattel.
Sarah used to work at Mattel, for everybody confused. Yeah.
That being said, I love the Sphere, and that's like capitalistic as heck. So I mean,
Yeah. Well,
Right.
the Sphere, I think,
ignore my opinion, really.
the Sphere is an interesting pick. So even though I feel like there's I'd consider that for like the Min. Even though I don't know, it's ugly, it's garish, it's super capitalistic, but also maybe it's because I'm from Chicago and we have the Bean, and that was also a controversial public art piece of like, it's just a big old piece of metal. And it is, like, but the skyline looks cool when you look at it. And the Sphere is just a technological beam that you can play inside of. So it's like, I don't know, there's something there.
Can you imagine that, Janet, if they put the bean on the Sphere?
Ah, man, I dare to dream. They can put whatever they want on that thing. But anyway, it's a wild, very Vegas-y thing. I'd go Last of Us, personally. I'm in the same camp for Barbie. Like, it's a movie I liked, but like...
Whoa, I'm surprised.
It's just like it just doesn't hit for me like at that super deep. When I think about too, like your passion for Double Fine, like the thing I'm most passionate about on this slam dunk section is probably Last of Us, and number 2 is The Sphere, because it's dumb and silly and weird, and it is fun to have something that isn't a movie or a TV show or whatever, even though I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm very passionate for Herald of Darkness and then Last of Us Episode 3.
Whoa, okay.
That would be my
This
order.
is tough. Okay. Yeah.
Should we like just throw Barbie off at this point? Because
I'm
that seems fair,
surprised.
just to, just to like...
I don't know.
You got Double Fine already, so
You
I don't
got
think...
Psych
You know what I
Odyssey
mean?
already.
Like,
It's not. Yeah.
it is yours. Don't even pretend. There's other people that support you, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. All right. Sarah,
I thought it was Sarah's like number 1.
I know. Yeah,
though.
Sarah, you've been silent about Barbie, which is shocking to me.
I mean, I don't consume media outside of video games. I just do not. So
Kind
a lot
of
of these,
similar,
the only thing I've
honestly.
really seen on this list is the Barbie movie and then Herald of Darkness. So I don't have a horse in this race. I wish this was a more like either externally focused category or a video game focused category. But this is it's not on my plate.
So
Because if it was my choice, it would be the Leon Kennedy and Louise scene with the chains from Resident Evil 4 remake. That
Sarah.
would be the winner for me.
Sarah, when you say it's your choice, we were asking and begging everyone to submit submissions to the greatest work of art category. I would put it on the list. Leon chain scene with Louise. Okay.
If the sun is literally setting outside, Psych Odyssey and Herald of Darkness would be my picks.
I go Psych Odyssey Sphere.
The
You are
Sphere,
not
the
giving
Las
it
Vegas
to the Las
Sphere.
Vegas Sphere.
Why not? No one's
That thing
stopping
is
us.
costing people tens of millions of dollars a year. It's like it's bankrupting.
Yeah, that's what art is, baby.
Yeah, learn to live with
What
it.
are they playing inside of it? Like U2
U2.
concerts?
Okay.
Like, what's
Yeah,
the,
and then everyone's going for the clout. It's an interesting cultural examination as well. Like there's some.
I agree.
The Sphere's a vibe. Like you knew who was at like weekend one of the Sphere, and it's
There's
like
been
I don't
false
know.
advertising issues with it because the seats, the way they designed the seats on the inside, it cuts off like 2/3 of the Sphere, so people are paying $500 for a ticket to see a bottom of a screen.
Yeah, there's
And
something, I
I
don't know.
also
When you
think
look
it's
at it, you
funny
kind of want to
that
throw up. It's
billionaires.
kind of cool.
Okay, should we just do a classic vote between everything, between Herald of Darkness, Las Vegas Sphere, and Last of Us Episode 3 for what should be up there as well?
Are we only voting for? We're
One.
just voting for one.
I guess so. Well, I mean, I guess
yeah,
not.
it doesn't
I
make
guess
sense
not.
to vote
I mean,
for
okay,
one.
we can put Double
Yeah.
Fine Psych Odyssey in that mix too, if you want to, or how are we feeling?
So Kyle would vote Herald of Darkness because he told me.
He did.
So let's pretend
his
he's
vote
raising
was
his
Barbie,
hand.
and we're stabbing him in the little plastic back. Okay, Herald of Darkness. Who thinks that should be up there for greatest work of art of all time in the top two?
I'll do it.
Jeffem, Sarah, Haley.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
The
I
Lo-
like it better than a big commercial ad ball.
What about the Las Vegas
that-
Sphere being in the
Bars
top
on
two?
the floor.
Okay, that's
Come on,
Kelsey,
Janet. Oh no, you're
Kelsey, Jacob,
gotta-
and I fighting for the sphere and all that's right in the world. Okay, and then Last of Us Episode 3 as the number 2 slot.
So I'll throw my vote away. It's what it means to be an
Janet.
American.
Okay,
Protest vote.
okay, so we're between Herald of Darkness and Las Vegas Sphere. Now, my only argument is Herald of Darkness had its shot.
No, we had 3 and you had 2. What do you mean we're
What?
between?
No, we had 3.
No, there were 3 each.
It
That's
was
three.
Oh,
each.
damn it. Oh, didn't see that. Sorry. I got really worked up.
It's all right,
My
you're
first
forgiven.
time.
You're forgiven.
Do I
You're
need to
forgiven.
break the
Janet's
tie
the
then and pick
tiebreaker.
this big ad?
Yes, you do.
This ad
Janet,
ball?
are you?
Don't do it.
Janet, are you breaking the tie?
I honestly think that Herald of Darkness is a good pick for work of art if you're talking about the central premise of that game and the moment of being this mix of like 10 different forms of art together.
I'm going Sphere.
Yeah.
Because we had a game, you had a game category already. Like, I'm
I
sorry,
agree,
you
I
lost.
agree.
Like,
Yes,
this has to
Janet.
be no video games in here. It's the whole point of having a non-game.
Is that the
category.
point of this? Smiley
And if we're
knows
going-
on
games,
it.
then
and
take
if we're
Psych
going
Odyssey
based
out
on the
because that's
song-
related to a video game. I don't know why Ben's
video
so
game.
excited to learn what it's like to work into a dev studio.
Hang on.
Welcome,
If-
Ben. It sucks.
If you attack Double Fine Psych Odyssey,
Yeah.
What if we play Herald of Darkness on the Las Vegas Sphere?
If we're going to music,
I would vote for
I'll take
that.
I'll put that Tease Out Touchdown album. I'll take that out of the trash right now and run with it. Who could stop me? No one else has heard it, you know? But yeah.
Janet-
I guess I'll
Truly
go
a
with
late
this ugly
stage
Sphere.
capitalism where a flashy light that has ads on it is winning
We're
over
just voting for
crap that
commercials.
pieces.
Everything here is a commercial.
I mean, a video game is still there to make sales.
I think you guys
Yeah.
need to put your Karateka back on here because it is not getting.
So you're
on the
telling me you go to
T-shirt.
Vegas
my
and
ass
you're taking a
is
picture of
not.
the Sphere?
My ass
Because I
is
don't
not.
want. Let me if I roll up on your Instagram,
Okay,
later and
like-
y'all got the Sphere in there.
Right.
I'm dragging out the timestamp and being like, "Excuse you. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, well, it's kind of exactly. It's kind of interesting to look at. You sort of want to see it.
Kind of interesting to look at is the greatest work of art.
according to these
2023?
votes, this is what the votes are telling us, Haley.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Someone fight for
votes.
Bluey. That sounded cool too, but that's not up there.
Yeah, you're right.
Blue was
You're
cool.
right.
Blue
That
was
is
cool.
cool.
I would have
Can
given
I
Bluey.
just say
You
I'm
know, a
really
lot of
glad
things
that
would took my
Jacob
vote,
nominated Haley for being the best thing earlier so that we can like do something nice for her before we all failed her horribly.
Yep.
but- Yeah.
Janet, thank you for being brutal in this situation. I greatly appreciate
man.
not having to be the
It's
person
what I'm
that's
known
like, it had
for.
its shot.
Me and-
It had its
me and the
shot.
Sphere.
All right.
I'm going to Vegas soon too. I'm going to be posted up with the sphere.
God bless the sphere. All right. Double Fine Psych Odyssey, maximum greatest work of art of all time in 2023. Las Vegas Sphere, minimum greatest work of art of all time in 2023. Yeah. All right.
I will remember this.
Here we go, everybody. That's it for the MinnMax Awards. Let's run it back. The best thing 2023 is Ascend in Tears of the Kingdom. Runner-up, Leon Kennedy's Shoulders.
That was a W. That was an early W.
Yeah, you got it. Dumbest thing. Ben Hansen going to get his tea after the break. Okay, that's just for backstage pass people, apparently. Dumbest thing, Unity Fiasco charging 20 cents per install, and the runner-up is Fast Travel in Starfield. Biggest news, the industry layoffs, and runner-up is FTC trial leak with Microsoft and Activision. The game we all agree is probably good, but we didn't play. The winner is Persona 5 Tactica. The runner-up is Darkest Dungeon 2. Best Character 2023, Karlach, Baldur's Gate 3, and Garl in Sea of Stars, otherwise known as the category where Haley was riding high. Then Best Moment, the ending of Like a Dragon Gaiden. And the runner-up is the final sequence in Tears of the Kingdom. And the greatest work of art of all time in 2023 is Bluey, the episode about space. No, it's Double Fine, Psych Odyssey, and the runner-up is Herald of Darkness. Jeff, if I wanted to watch that Bluey episode, where would I go? What is that? Is that Disney Plus or is that HBO Max? What is that?
It's Disney Plus, yeah.
It's Disney Plus. Okay, sweet. Hey, the MinnMax Awards. There we go, everybody. Everybody else is applauding.
Hey, when did Herald of Darkness go up there?
Hang on.
He said it, Haley. Don't mention it.
Wait, did I really
just read it?
Did I really read it out loud?
It's done.
Did I really read it out loud?
Yeah,
you read it. No one else complained about it.
I thought you did.
What's done is done.
It's done.
I'm sorry. I meant sphere. I meant sphere.
It's done.
I meant sphere.
It's done.
You didn't even notice. That's how it's not an art. You didn't even notice.
It's been a long podcast, Haley. I'm not thinking about what I'm saying.
My favorite part about it being the sphere is like no one feels good. And that's how I like to end it.
Yes.
Like
I won.
Let's get
This is
nasty.
how I win.
Absolutely.
who are the Jacob Geller fighting for a giant ad ball is like my favorite thing from this year.
Ad ball. All right, hell of a year. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching or listening to this episode. Again, if you enjoyed it, you can support us on Patreon, even at that $2 tier. That helps us in a huge way. I had a number of people message me on Patreon to be like, hey, when you mentioned that watching this on YouTube, you get 0.005 cents, and that jumping into the $2 tier is literally 40,000 times more helpful. Several people cited that. So just a reminder that if you want to help us, it is a huge benefit if you jump in at that $2 tier on Patreon, even just for 1 month. We greatly appreciate it. And again, if you're at the Backstage Pass tier, the $10 tier, you see the full unedited version of this episode and also the 210s, which are coming up the next 2 weeks, but you can watch them weeks ahead of everybody else. There are links in the Discord if you're at that Backstage Pass tier, so you can learn what our game of the year is before anybody else, as long as you don't spoil it. And also, there's probably going to be, based on this, I'd imagine there's going to be a pissy zone discussion at the end where we really unpack our real feelings.
I'm here. I'm in it.
That's going to be exclusive.
By myself sitting in the pissy palace.
It's going to be exclusive for people at that Backstage Pass $10 tier, even if you're there for just 1 month. Hey, that's it for the MinnMax Awards. We'll be back to debate the best games of the year for the next 2 weeks. This was super fun. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you, Jeffem. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Haley. It's been fun. And also, I forgot to shout it out last week, so I want to give a shout out to Jessica Starr, who's at the Game Champion tier. She is officially the champion of Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Fathers. So shout out to everybody at that Game Champion tier. Also, we have a poll that's up on Patreon. It's going to be running over the holiday break for the Game Championship. We get to choose which game we create bonus content about, rounding up all these people who have declared themselves the champions of games. But Jeffem, feeling good?
Haley, you shouldn't have mentioned it.
Oh, you really have. It was the greatest move of all time.
I thought he was messing with me, and I was going to say, don't you dare mess with me. And then I realized when I said that, and his completely blank 1,000-yard stare meant that someone else.
I was so confused. All right, it's been fun. I can do this all day, and we'll continue to do it all day for the next 2 episodes. So thanks so much, everybody. See you next time. Be good. Have fun. Let's go.